What is the worst game you've played?
This is a question that many across the world have asked us over and over.
And time again, we say, it's complicated.
The two of us, we played many a bad game.
Bad games some people have never played, or heck, even heard of.
We're in it to win it.
And while it may be tempting to Google worst games ever and echo a list written a decade ago by some underpaid games media writer who probably never played said games,
We kinda do it differently.
we play every game.
Every single one.
And not just a little bit. We dig deep, son.
We find all the crusty brown bits of notable awfulness that others haven't, taking extra steps into the unbridled madness that has made some of our expeditions, unfortunately, legendary.
Making a list of bad games that everyone in their grandma knows are bad, that's easy.
But that's not what you're watching today.
We're gonna revisit some of our past Just Bad Games titles and list the worst games we've played that nobody else has.
And rank them in descending order to the most terrible gameplay of all.
Gameplay, folks. Keyword here. You can have glitches, bugs, terrible sound, poor graphics, any sprinkling of crappy games ingredients in a title, but for us, a bad game truly boils down to how that sucker plays.
Trust us when we say we know how the games on this list play, in ways some don't even realize.
But this isn't a simple retread of past episodes. Oh, no. We've added extra nuggets of insight and tomfoolery to round off each entry as we further explore what makes these games
just bad. Buckle up, friends. It's time we take you through an odyssey like no other.
I'm bringing sexy back.
Welcome to the top 10 Just Bad games nobody played. And to start this adventure, we begin with
Morphman is an interactive adventure game designed by Dynamic Dimensions Development that was distributed directly on digital disc.
It was released for Windows 3.1 in 1993.
You might not have heard about this company before, nor this game, and we honestly don't blame you. Dynamic Dimensions Development, as far as we can tell, only created this one title. Beyond that, little is known about them.
Morphman is described as the first software to combine 3D animations for Windows, the first to use 3D explode, disintegrate, and glow effects.
With the arrival of the CD-ROM format, game companies finally had access to a storage medium with tons of free space to do just about anything.
Many developers of the era began producing what was referred to as rich media. It was heralded as a movement to greatly surpass what came before it. This could include full motion video, sharper visuals, high quality audio.
It was a gift.
And new types of interactivity.
You know, like Spider-Man and the Sinister Six.
My spider sense is tingling.
So much rich
In
content.
1993, I can see how something as simple as a glow effect could be considered revolutionary. Nowadays, though, heck, even our editing software can add a glow to things.
Oh gosh, we're going nuclear!
How exactly did a game this revolutionary go under most people's radars for so long?
What does it play like? What is it about?
Sounds like we need to boot up our old Windows machine because it's morphin' time with Morphman.
We begin with exciting 3D titles flying at the screen.
And suddenly,
That's not... Wait, is that...
Ronald McDonald rendered right there before our very eyes.
Got the big golden arches and everything.
I'm morphing it. Holy crap! What's happening?
He's morphing into a jet fighter.
If you were to morph a human being into an aircraft, how would you envision the morph going?
Maybe the wings would be his arms?
Maybe the nose would be his face?
Instead, though, his body's morphed with his left leg becoming a wing, his right leg becoming the nose, and this little dangly thing sticking out between his legs. What's that?
I think it's called the canard?
Oh, yeah, it's his canard, all right.
Don't be gross.
The jet transports itself from space into the sky. How? What? Screw it! Morphman's on some kind of intense mission.
Action.
Adventure!
Wind. I think I heard a cloud sigh in the distance.
For your viewing pleasure, we've actually zoomed in this video.
Because in reality, the game looks like this.
Okay, so everything's played through this one box right here. All of it done with full motion video, while the rest of these empty gray boxes do something? Eventually?
But wait, look below the video. We've got subtitles. Did we accidentally toggle off the voiceover? I mean, this is a rich media experience, right? It has glow effects, people. Glow effects!
Nope. Zilch. No voice acting. So, put on your fancy reading glasses and do your absolute best to imagine what someone that looks like this probably sounds like.
Great camera on this jet!
Yeah, that's probably
accurate.
right.
So, where's this castle? There!
Oh, for crying out loud!
This guy takes forever to get to his next line.
I'm sorry, fellas. I have a bad sense of
Is he...
Did he finish?
timing!
What was he even talking about? What castle? Why did he turn into a jet? What is going on?
Maybe Morphman will explain. Please take it away, Mr. Morph.
Thank you! Let's have a closer look! Someplace!
20 seconds. That was 20 seconds of silence.
A third of a minute for 5 words.
Yahoo! Haven't seen any defenses. Spoke too soon. Missed. Yikes!
Morphman?
I think he's dead.
So we lost?
Is the video restarting? From the beginning?
Oh no. Does that mean...
So, where's this castle?
You gotta watch all the titles, all that boring flying again, and get this, you can't skip anything.
Wait, what did we even do wrong? Was there gameplay there that we missed?
I think something was happening in the lower part of the screen that we didn't catch.
When you start the game, there is no main menu, no options, nothing. It begins directly on this HUD.
Let's get back to that turret section from before.
Oh wait, stop. Look, seems like Morpho has a couple of options to choose from.
Is there a don't take a rocket to the face button?
Maybe, but which is it? Circle? The up directional arrow?
What do these buttons mean?
Let's just push circle. So, where's this castle? I have never wanted to kill a game character so much in my entire life.
Fine, let's rewatch everything and try what I'm assuming is up.
Oh look, he ejected from the jet.
You're telling me, in its first interactive element, the stupid game gives you 2 buttons to choose from, and one of them does absolutely nothing?
Why even design that button? Why show it? What was the purpose of that button?
Oh, that's confusing. But hold up, did Morphman eject from the jet? I thought his body was the jet.
What blew up? How did he eject from his own body?
What happened to his canard?
Hope the jet was insured.
Oh great, he's still alive.
Let's watch and see what happens next.
Whee! Good view. Time to get serious. What? Damn f***ers. Help! An eagle! If I can just sample him! Here, eagle! Here, eagle! He won't stay put! There! Got him! Got him off fast! I'm an eagle!
Time out. Let's recap.
Morphman's jet body horror thing happened where he ejected from himself,
While falling, he manifested a parachute from his own anatomy.
which failed, meaning he purposely morphed a faulty parachute, again a part of his physique, which proceeded to fly away.
Damn f***ers.
Morphman then screamed for help, to which an eagle promptly responded.
He shined a light ray straight into the eagle's face while both characters' animations locked and rotated in free fall.
I'm an eagle!
Bam! Morphman's an eagle.
Huh. Couldn't he have just turned back into a jet?
What is anything? What is going on in this game?
Okay, clearly this title isn't going out of its way to explain its main character's abilities or the narrative. Maybe the back of the box has some clues?
Oh, it sure does. According to this, a world-renowned scientist, Professor Roberts, was kidnapped by villains. They're experimenting with genetic mutations, robotics, as well as chemical and biological weapons. Sounds fun.
Morphman's job is to rescue the professor and blow up the research facility at all costs.
He does this by using a special molecular sampler. This gives Morphman the ability to alter his structure and objects around him to transform into a variety of things to help on the mission.
So, the back of the box admits that Morphman basically chucked away pieces of his body when he jumped out of the jet and lost his parachute?
So now we have the story and we understand the gameplay. Push random buttons to progress this incredible narrative.
I'm an eagle!
But how much more game could there possibly be? It feels like we've been playing this for hours.
Okay, so Morphman is an eagle.
I'm an eagle!
He uses his ability to safely land on the ground and turn back into a human.
Made it! Is that the goober that shot at me? So, where's this castle?
No, that did not just happen. We've got to start from the beginning again.
Where?
Where were the action choice buttons? Did you see them?
Let's rewatch that sequence one more time.
No way. That was barely 2 seconds. And just to mess with you, it's the same buttons as last time, but in the opposite order.
Okay, well, obviously we can't eject again because he's a human.
Unless Morphman ejects a smaller Morphman from Morphman.
No, that's stupid. Just push the circle.
So, where's this castle?
No, I can't do this anymore.
Okay, so apparently you had to push the eject button. Only it's not eject anymore because these buttons can mean anything at any time for any reason.
Do not expect to learn this interface.
Oh, here, look. The buttons have changed again, and now the symbols are different than they were before.
So I guess we can't rely on ejecting out of every situation. But wow, I can't even begin to understand what these buttons and their symbols mean.
Okay, Morphman needs to find a way to get across this moat in front of the castle. I think we're supposed to sample this fish here.
Oh, but don't hesitate.
What? Morphman automatically sampled that eagle while we were free-falling. We didn't have to push a button.
I'm an eagle!
But now, suddenly, we have to push a button? This game's totally inconsistent.
We sample the fish and... graceful.
Beautiful. Once submerged, we're given an underwater maze with no clue as to which direction to head. Oh, and if you don't react in just the right way...
your lunch.
If you're lucky and incredibly patient, Morphman will awkwardly flop his fishy body out into an underwater cave. Here, we sample a bat.
As a fish, you also have access to a forest, which doesn't make sense geographically when you consider the moat we saw from the sky earlier, but when you're a fast food clown sampling huge insects to morph into at your leisure, why ask questions?
And yes, throughout this experience, you're forced to sample creatures. Failure to do so results in Morphman's untimely death. Like here. Bravo!
Beautiful.
Glorious.
It's so good. After we finish sampling the local wildlife and worm our way through the rest of the moat maze, we finally make it into the castle through some sort of well.
Oh, look! A puppy!
Cool. Looks like our window for action choice has gone down from 2 seconds to 1.
When you do make the right choice, Fishy Morphman squirts the Robo-Dog with questionable yellow liquid.
Huzzah! Morphman in the house.
But look, another dog bot. He seems to be shooting lasers from his,
Canard.
Someone designed a robo-dog that pees lasers. Pull that one over.
Apparently, Morphman doesn't need to give it a second thought. He immediately samples PP Laser Dog. Morphman takes out a few more robo-dogs with his not penis laser.
We keep moseying along, and it's at this point that we're starting to get a clearer picture of what's going on in this game.
Yeah, remember when we were talking about rich media and the opportunities that CD-ROM technology afforded designers?
Well, here it is, 1993. They were working with a storage medium with tons of space.
But instead of designing a game that leveraged CD-ROM technology to make interesting gameplay, the developers of Morphman decided to create incredibly drawn-out animations that feel like they're included just because they had the space to do so.
Other games would typically just utilize cuts from one section to the next in a logical way to keep the action moving, but no, here we get this.
I better keep moving. Ouch! That wood is hard. I'll try this door. An elevator. In I go. Going down. Bit dark in here.
Seriously, we don't need to see every footstep our character takes. Also, we don't need Morphman describing every little detail. The wood is hard? Gosh, thanks, Morphman. Did you also know that water's wet? Riveting, I know.
Maybe this step-by-step approach would be okay if the visuals offered something engaging.
But in most instances, you won't see much. Barely any setting decoration, let alone actual points of interest. This is the same year we got Myst. And when you see these games side by side, Myst feels like it's from the freaking future.
Anyway, after descending into the depths of the castle, we make our way to some kind of robo-dog factory. Morphman takes out the machinery constructing the metal pooches, and we get more classic dialogue, like,
Ha!
and
Double ha!
Better keep moving, and we should keep our eyes peeled. Who knows what else could be lurking down here?
The guy's got gas.
What?
oh yeah, okay, sure, why not? That would explain it. Yeah, the industrial airtight door. There was a gas man.
Ah, but how does one do battle with that which is neither solid nor liquid?
Laser.
Creative. So far, laser has been the solution to a lot of Morphman's issues. Laser? Laser? Laser!
Oh, look, another airtight door. It's opening all on its own to reveal...
A dead skeleton thing.
You think anyone proofread the script for this game?
Act scared.
At this point, I'd be surprised if gerbils and tiny typewriters weren't involved.
Morphman decides to sample a skeleton. Because why not? Our HUD is now filled with morphables, but none of these icons matter because you can't actually interact with them. Yes, you're given a morph button at certain times in the game, but our hero simply morphs into whatever the devs choose him to be in a specific situation. Yep, you never get to choose what Morphman morphs into in the morphing game, Morphman.
It's just gerbils. All the way down.
The next section of the game is another maze. Unlike the fishy labyrinth mode earlier, which you could stumble your way through, this section is designed specifically to waste your time.
Here's how it works. Morphman is presented with two levers. Choose the left arrow icon or the right.
No, there are no clues as to what the correct lever could be. You're just as well off flipping a coin. Either you are correct, or this happens. Try it again.
If you choose correctly, hooray! You're rewarded with Morphman's painfully stiff walk cycle to the next section, where...
Morphman is presented again with two levers.
Deja vu! Flip a coin! Either you're correct, or this happens. By the way, if you fail here and didn't save before making your decision, you get to start the maze all over again right from the start. Hope you're memorizing correct lever pulls.
If Morphman didn't tumble through a trapdoor on his second lever decision, look. They've recycled his hallway strut. And at the end,
Morphman is presented with 2 levers.
are you kidding me? How many times are they going to reuse the same assets?
About a half dozen times.
With a 50% risk of failing every time you come to a new set of levers, you're gonna be seeing these halls a lot.
At the end of the coin flip lever challenge, even Morphman is sick of this crap.
Hope this is the end. Duh! Woo!
In the next room, Morphman encounters a tube.
Gas is in the tube. Making a gas man, I bet.
Without prompt, Morphman automatically lasers it.
Wait a second, let's watch that again. Okay, yeah, just as I thought, they totally ripped off the Rerez sound from the movie Tron.
I don't know what's more amazing, the fact that they thought they could get away with this, or that you've watched Tron enough to catch a single 3-second sound effect.
Both leave me feeling equally hollow, honestly.
Moving on, Morphman finds another factory where naked putty people are de-skinned and turned into skeletons.
But look out, some of these skeletons have swords, and when they ever so lightly graze our hero,
you'd think that Morphman would just laser these bony minions to dust, like he's lasered just about every bad dude up until this point, but we're not given the option.
and that's because, as we all know, the only way to defeat a skeleton with a sword is to become a skeleton with a sword. En garde!
No, hold on. What?
What's wrong?
When Morphman sampled the skeletons earlier, that skeleton didn't have a sword.
Act scared.
So why is he able to morph an unsampled sword? Why not just morph a sword into his hand? Why become a skeleton? Surely Morphman would prefer to have freaking eyes while taking part in combat that heavily relies on hand-eye coordination.
Maybe skeletons are immune to stabs? Skeletons aren't immune to stabs.
Sadly, you need to perfectly dodge and parry by clicking buttons that mean nothing to the player. More super quick trial and error.
With the skeletons finally wiped out, it's on to another elevator.
Down again.
When the thing stops, we're given 2 options to choose from. But before we can do anything,
Wait, this game has a freaking Minotaur?
and they didn't include it in the maze. Busting cliches over here. Let's see how this plays out.
Okay.
Excuse me, Morphman the game? Hi, I'm Logic. Can I interest you in physics, character animations, or any semblance of quality?
Nah, I'm good.
If you react properly at the elevator, Morphman rushes into the Minotaur's chamber, and you're given another split-second choice. Surprise! We didn't make it the first time.
Later, we attempt to use Morphman's one-and-done attack laser. You know, the thing that's worked every single time? Well, the Minotaur doesn't like this.
This game's kind of growing on me.
No, lasers alone can't defeat the Minotaur. That would be ludicrous. Instead, Morphman uses his fantastic powers to morph into a Robo-Dog and take out the Minotaur.
With lasers!
Brilliant!
Brilliant!
Now, Morphman takes out an ant, morphs into an ant, and skitters out into a nearby tunnel.
This is a maze, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, canards.
Lots of guessing and deaths to be had here.
Plenty of ant butt.
Plenty of ant butt.
Eventually, Morphman is home free.
Good to be out of Antville.
He swoops back into his humanoid self and comes across a massive hole.
Look, it's where the creators of Morphman tossed their budget.
Let's try jumping over it.
Well, that didn't work out. Guess it's time to press the generic morph button and see what happens.
He's a bat, man.
No, he's not. That's me. I'm I'm a Batman!
Great, it's on to another maze, fluttering around as a bat. This maze can become an endless loop if you don't continue to hit the right direction.
Look at this! Nothing says compelling superhero action like poorly rendered colonoscopy footage.
You know the drill by now. Hit the right directional cues at the right time, and Morphman eventually finds his way out.
After turning back into human form, we confront a machine making rock people. Take too long, you get rocked.
Pew pew! Boom goes the rock machine. Later, we find train tracks and more critters.
Stones shall not hurt me?
And you gotta fight the urge to think with lasers on this one. Turns out Morphman has to take advantage of a nearby rocket.
As you'd expect, Morphman has a random chance as to which button is the correct one to push. But that's not our biggest gripe here.
Holy crap! Did Morphman just turn into a giant? His hand's the size of a single button one moment. The next, he can easily straddle an entire freaking rocket.
Step aside, boys!
We died a lot in this game, and it taught us one important truth. Never choose the circle. It will always kill you. It is never and will never be the circle.
So we select the not circle option, and Morphman somersaults away from the jetting rocket, and we finally meet up with Professor Robertson.
Hi, Professor!
Great! Time to break the prof free and get the heck away from this nightmare island.
You think we're basically done heroing at this point, but Morphman can still die in surprisingly eclectic ways here.
Like by blowing up a rocket in the room.
Or accidentally falling out of a hole in the wall.
But, come on, we all know there's only one way to kick rocks in Morphman. It's morphing time!
I'm an eagle!
Wonderful, and there we have it. Time to sit back and take in this ending.
Guess they're heading to the Shire or something.
You might think we paused the video here, but no. This is the end of the game.
The screen locks up and it doesn't feature any credits or anything. Now that's quality.
Look, by today's standards, we might consider the animations in this game super primitive. But honestly, this was probably a very difficult project to pull off using the tools and techniques at the time. For 1993, they made decent use of computer-generated graphics.
But in the end, we're not just watching a CG movie here, we're playing a game. A game that offers a useless HUD, frustrating action choices, horrific writing, and dozens of other issues. Let's face it, as an interactive experience, we don't need to use the almighty power of Morph to come to one unchangeable conclusion.
It's just bad.
Ooh, starting this list off real strong with Morphman, a game synonymous with bad game obscurity.
And we firmly stand by that statement.
Because after scouring the web for weeks, this time capsule archival footage is about the only proof we found that anyone ever clicked the game's executable.
Guys, there he is, and he becomes Morphman, and now he's gonna morph into a jet plane because he wants to go fly. Pretty cool, huh?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you and go over here to...
And that's it. That's all.
Didn't even really play anything. That was just a bit of the game's intro.
Let me ask you this. Would you want to play Morphman on live television?
And maybe you can turn the sound down there, Paul.
Good point.
Clearly, this game went under the radar. So low that as of the making of this video, the game doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
Heck, YouTube itself goaded us to make one. See? Right here.
But obscurity doesn't make a game a bad experience. Cryptic random buttons and gameplay based solely on trial and error does. Sorry, Morphman.
I'm an eagle!
Yeah, and the writing certainly didn't help. And while you might have enjoyed listening to our take on Morphman's voice,
Act scared. Holy shit.
that's just our little way of making the game more bearable.
Like a prisoner forgotten in solitary confinement, keeping a conversation with themselves.
Right, but even with the voice, the gameplay, can we see it again in real time?
Cave of some sort! Bat! Another! There he goes. Which way? Bad again? I think I'll sample him. Stay put, Fatso! Got him!
Ah, do you see what we have to work with here, people?
Now look, Morphman is clearly an unknown title, featuring a totally original character.
And you may be thinking we'll only feature other games like this on our list. A bunch of dusty, forgotten figures.
Well, you'd be wrong.
Because we unearthed a game featuring one of the biggest superheroes on the planet that swung by everyone without alarming their tingly senses.
And that game, well, it's called
Spiderman, the Sinister Six is a video game developed by Brooklyn Multimedia and published by owners Byron Priest Multimedia exclusively for PC in 1996.
The retro game enthusiasts of you out there may be thinking this is simply a port of Spider-Man Return of the Sinister Six, which previously released on the NES, Master System, and Game Gear.
Heck, that's what we thought as well.
Oh, but more wrong we couldn't be. Not only are there several Spider-Man games that use the Sinister Six moniker, but not one of these games are actually connected to another.
Spider-Man Return of the Sinister Six and Spider-Man 2 The Sinister Six are action platformers. They recreate the feeling of being the famous web slinger the best they can. You can crawl on walls and shoot spider webs. Perfection! At least in spirit.
This PC game, though, woo! It's something totally different. Why? Well, this officially licensed Spider-Man game is produced by a company with, how can we put this, a unique software track record.
1994 Seinfeld screensaver and planner for Windows 3.1. 1995 Baywatch companion with screensaver for Windows 95.
These, don't really sound like, video games.
That's cause they're not. What they were, though, was a company expanding into the ever-evolving CD-ROM market. You see, Byron Priest Multimedia was a company experimenting with different forms of entertainment, and they decided to create a division to jump headfirst into the video game development marketplace.
Each one of their titles attempted to utilize the burgeoning CD-ROM format to create high-quality images, amazing soundscapes, and of course, state-of-the-art full-motion video. It's the wave of the future!
Try taking out the cock!
Well, what did the developers achieve with their high-tech attempt at gamifying everyone's favorite wall crawler? Let's swing right into web-slinging action with Spider-Man the Sinister Six.
First, let's go ahead and have a look at the game's intro video.
This is funny. Can we hear that music again?
Yes, the only lyric is Spider-Man. Apparently the lyricist was paid by the word. But why does the song even sound like this?
I think it's supposed to be a ripoff of the 1994 animated series theme song where they kinda do the same thing.
Gotta love when a developer can lock down the rights to an iconic superhero, but not the rights to the theme song of their animated show.
Oh, they must have saved their budget for all these here graphics.
Right on! But we digress. Let's start up the game.
Good gosh, a ticking time bomb!
Oh no! Is the dev team trying to send us a message?
We see Mary Jane slowly prod the bomb. Look at that intensity. She's clearly very emotional about her impending doom. Flabbergasted.
Cut to Spider-Man swinging through the rooftops on his way to help.
The bomb's about to blow!
Spidey's not gonna make it!
Cut! Cut! Cut, Mary Jane! Come on, no way! Not enough suspense!
Oh ho ho! It was just the set of a movie the whole time. Ha! You really had us there, MJ, with your acting.
Yes, Mary Jane is an actress here. The film that's being shot is her big break, as revealed by a loud, exposition-whispering Peter Parker.
I was kind of late. Sorry. I only saw a few seconds of it, but you were great, MJ. You wanted to be in movies your whole life, and now you've got your big break. Don't let some Hollywood jerk rain on your parade.
And then we get control of Peter as he stands motionless in the center of a room.
Now that's a Spider-Man game! This here is, about 50% of the gameplay you'll find in this game.
Who needs hours of non-stop thrills and action when you can click around a room aimlessly and speak at people until you, well, no longer need to speak at people?
Mind your own business. I'm an award-winning director. Don't insult me by asking me to recite my long and extensive resume.
Scenes like this feature very little animation. They barely even bothered to animate the director's upper lip.
Are you threatening me? You know you're trespassing, pal. I could have you arrested.
Graphically, this game is a weird mix. Backgrounds are made up of pre-rendered CG images made to look kind of cartoony, and the characters are drawn in an oddly plain style that screams rushed.
Details are missing from one character to the next. Look, Peter's got a shadow, MJ doesn't. His clothes are basically one flat color, while everyone else has incorporated shadows to show detail. There's no consistency.
We kept clicking around and eventually found out,
Look here, I don't know who you think you are, but don't treat my wife like she's your doormat, capiche?
yup, Peter here is married to MJ.
Now, this might seem unimportant, but actually, it's pretty significant.
Like we said before, this game was released in 1996, as evidenced by the game's beautiful knockoff theme. It was clearly aiming to engage the audience for the Spider-Man animated series that was broadcasting at the same time.
But anyone playing this game and following the cartoon in '96 would have likely been really confused, because Peter Parker and Mary Jane weren't married in that series until the final season.
Yeah, they were married in the comics. So who is this game supposed to appeal to exactly? Fans of the comics or the 1994 animated series?
I think it all boils down to the production wanting to cash in on the animated show, but not being able to do so.
So we get comic book Spider-Man instead. Cool! This would explain why we don't get the web-slinger's voice actor from the 1994 cartoon. Instead, we get
You were great, MJ.
Peter Whispers Parker over here.
To the roof, people! Time is money!
Chip Alvarez, this director guy, I'm really starting to hate him.
Time is money!
He yells more than I do!
We jump to the rooftop set and...
Wow. Someone missed their high school art class on perspective.
Are Peter and Mary Jane flat paintings on the roof, or like a bearskin rug or something? Why doesn't anyone else look like Judge Doom at the end of Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
I have no idea. Shadows probably would have helped. I'm amazed at the whole assortment of awkwardly posed, low-detail characters here. They feel completely out of place against the highly detailed pre-rendered background.
Once again, you need to click on people and talk to forward the story. Riveting.
This time, though, the characters are so far away that the creators decided they could take an early lunch and not bother with the whole animating mouths thing.
I am a professional! It's not your wifey on the line, now go away!
Loving this so far!
There is so much useless and pointless dialogue here that it's kind of impressive that anyone could write so much about nothing that's going on that's important to anybody.
First rule of making an action-packed superhero video game includes static images with drawn-out, completely disposable dialogue.
Maybe you remember me going over Niagara Falls in Honeymoon Homicide.
I remember that scene. Wow, nice splash.
Thanks.
Now that's a Spider-Man game!
Oh, do you hear that? Plot progression!
Either there's a donut sale somewhere or there's big trouble.
Ha! Oh, classic burn, Spidey. Seriously though, someone might be dead.
But before Peter can verbally assault anyone else...
Action!
My spider sense is tingling. Why? Should I follow the police or stay here in case something bad happens on the movie set?
Whoa! Okay. First off, what's happening right now is a story divergence moment.
Yup, you can select one of two options and get a completely different result, leading to different scenarios. The game uses them a bunch.
Once you select one, you can't go back and make another choice. Players are likely going to sit on the screen a little longer than usual to really think about their choice.
Which leads us to our next thought.
Why pause on this frame? Peter Parker, as played by a middle-aged dad about to sneeze.
I didn't think it was possible to look surprised, bored, and like a schlubby Tom Hanks all at the same time. But hey, All right. Clearly they didn't render Peter very, flatteringly here, but we need to make a choice. Let's follow the police.
Those police cars stopped here.
What?
Can we see that again?
Wait, wasn't Peter just on a rooftop surrounded by an enormous film crew?
Yes, and immediately midair, he was dressed as Spider-Man.
When did he change?
Eventually, Spider-Man catches up with those police from earlier.
Whoa! Sorry to keep nitpicking here, really, but look at this scene.
Okay, we've got badly rendered police cars with solid plates for hubcaps, no taillights or detail anywhere near the trunk, ultra-plain 3D rendering of the front of the bank with crudely drawn police officers dotting the scene.
Why do the police look wet? Look at the two on the right. Whatever's going on in the bank, it's got them on edge.
Is that pee-pee?
Yeah, okay, pause. Something is really, really wrong here. You might be thinking we're being overly critical on the visuals or overall style of this game so far, but no, we're not. Not for a game released in '96 with the Spider-Man property attached.
Spider-Man had a ton of games released by this time on multiple platforms, including the 1995 Spider-Man animated series game released on the Super Nintendo that, believe it or not, somehow found a way to replicate the TV show's theme on a cartridge that would have struggled to fit a single modern-day MP3.
You could find games that were being released on less powerful hardware that were at least attempting to pull off more cohesive visuals. Heck, the same year this PC game was released, Spider-Man Web of Fire came out for the Sega 32X and featured better pre-rendered assets. It's baffling that this game exists looking the way it does.
And don't even get us started on comparing it to other point-and-click games. We can go back years and show off tons of examples of games that made way better use of the CD-ROM format. Not just featuring better animation and graphics, but better audio, gameplay, and, well, just about everything.
Let's face it, the overall quality of Spider-Man vs. the Sinister Six is about on par with something like the atrocious Zelda CDI games. And even those monstrosities were released years before this.
Squadala, we are off!
All that out of the way, let's see what else this adventure has in store for us.
After Peter talks to the police, he finds out that they're dealing with one of Spider-Man's classic foes, the Shocker. He's currently trying to rob the bank and has taken hostages.
Eventually, the Shocker calls the captain on his cell phone, who puts him on speaker so that Spidey can join the conversation.
Well, I hope you're prepared for a shock, old buddy, because guess what? You'll never get away with this.
Today is my lucky day. I strike it rich and I get to watch you die, Spider-Man.
I'm shocked by your threat, but I beg to differ.
Spider-Man walks to the back of the bank and finds a door that has some strange barrier over it. A little further, and he finds a trash receptacle holding the device responsible. When Spidey gets closer to deactivate it,
he finds one of the most deviously designed evildoer challenges of all time.
Upper cross puzzle. Difficulty. Happy Yoshi face.
Oh, nice. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted from a Spider-Man game. Number puzzles in a dumpster.
Folks, it looks like we've got work to do.
Spider-Man, plays the cross in a garbage can. This is hard to complete. Rats are nibbling at his feet. It smells. Please help the Spider-Man.
Seriously, can you help him? After we finally complete the puzzle, we get a pretty confusing sequence. Just have a look for yourself.
Time to cash Shocker's check. Hey, what the? I'm in front of the bank. How did I get here?
Great working with you, wall crawler. Thanks to you, I'm an instant millionaire.
He got away. You let Shocker escape with the cash.
How was Spider-Man warped to the front of the building? How did Shocker still get away? We crossed for you, game. We crossed.
This made us think that maybe we chose the wrong option back on the rooftop movie set, so we decided to load a save and try again.
Okay, let's choose to stay on the roof this time.
So if Peter doesn't jump off the roof, we see an action scene from the movie Go Wrong, where a stuntman is about to fall to his death.
Time for a little friendly neighborhood rescue.
Spidey attempts to save the stuntman, but he fails. Luckily, the film crew secures a safety net just in time.
It's revealed that the villain Mysterio was behind the accident.
Time for a boss fight. How does the quick and nimble wall crawler do battle with Mysterio, the manipulative master of illusion?
By popping purple balls.
Anticlimactic.
Yes.
Eventually, Mysterio vanishes into farts, and Spider-Man decides to head back to his apartment. There, MJ and Peter watch the news. Turns out, the director, Chip Alvarez from the film set, is being interviewed.
This so-called hero, Spider-Man, trespassed on my set. The disturbance nearly caused a member of my crew to plunge to his death.
What? People were there on set. Clearly Mysterio is a known villain at this point.
You're telling me people saw Spider-Man and Mysterio duking it out on the rooftop and were like,
"Gosh dang it, the Spider-Man is evil. He's popping Mysterio's happy bubbles."
Peter, clearly upset and probably just as confused as we are, changes the channel.
The shocker has struck in Midtown Manhattan. The New York Central Bank headquarters was just robbed by the notorious supervillain.
Oh, so that shocker sequence we completed and somehow failed before we were loaded to the roof took place again even though we didn't play that option? Great to know that no matter which option you choose and successfully complete, the villains kind of just giggle and trot away.
Maybe it's because we're playing on hard mode. You see, when we first started the game, we were given the option to set the combat sequences, like the Mysterio battle, to easy or hard. Puzzles, like Trash Pacross, have the same option. Kind of a mix and match approach to difficulty.
Depending on the difficulty you select for combat, attacks do more or less damage, which is pretty run-of-the-mill.
But puzzles? From hard to easy mode, things are very different.
You'd think they just make an easy mode puzzle a little simpler to solve by pre-solving some of the puzzle or giving you more information, but no. Here's that back alley Pacross section again. Spider-Man still finds the strange puzzle box. However, instead of dealing with a more simplified version of the puzzle, he straight up annihilates everything with a massive wrecking ball.
Puzzle solved, bitch!
I wish we could do this in every video game. Would have made Myst a lot better.
Really though, that's not an easy puzzle. That's obliterating your problems.
We get that maybe some of you might not want to do a Pacross puzzle because you might be afraid that you wouldn't be able to complete it, but on hard mode, there's a hint system at the top left, and the third hint is always the answer no matter what puzzle they throw at you. Why not just remove those hints and only put them on the easy mode?
What's great is that in easy mode, they still offer you hints. Look, you're given a dumpster, and you're given a freaking wrecking ball. They think you might still get stumped?
Anyway, regardless of what path or difficulty you choose, the story still flows the same way.
That is to say, whether you play Stinky Pacross by the bank or decide to handle Mysterio's aggressive purple balls, you'll end up at the exact same place in the next part of the story. Your decisions don't really matter all that much for most of the game.
Next up, Peter is hanging out on the film set again. Today, they're shooting an action scene with a bus.
The quality of these visuals, they're just... The buildings, the bus, Peter's solid back where they forgot to draw the lines indicating he has freaking arms.
What I love about this scene is that MJ is shooting something that takes place inside the bus. So Peter is talking to her from the outside.
You're not going to be in any danger in this scene, are you?
I may get a bruise or two, but we've rehearsed it at least a dozen times. I'll be okay.
Well, I'll be right here to make sure of that.
Why would you have the character that's speaking facing the bus? Why did they not at least draw MJ through the glass panels of the bus door here?
Well, you see, Shane, as the animator of such memorable Rerez sequences as Spider with Maracas, Aquaman armpit fish shave, and copied and pasted Money Ghost from earlier in this episode,
Is that pee-pee?
I can say without a doubt that this is some lazy bullshit.
So you listen to dialogue and just stare at Peter wearing a stupid armless jacket, because if they're not gonna draw two lines to indicate that Peter has arms, you better believe they're not gonna animate more lip sync than they need to.
Suddenly, Vulture shows up with a fake Spider-Man. He announces that he's put a bomb on the bus, and fake Spider-Man has sealed off the door with his knockoff webbing.
Explosives are rigged to the bottom of that bus. When the gas tank falls below a quarter of a tank, an electric charge will trigger a detonator wired to the bus's ignition.
Everyone runs away, leaving Peter alone to save MJ and the rest of the crew inside.
In easy mode, Peter just needs to stop the bus from running. So you just put sugar in the gas tank or take a rag and stick it in the exhaust pipe. Personally, I wish they brought back the wrecking ball. But but okay.
In hard mode, Peter has no choice but to get the people out of the bus. So he, a scientist, needs to look up a special effects master's guide on a nearby table and find some way to blend a bunch of ingredients together to dissolve the webbing.
Okay, just a few minor problems. 1. Peter should already know the best combination of ingredients to dissolve the webbing because he invented the webbing. Why does he need to look at a guide? 2. Maybe fake Spider-Man is not using the same webbing Peter invented, which means it's probably not that strong to begin with. 3. This is a 1996 New York City bus. These buses have an emergency escape hatch on the roof for situations in which passengers don't have access to doors. So no, Peter doesn't need to worry about dissolving anything. 4. Let's say Peter knows less about New York's transit system than we do, which couldn't possibly be true, but it wouldn't take a scientist or superhero to know that the windows on the bus are usually paired with a safety latch to open in cases of emergencies.
Peter really doesn't seem to be capable of thinking on his feet here.
So of course, Peter saves the day with overly complicated solutions.
But oh no! Because of this whole mock Spider-Man situation, everyone around seems to think Spidey's a bad guy.
Spider-Man broke onto my set and nearly killed members of my cast and crew. I want his webbed head on a platter!
Peter is pretty angry, we think. I'm usually pretty good at reading emotions, but I've got nothing here.
We get another divergence path with 2 options. 1. Track down and capture Vulture, the man who just tried to kill his wife and several others, thus bagging a violent and dangerous criminal and reasserting Spider-Man's good standing in the community. Or 2. Break and enter into the film studio's office to learn more about the director because reasons.
Well, there's no way that second option could be real, right?
You'd think not, but if you choose that option, he totally trespasses on private property and breaks in by disabling the security system. Spider-Man, disappointed he's seen as a criminal.
That guy's a lunatic. Did you see that? He really wants to do me in and he's never even met me. I mean...
Goes and commits crimes.
Hey, it's Spider-Man. He's robbing the place. Sound the alarm.
Oh, great.
Now that's a
menace to society.
Here, Spider-Man is attempting to access the director's file cabinet to get some information. On hard mode, this puzzle requires you to decipher the proper code to enter. On easy mode, here's how you solve the puzzle.
You glance at the director's desk. Oh, hey, look, a single piece of paper with the code on it, and nothing else.
How? How do you even think this qualifies as a puzzle? They didn't even try at all. And wait, what? A hint system for this?
There was literally nothing else in the room to click on. There's just the code. How stupid do they think we are?
Even if you choose not to break the law, none of the options you pick ever seem to make a difference. Spider-Man keeps finding himself in positions where he's made to look like the bad guy.
Okay, but let's say you go the route of chasing down Vulture to clear your name. Well, here's where things get repetitive.
The combat in this game mainly consists of aiming and shooting at things, like what we saw in the Mysterio fight earlier. Pretty easy to deal with.
But the other scenes where Spider-Man isn't slinging his webs, a poorly designed and quickly animated Spider-Man jumps onto one of 4 sides of the screen while an enemy either throws things or shoots at him.
This gameplay is so bad. Spider-Man's controls are more like suggestions as to where he should go. You'd think they use keyboard inputs, but no, that would have been smart.
Instead, you'll need to blindly shuffle your mouse around, not knowing where the cursor is. Spider-Man will usually not follow simple swipes of the mouse in a specific direction, so you'll be forced to repeat the action several times, furiously trying to avoid enemy projectiles.
As if the controls weren't already annoying enough, he moves slowly, making it insanely easy to get hit. Spider-Man also has use of his Spidey sense to know where not to go, but it's poorly implemented.
You're better off closing your eyes and swinging your mouse around randomly. Eventually, by pure luck, hopefully, possibly, maybe, you'll actually pass.
After all of that, no matter what option you choose again, seemingly everyone gets away and no important information is gleaned. We go to Peter and MJ sitting on that stupid couch again, and Peter having to pick where to go next.
They use the exact same animation and facial expression they did last time for the next Choose Your Path scene. I mean, come on, at least draw a slightly different expression. Oh, here. I did this in like 3 minutes.
All right, let's say you choose to go to the TV station. Peter Parker just finds Hobgoblin terrorizing the studio and scaring a guy running for mayor. As you might have guessed, Spider-Man gets set up again. Bad combat, bad dialogue.
My real opponent is not the mayor. My real opponent is Spider-Man, for he represents what is wrong with New York.
Don't pick this option.
You might be worried about letting Hobgoblin go free to wreak havoc at this TV station if you don't go, but don't. You'll hear about Daredevil taking care of Mr. Goblin if you don't choose that option.
In fact, it's possible to play this game in a specific way that will lead the gamer to never see Hobgoblin at all, meaning that you wouldn't actually cross paths with the entire Sinister Six roster for this game about the Sinister Six.
And as for Hobgoblin, it's over. He gets arrested. The infamous Goblin won't show up after this point, regardless of how you progress.
Seems like we've been robbed of that ultimate action-packed fight scene where Spider-Man takes on all the Sinister Six at once. How sad.
So, Goblin is a bust. Let's go back and pick the option to go to the wrap party for the movie that was being shot. Because, yes, somehow production still continued with supervillains attacking everyone and almost killing one of the main stars.
We join Peter as he's standing motionless in the center of a party. Typical.
Surrounded by random people, you basically just click on whoever and listen to more inane dialogue.
Best part is that this is the only section of the game where another superhero makes a cameo, the Falcon.
Yep, he's this guy right here, giving off crazy obvious hints to who he is.
You've met Spider-Man?
I fly with some pretty strange birds now and then.
You seem familiar. Have we met before?
I don't think so. And I've got a good eye for faces. My wife says I've got eyes like a falcon.
Falcon?
After talking to enough people, a waiter walks up to Peter.
I was instructed by one of the guests to deliver this note to you.
Which guest gave it to you?
I'm sorry, sir, but I don't see the gentleman now. Perhaps he left.
An encrypted note.
Yes, someone sent Peter a coded message. Let's help him out and figure out what it says.
Spider-Man has to do a puzzle again. Word riddles aren't his thing. What goes where? Just guessing. Watch out. Words confuse Spider-Man.
So none of these actually worked.
Let's use the hint system to see what the answer is.
The note says, find Schmedical or your wife dies.
Okay. I understood everything in that sentence besides whoever's name that was.
Find Schmedical or your wife dies.
It took us a half an hour to figure out how to spell this guy's name.
It's pronounced different than it's spelled.
Schmedical.
Schmadical?
Schmedical.
Schmadical.
So of course, we tried typing that freaking name in a ton of different ways.
You know what the name actually is?
Find Smerdyakov or your wife dies?
Wait, what? Peter said a completely different name than what was in the answer of the hint.
Find Schmedical or your wife dies.
Find Smerdyakov or your wife dies?
Schmedical.
Smerdyakov.
Schmedical.
Smerdjakov.
The hint answer was wrong. It was just wrong. How do you get the answer to your own puzzle wrong? How do you do that?
We complete the stupid puzzle. We find out that one of the guests at the party is the chameleon, and he wants to talk. Why didn't he just send a direct message instead of a complicated puzzle?
So why the encrypted note? Why not just approach me directly?
Because I love games.
Hey, so do we. Just unfortunate that we can't seem to find a good one around here.
Get this. Chameleon randomly kidnapped MJ because he believes that Peter Parker knows Spider-Man and can get in contact with him. Why would Chameleon think that Peter knows Spider-Man?
I don't know. Maybe it might have something to do with the...
Chameleon informs Peter that the Sinister Six are working together and want to confront Spider-Man. To further threaten Peter into doing his bidding, Chameleon morphs into the mutilated and tortured body of MJ to show him what is in store if he doesn't cooperate.
Oh good, violent imagery. You know, for the kids. Chameleon bids a hasty farewell and vanishes into farts.
So Spider-Man heads out to some virtual reality studio where the Sinister Six are hiding out.
Oh boy, mid-90s VR. My eyes still burn from the memories.
Spider-Man gets into the joint and finds out that all of his greatest enemies are on the top floor. So he jumps into a nearby elevator shaft and while crawling comes face to face with Doc Ock.
Trespassing on private property is a crime punishable by death, Spider-Man.
Now, look, I'm not saying I support Dr. Octopus, but he seems to be more aware that breaking and entering is a crime.
So Mr. Spidey fights Mr. Octopus in an endless elevator shaft with widely swinging CG arms just flying all over the place. It's returned to everyone's favorite terrible combat sequence.
Once you pass it, Doc Ock and the gang reveal that they're trying to ruin Spider-Man's public image, which, by now, didn't have to say that. Fake Spider-Man sealing up people in a bus that was gonna explode? Clear enough.
Spider-Man goes back to the movie set and finds a reporter talking to MJ who appears not to be kidnapped anymore, I guess. And anyway, Spidey discovers that the director of the movie, Chip Alvarez, and that one guy running for mayor were both kidnapped by the fake Spider-Man.
Spider-Man has returned to the scene of the kidnapping. Why are you back, Spider-Man? Do you plan to kidnap others?
Look, you have it all wrong. I didn't kidnap anyone.
There were eyewitnesses to the kidnapping.
By the way, during this enlightening moment, Spider-Man speaks to MJ in front of the reporter and calls out MJ by name.
What's going on, MJ?
You, think a reporter might be able to figure out that maybe Spider-Man actually knows MJ and that might be a kinda issue or something?
Well, the bigger issue is that a police officer rushes up to Spider-Man to arrest him. This gives Spider-Man two options. Confront the Sinister Six, the exciting superhero option, or leave the room for a few seconds, get changed, and walk right back in as Peter Parker, in front of the reporter who just heard Spider-Man speaking to MJ.
What's going on, MJ?
And knows what Spider-Man sounds like, and maybe might be able to put two and two together and figure out that Spider-Man is Peter freaking Parker.
But no, of course she doesn't realize it. Nobody in the room does. It's a room full of adults.
The next time Spider-Man shows his face, we'll be ready for it.
So now Peter is in the room. He magically figures out that Mysterio might be the guy faking being Spider-Man. And since apparently Mysterio's illusions don't show up on camera, the security footage might help to clear his name. Camera system needs to be rewired to turn on, so we get a rewiring puzzle. By this point, the devs have checked out, because this puzzle is beyond stupid.
Honestly, there's no way you would have been able to figure this out since the only thing the fuse box says is, to customer, Starfront Pictures. In case of emergency, use company ID for manual reset.
There is no way to solve this unless you use the hint system, because the answer to this puzzle is to draw out the letters S and P on the grid. Nobody was gonna get that. They know it, and we know it. That's why the hint system just gives you the answers after a while. They completely failed. What if somehow you figured that S and P were the letters you needed to put in, but didn't know how to put them in the exact correct position? Stupid!
Peter proves that Mysterio was Spider-Man all along, and the animation and drawing quality take a nosedive.
You just can't help but look at all the awful. Every single person looks creepy.
Spider-Man goes back to the VR studio to finally confront the Sinister Six for good.
Now here we're gonna get an assortment of choices that range all over. Simple ones too, like go through the left door or right door. There's no way to know what's correct, so pay attention people, because this is gonna be important for later.
We go left, and we meet the Shocker. Shocker reveals that he wants to double-cross the Sinister Six before they can double-cross him. But the best part is right here, when Spider-Man asks Shocker what they're doing in the VR studio in the first place.
So what's this factory about? With the Sinister Six involved, it can't be just fun and games.
To the average person, the V64 virtual reality gaming units this factory is producing look like cutting-edge video games. Dr. Octopus has used all of his scientific and computer expertise to create powerful, subliminal programming that can implant messages into the minds of users. Prolonged exposure to the simulations can hypnotize users into acting out pre-programmed commands.
Did you, get all that? Because that was the first time we've heard anything about video game consoles and subliminal messages or anything like that.
This is pretty crazy, right? Throwing key information like this in out of nowhere?
But he goes on, revealing where the Sinister Six are and that Chip Alvarez, the director, was kidnapped a really long time ago, like before the game even started, and Chameleon was impersonating him the whole time. And that guy who wants to run for mayor that we still don't care about, he has been working with the Sinister Six the entire time as well.
It's like all the game's plot was put on hold up until this very moment, and a random character just dumps everything on you all together in one go. And the Shocker? You might have never seen him yet, because don't forget, if all the way back at the start of the game you didn't follow the cops, this would be the first time you're interacting with him.
So after that info dump, you get to choose. Trust the Shocker or don't.
Oh, call me crazy, but I think he's telling the truth. Let's just go ahead and trust him.
The next batch of combat scenes have you fighting Mysterio and Chameleon again with that terrible combat system.
Shocker helps by taking out Vulture.
Spider-Man confronts Doc Ock, who reveals that the real Chip Alvarez has been attached to a VR system that will erase his brain, or something, forcing Spider-Man to pick between fighting Doc Ock or saving the director and letting the octopus get away.
Well, Spider-Man would never sacrifice a life, so we pick the option to save Chip.
Spider-Man and Shocker find the machine, and Spider-Man jumps into VR by getting fused with some yellow beam or some garbage. And all of a sudden, Spider-Man is fighting a bunch of digital enemies in an endless circling void that is making me motion sick. Because this is what VR looked like in the 90s, I guess. Another terrible combat sequence.
Spider-Man eventually wins, saves Chip, tells Shocker to be a good boy, and heads back to MJ and, well, expresses regret for letting Doc Ock get away, which turns out to be a bad ending?
I'm real lost here. How is this the bad ending? Everyone was saved and the majority of the Sinister Six were captured.
Well, I guess there must be a way to capture Doc Ock that we missed. Oh, I know, let's try that last sequence again and fight Doc Ock instead of saving Chip. I bet you he was bluffing and won't really wipe his brain or whatever.
Looks like we missed a fight scene with Doc Ock. This is without a doubt the worst of all the combat sequences where Spider-Man is jumping around the screen like a jackrabbit. Most of the other scenes usually had Spidey sense kick in at least to give you a brief hint as to where you're supposed to avoid attacks. Not this one though, you're on your own, staring at a poorly drawn and badly animated Doc Ock.
Oh, gotta love that his arms were CG in the elevator, which kinda looked cool, but in the final boss fight they just give up and resort to MS Paint images being animated.
One incredibly long, hard, and insultingly bad combat scene later, this happens.
You're too late. Dr. Octopus's program has destroyed Alvarez's mind.
No, there has to be a way.
He's gone. It's not your fault.
I should have let Dr. Octopus go. If I had, I could have saved Alvarez.
And Dr. Octopus could have killed innocent people if you hadn't stopped him.
My decision has cost this man his life.
And it probably saved the lives of millions. Think about what would have happened if Octopus would have succeeded.
Did it just cut to credits? No MJ scene? Wait, is this worse than the bad ending we already got?
I mean, Chip's brain is fried, so Spider-Man is obviously upset, but Shocker was consoling Spider-Man? He's a criminal, right? Why would he care about how Spider-Man, his nemesis, feels?
Righty, restart it from the top. Let's go through the right door this time.
The mayor guy is there, and at this point we know he's a liar, so we don't trust him. We select the don't trust him button, and bam! The Sinister Six pour out of a door and beat the crap out of Spider-Man and throw him into a dumpster across the street. Hey, across.
This ending has Peter talking to MJ on the couch, but he seems strangely okay for a guy who just got seriously injured. But this is probably the worst possible ending you can get in the game because Spider-Man totally loses.
So, you want to know how you get the good ending?
Meet the Shocker. Let him reveal the truth. Instead of trusting the guy who's telling the truth, you attack him.
This next part broke the brains.
In this scenario, Shocker is subdued. We walk into the next room to confront the rest of the Sinister Six, but they've been pre-captured in some sort of bizarre bubble force field. The only force field we've seen in this game was used by Shocker. Remember the door at the bank?
This begs the question, how did Shocker use a force field while subdued?
Why didn't he use a force field on the Six when he's trying to help Spider-Man in the other version of this scene?
Nobody knows!
But now you can rush over to Chip and save him without his brain getting zapped.
But even with this ending, Spider-Man still let Shocker go afterwards because he realized that Shocker was telling the truth all along. So as a sign of good faith, he frees him. By the way, Shocker still took hostages, still robbed a bank, but to Spider-Man, I guess that's not a big deal.
And now we finally see the good ending. MJ and Peter are on that same darn couch again, where...
You need to focus your attention on something else. Like me.
This part of the superhero biz ain't so bad.
Ooh, steamy.
Yeah, that seems to be how they ended it. Game for kids, everyone.
This game has got to be the worst of the licensed Spider-Man games. One that largely flew under the radar by most, and that was probably a good thing.
The gameplay is brutal. The puzzles aren't puzzling. The writing is bland. The story doesn't click. But, you know, the worst of it? The animations. They seem to be lower quality than what was the norm for 1996. Don't forget, this is the same year that Broken Sword came out, with animations that looked like this.
By comparison, it almost looks like the animators were forced to animate against their will.
Well, about that, yeah. In the credits, we found a secret message that might clue us in as to what happened.
No animals were harmed during the taping of this game. However, the animators incurred severe injuries at various times. But hey, that's what you get. It's just bad.
So, how did this game go unrecognized?
Is it because it shares a name with other wall crawler adventures featuring the Sinister Six?
Yeah, okay. While the game's title may be a problem, the gameplay is likely far more to blame for its fade from memory. Something this bad doesn't inspire people to share with friends.
What's this notebook page doing next to this control panel?
And don't forget, Spider-Man is one heck of a popular character.
Some might argue that this Spider-Man game's release, before the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man in 2002, means that the franchise didn't have pull back then.
But that's plain wrong, because a few short years after Spider-Man The Sinister Six on PC, we got a game simply titled Spider-Man. It was made and released in 2000 by the creators of the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater franchise. It was a pretty big hit.
And back to that Sinister Six naming confusion, look, this successful title was simply labeled Spider-Man, meaning it could have easily been confused with other games also named Spider-Man, but it wasn't. And why?
Spider sense tingling.
Good gameplay, folks. It prevails.
On to our next unknown flop that, like our friendly neighborhood entry, is attached to a huge property in every sense of the word.
The game itself, massively disappointing, largely unheard of.
We're talking
Gundam 0079, The War for Earth is a video game released by Presto Studios and Bandai Digital Entertainment for the PC, PlayStation, and Apple Pippin in 1996 and 1997.
The game is part of the ever-popular Gundam franchise that started as an anime series back in, 1979.
Over 4 decades of giant robot adventures. That's gotta be canonically dense. Luckily, the two of us know a guy who can lay down some serious anime knowledge in a short amount of time. Tristan from Glass Reflection. Buddy, you've got the floor.
Yeah, great. Gundam is a topic that I can literally talk about for hours. How long do I got?
About a minute.
Oh. Okay, so Gundam, Crash Course. Yes, originally the franchise started in 1979 with the original Mobile Suit Gundam, and there have been countless media releases for the series since then, not to mention an even longer list of written work in the form of manga and novels. As such, in Japan, Gundam's influence stretches far and wide, having been one of the forefathers of the mecha animated genre and the originator of what is known as the real robot subgenre. See, mecha narratives prior to Gundam focused heavily on superhero-like narrative tropes, where the robots were used by pilots to combat evil, such as in Mazinger, or if you're more familiar with the property, Super Sentai and its North American equivalent, the Power Rangers.
We know the Power Rangers.
Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue on the Nintendo 64.
Yay!
7-oop!
Boop, 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 boop. Right. Well, what Gundam provided that was different from its robot forebearers was a darker, more narrative-driven tale with technology at the forefront. The mecha suits used in Gundam, while somewhat fantastical compared to our technology in the real world, didn't have magical powers, but were instead just a logical progression of technology. The stories included a lot of heavy-hitting topics too, like our characters being child soldiers suffering from PTSD, the idealism of a truly pacifist nation in a world ravaged by constant violence, and even just the innate horrors of wartime. But hey, did you want some Zaku Tofu? Merchandising aside, the stories that Gundam told, while tragic and futuristic, still felt real. Like humanity could progress in technology one day far enough to soar amongst the stars, only to have the same conflicts we know today. It's what's helped keep the franchise relevant all the way to the present. Needless to say, Gundam's uniqueness added to its appeal, and it's very much a household name in Japan, much the same as Star Trek and Star Wars are here in North America. Heck, Gundam's popularity has spurred on whole secondary hobbies, and even a full-sized moving Gundam replica in Yokohama.
Woo! Thanks, Tristan. Gundam. Big deal in Japan. Get it?
So what did North America think of Gundam back in '96 when this game was released?
Well, your average Joe likely didn't think much, because it was hardly a blip on their radar.
By the mid-90s, Gundam had multiple shows and products available in Japan.
They also had several video games for many platforms.
And while there were multiple Gundam-related things released, not many were officially brought over to North America.
But Presto Studios was about to change-o that.
Don't do that.
Because the developers of this game have one very important distinction.
They're American.
That's right. Bandai entrusted their Japan-exclusive, beloved, and downright iconic series to folks that may or may not have been the most in the know when it came to the series.
Impossible as it may seem, it happened. And boy, did it happen.
Not only would this game be the first in the series developed in North America, it would also be the very first for North Americans.
You see, in 1996, the first official English translation of a Gundam anime hadn't been released yet, meaning that this game would have been the first officially released Gundam anything that North Americans could have experienced.
Well, actually, there was a cartoon pilot called Doozy Bots in the early 90s, which actually attempted to repurpose the anime SD Gundam into a Saturday morning cartoon.
No, we didn't make this up, but it being unaired and all means that nobody really saw this, besides some, unwilling TV executives.
So without much of an official Gundam presence in North America, that means that this video game would have to be many people's first entry points into the series. That's a heck of a lot of weight to put on any game developer's shoulders.
Because if we didn't properly establish it yet, did you not see the life-size moving Gundam? Here, have a picture of a train station where locals funded a Gundam statue. Official stamps, anyone?
Gundam, big deal in Japan.
So how do you pay respect to this classic franchise? How do you possibly take what Gundam is and turn it into an interactive game?
Well, you should do this.
Mobile Suit Gundam is a video game released and developed by Bandai for the PlayStation in 1995.
It's a fully 3D mobile suit game where you pilot a giant mecha through locations with events made popular in the original animated series.
This was followed by a second game that was more of a remaster and upgrade called Mobile Suit Gundam version 2.0. This heavily improved almost every aspect of the original game.
While they were not the first Gundam games to offer a first-person perspective, they did establish a greater idea and understanding of what fans and gamers wanted from piloting a mobile suit.
Oh, that's right. There were 2 simulation-style Gundam games already on the market, just begging to be translated for an English-speaking audience. But were they retooled and released outside of Japan?
No! To this day, both games remain Japanese-exclusive PlayStation releases.
Okay, well, that's kinda strange, but I guess Presto Studios must have really wowed Bandai with an amazingly interactive game that surpassed the 2 earlier titles. Oh crap.
I'd say it's time to jump in an experimental mobile suit and pilot our way through Gundam 0079, The War for Earth.
The game begins with a video introduction that lays out the setting.
79 years have passed since crushing overpopulation drove humankind into space.
The rundown is that Earth helped launch a bunch of space colonies into, well, space.
The intro is brief, but there is more information linked in the main menu detailing important historic events that lead to this battle. Now, why show snippets in video form of these compelling events when you can just place, I don't know, a mile of plain text to read?
The colonies and Earth eventually engaged in a full-scale war, pitting 2 armies against each other. The Earth Federation fighting for Earth, and the Duchy of Jean fighting for the colonies.
This, right, we gotta pause here for a sec, folks. Some of you no doubt heard my colleague here say the words,
the Duchy of Jean.
Well, we're not in 1996 anymore, and nowadays everyone who knows what Gundam is would call them by another name, the Principality of Zeon.
Likely this is just a translation error and is the equivalent of pronouncing this guy's name as Master Chef.
Hey everyone, it's me, Master Chef, the iconic protagonist from everyone's favorite interactive software disc. Hello.
I guess we'll stay true to Presto Studios' naming revision here. So, good guys, Earth Federation, bad guys, Duchy of Jean. Okay, We all finally have an understanding of Gundam, right?
Well, no. See, Gundam has kind of a complicated story with no clear identifier of good guy and bad guy. These ideas are supposed to be more ambiguous. While yes, on the surface, this is a series about teams of giant fighting robots, at its heart, Gundam has a weaving story of politics and relationships with nuance on all sides.
Are you telling me we're not off to a good start here?
Ha! Was the Hello Donut created by the Floor Runners?
Yeah, I think that means we're off to a bad start.
Okay, well, weird and strangely off-brand intro done. Let's get into the gameplay.
The game begins with a sequence zooming in on one of the space colonies, showing a packed street with people desperately trying to go somewhere. Amidst the crowd, a lone driver who thinks they're better than everyone else takes a detour and drives into a military base where
he hits the foot of a giant mobile suit because apparently he just didn't see the giant aggressive robot. An explosion occurs and his car is decommissioned. Freaked out, the driver runs to a warehouse where a soldier on a monitor implores this rando to jump into the mobile suit in the hangar.
It's a Gundam!
It's Optimus Prime!
What? The guy gets into the mobile suit and
gets destroyed. Game over.
Okay, must have missed something there. Were we in control? We weren't really told to do anything. Let's restart.
79 years have passed since...
Oh, cool. Looks like we have to sit through the entire opening sequence again. No skipping.
Yeah, if you fail it like we did, you'll just need to repeat it over and over again until you get it right.
Well, then I guess we best try not to screw this up again.
Back to start.
79 years.
Okay, I'm thinking we need to push a button or something. Let's check out the instructions. So according to this, the game is controlled entirely by keyboard. That must mean we need to push one of these keys at a specific moment.
Makes sense. Let's go back to the Gundam sequence.
Yeah, see? The space bar lets me change weapons, so we must be able to attack with one of these. Let's try attacking with this dagger-looking weapon.
Nope. Dead.
No problem. Let's try this punchy fist.
Nope. Dead.
Okay, maybe the Gundam's head icon thing?
Nope. Dead.
Duh. It's gotta be the gun icon, right?
Nope.
What? That was all the attack options. There is literally no other possible way we can attack.
Let's restart again. Wait. You see that there? That icon thing? It's lit up. I think it means we need to push something.
Okay, whatever. Fine. The button is clearly an up arrow, so let's push the direction key on the keyboard. What the Gundam is going on?
Dear viewers, this whole area right here, this opening sequence, it took us over a half an hour to figure out. First off, there's this section where you can pick a weapon to attack with, and you know what? It's a no-win situation. Despite the fact that you can toggle through different weapons here, you can't actually use them. Why? Because the character we're playing as is not actually in the Gundam yet.
But why do I have access to toggle through its weapons? Why would the game let me select them at all if I was unable to use them and wasn't actually in the Gundam?
Who knows? What we do know is this. While playing the game, you'll see 4 icons at the bottom of the screen almost at all times. Now, what do you think these icons represent?
Let me! I can figure it out using my advanced AI companion, Frittata. According to Frittata, I guess the first one is an X or something. The second one is a really speedy lightning bolt. The third one is totally a coffin. Oh, yeah, and the fourth one is one of those cool old Viking shields.
No.
Blast! Frittata, Playmaster Chef is disappointed in you, Music Mix Volume 7. I love this song.
Sure, yeah, these symbols look like a bunch of weird things, but what do they actually mean? For starters, the X at the beginning is actually 4 arrows. It represents your movement keys.
How? The keys on the keyboard look nothing like this and don't move in those directions at all.
The second one is the attack icon. The third one is the Gundam shield, and the Viking shield symbol at the end, that's actually the interact icon.
Why doesn't the shield look like the actual Gundam shield that the Gundam uses? Why couldn't they just make the icon something simple like, I don't know, the words that these things actually represent?
That would have probably made the game better. Good thing they didn't do that, huh? But now we know what we need to push. So let's go back one more time.
Okay, the button is lit up, and I push the C key, which means interact. The icon lit up, and I hit it, and...
Another major problem here, folks. Hitting the right button doesn't always work. You might be off by a couple milliseconds, or the game might just not register it. So what you need to do is keep on trying until it works.
Finally! I did it!
Great. Time to get into the Gundam, which you need to do really quickly by tapping the forward key while standing in front of that chair. Because if not...
Again!
So eventually you get into the Gundam and you're greeted to a boot sequence where they...
Explain what the icons mean? Why would they explain them to you after they've started showing them to you? If you didn't know what they meant, you wouldn't be able to get to where you are right now. It's madness!
It is! But after that boot screen, you can finally use your head-mounted machine guns to take out the enemy mobile suit. Let me tell you, after almost an hour of seeing the same sequence over and over again, this is incredibly satisfying to see.
Whew. So we get control of the Gundam. Now it seems the game's turned into a point-and-click type thing where... Wait, what? Gundam!
A brief moment while my co-pilot sorts some things out. Gundam 0079, The War for Earth, is an FMV game. FMV is short for full motion video. The concept of this was made incredibly popular by a game called Dragon's Lair, which played like a far simpler version of this. One joystick, one button. Sometimes the screen would highlight a direction that you should aim for or give you brief hints of things you're supposed to do. Dragon's Lair's execution of this style of game isn't perfect, but it worked well enough.
But what's important, what is real important to know, is that the game came out in 1983. After a decade of advanced game development, you would think, you would hope that they figured out how to make FMV games work better. But no, The War for Earth is a gigantic Gundam step backwards.
Oh, you can say that again. There's no reason why it should take us this long to get past the first 3 minutes of the game. Anyway, back to the warehouse.
So, after you start controlling the Gundam, you get to look around a full 360-degree still image. Looks kinda cool. The problem with what I did last time was that I clicked on that open door right away. Silly me. The developers expected us to know that we'd immediately get an axe to the face.
What you're supposed to do is click and drag around the outside of the door frame to look around. If you do it right, you'll find the iconic Gundam shield hanging on the wall.
Shielded up, you can now go outside and use the craptastic controls to take on the enemy mobile suit.
This is your first true battle, and it really doesn't inspire confidence in the rest. Unless you're literally told what to do, it's usually just a guessing game with deadly consequences.
Like here, we've used our beam saber, which is what I thought this weird dagger icon thing was. Anyway, we used it to slice up that enemy mech real good.
According to our sensors, thermonuclear reaction imminent.
So what do? Maybe we should run away. Let's hit the back movement key, quick! He just stepped back slightly. Why would they even animate that?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what movement key you push. Nothing works. What you'll need to do is pull out that shield and hide behind it, because the shield alone is strong enough against a nuclear explosion, apparently.
So this shield is so good, in fact, that it looks practically unscathed in the next scene. That is one amazing shield.
Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
That issue we're having with not being able to know exactly what button we're supposed to push ambush and what action we're supposed to take plagues the entire game and only gets worse. As more enemies approach, you'll come up to situations where you'll be given multiple light-up icons, having you fail again and again. And despite the fact that a nuclear explosion can be survived by your shield, you'll be in situations where your shield is compromised by regular gunfire. It's completely inconsistent, each time forcing you to go back to the start of the entire game if you forgot to save in time.
Oh yeah, saving is a whole other ball of yarn as well. The game is a video and always advancing forward. You'll need to pause the game mid-video sequence to save. And when you reload, it starts at the beginning of that video sequence, even if you were several minutes into it.
So, the Gundam gets out of the explosion, avoids a couple more enemies, and meets up with White Base, a giant spaceship with a sparse crew of soldiers fighting against Jean.
Here you'll meet some important characters plucked straight from the anime, but kinda different. These characters may have had great background introductions in the show, but here they're about as flat as cardboard.
Foreshadowing.
This character, Noah, is clearly played as a mature adult here, a weathered commanding officer, but in the show, he's a 19-year-old thrust into a position of leadership. The game avoids any of that and reduces the character to, well...
I am Ensign Noah Bright, the most senior officer left aboard. During the attack, a Musai struck our bridge with a TAM missile.
Bland yogurt.
Noah goes on to explain that for some reason, only you can pilot the Gundam, and invites you to join the Earth Federation by presenting you with some wings or something.
But be quick!
Yup, if you miss the brief second to accept the wings, it triggers a fail state where you need to replay the entire 4-minute White Base video sequence again, from the start! Just look at how long they give you to actually snag the wings! That's pretty quick, and they expect you to be able to figure that out flawlessly the first time!
So, skipping along the story, the game moves away from White Base and jumps over to the evil Jean. Here we meet up with Char. Yup, this here is another character from the anime, who looks kinda better in that show?
Yeah, long story short, he's hiding his identity. And in the original anime, this looked fine.
But in live action, yeah, they needed to give the actor a better costume because this looks like he ran to an arts and crafts store and grabbed some scraps of construction paper for a face mask. And don't think we didn't see the spray-painted Darth Vader helmet. We noticed.
But perhaps the worst part is that in the game, they keep calling him Char. Char, like Sharona. S-H-A-R.
See that? That's strange, because his name's actually Char. C-H-A-R, like Charizard.
And that's not all. The name of the enemy mobile suits that the Jean use is also wrong. They're called Zaku, but the entirety of the game, they call them Zax.
I guess we have to give them the benefit of the doubt without being able to pull from an official translation. It's not like they would have written the name properly and just misspoke the name the entire time by accident, right?
Oh, you mean like on White Base's computer terminal that correctly spells Zaku and therefore proves the developers knew that the name should actually be that, but during the entire production, they just happened to get it wrong? It's maddening, especially if you're a fan of Gundam, because you know these characters' names and what these things are and how to pronounce them properly.
Right, so back to the story. The Gundam needs to be delivered to some place called Jaburo, because it's a special kind of mobile suit that is very advanced and very rare. The Earth Federation needs it. We guess to produce more of them, but just to rub it in, at no point during the entire game will the Gundam ever demonstrate why it's so advanced.
Hate to keep bringing up the show, but the Gundam from the series was made with advanced materials that made it very, very hard to destroy, which is never mentioned in this freaking game at all. So you as the pilot are left in the dark completely about why anyone would need this thing so badly. You're just an untrained civilian who just happened to press the right buttons. But boy, do your teammates in the Earth Federation think you're amazing anyway.
I must say, even I'm impressed. They don't teach maneuvers like that in flight training.
I can't believe how well you handled that mobile suit. You have to let me know how you made it fly so smooth.
Next, Char, our favorite dollar store cosplay, arrives to confront you. You get into a complicated and long fight in space filled with awkward pauses and no-win scenarios.
But unlike the start of the game where the no-win scenario could be corrected by selecting the right option, when you fight Char, you're supposed to lose.
It's one of them fail-to-win sequences that us gamer types sure do love.
In order to win, you need to lose the correct way.
Yeah, see, if you lose the fight accidentally too too early, you'll lose. But if you keep the fight going far enough, you'll lose properly.
I really hate this game.
To lose properly, you need to trigger an event where Char blows up your Gundam's leg and you helplessly fall to Earth from space. Around this time, a giant laser cannon fires at White Base and they helplessly fall to Earth from space as well.
You both end up in post-apocalyptic Las Vegas.
With the Gundam's leg damaged, the team puts its torso on some tank treads. Now it's driven through the Las Vegas Strip to find the big laser cannon and destroy it, so White Base can fly again without being shot down.
What comes next is a maze. A maze that is traversed through multiple still-frame 360 images. Each one represents a crossroads on the Vegas Strip and is surrounded by random and large 3D objects made to look like buildings. Giant Texas hat, giant light bulb, giant bottle and glasses. And there's a really cool restaurant off to the side here called Scabby's. Yeah, everybody likes to eat at Scabby's.
The problem here is that you have no real guidance or direction. Sometimes you'll choose a path that has mines that blow you up. Or other times, you'll run into turrets that shoot and destroy you. It's pure trial and error with a single set path that you must memorize each and every time, starting all the way from the beginning until you get it right.
Be prepared to watch a lot of death animations. It ain't fun.
By the way, at this point we started to notice that everyone in the game kept calling the player Gundam or Pilot.
Gundam Pilot.
It was around here we realized that we're not playing as the character from the anime, but instead just a nameless character. Remember this. We'll get back to it later.
So, the Gundam makes it through the maze, finds the cannon, gets into more complicated and stupid fights that take far too long to beat, with characters you've never seen before and have no idea who they are. But eventually, you are victorious, and the big cannon is destroyed.
Now comes a huge pivotal moment in the story that will make absolutely no sense at all to the player.
By the time you see this scene, you're around 20 or so minutes into the game's story. Char is going to backstab somebody, leading to events that will cause them to crash their spaceship. Now, this character you've only briefly seen during a cutscene. This is inspired by the anime, but the anime took its time to establish all of these characters and their relationships, making this event far more impactful.
But in this game, oh boy, it doesn't matter. You got no care in the world what Cardboard Face and Captain Jean here are talking about or even fighting about.
All you need to know is that this guy here is about to crash his big spaceship and scream out the wrong name for the organization he's a part of.
For the freedom of Sean!
But what makes this section almost unplayable is that the gameplay here mostly focuses on moving the Gundam around the top of this spaceship as it's crashing.
The camera keeps changing directions and perspectives, also changing the orientation of your movement keys. It happens randomly, making it really hard to play properly.
And to add to the fun, sometimes the video loading sequences jump in too quickly, cutting out important dialogue.
Like this gem.
Doesn't look like that ugly bird's gonna change course. Try taking out the cockpit. Try taking out the cockpit. Try taking out the cockpit.
Pit! Cockpit! That's clearly what they're trying to say, right? They didn't actually mean...
Try taking out the cockpit.
I hope not. That would either hurt or be kind of awkward.
This is where the horse has corralled itself.
Anywho, the Gundam makes it back to White Base and everything seems to be fine. But suddenly, we get this amazing chunk of acting!
Whoa, what in the blazes was that? Did somebody just take a shot at me? Hey, wait, I just saw a red flash. What? Whoa, hey! White Base, Kai, Gundam, I'm under attack!
Duke! Duke, no! That's Char's mobile suit!
Battle station. We have a hostile intruder in Hangar 1. Gundam, engage immediately.
Excellent.
This experienced pilot, taught to use one of the most advanced mechanical weapons in the military, seemed completely unprepared for being shot at in a war zone. Suddenly, their amazement at a civilian's piloting skills makes way more sense.
Char is back. After double-crossing his own team, he now wants to take you out, the random guy he met 15 minutes ago, because he's super impressed with how you handle a mech. Why is everyone so damn impressed with our piloting skills?
This is probably supposed to be the most epic battle of the game. game. The one where you take all of the elements you've learned up until this point and utilize them brutally and efficiently to take on Char.
But nah, that's not gonna happen. You get plenty of awkward pauses, random moments where you need to retry again and again. Essentially, we're dealing with probably one of the worst boss battles we've ever experienced in any video game.
You'll feel just as helpless and lost as you did all the way at the start of the game, because you've really gained no experience that could possibly help. And Char? Well, he just keeps taunting you like his mask isn't made from old cereal boxes.
His taunts are confusing because he acts like you're a challenge, but also he doubts your abilities.
Okay, let's fire at him! One cannot describe just how slow this fight is. You have to wait for Char to boast about things over and over. But when it ends, you'll want to scream.
Ah! See, you don't take out Char. No, you just cut off his arm and he flies away in retreat. This pilot, this great renowned warrior of Jean, is reduced to running away like a baby because he doesn't know how to fight.
These armies are useless. None of these fighters know how to use their mobile suits in any way efficiently, especially against a newbie pilot. It's a joke.
But the biggest joke is about to happen. Back to the story. Char has run away. The Earth Federation soldiers and generals congratulate the player and inform them they need to go to Jaburo. And the video sequence cuts to Char in a spaceship boasting some more.
I look forward to our next encounter.
And then suddenly, the game ends.
The game ends!
On a cliffhanger.
Just around a half hour of gameplay. That is, if you manage to play it without any fails, it ends.
The story is not completed. The narrative is unfinished, but this game is over.
There isn't even a proper video ending. This is what we get.
Congratulations. You have delivered Gundam and White Base from the clutches of Jean. For now.
Oh, screw you!
You feel so wronged with an ending like this, and it's even worse when you stop for 2 seconds to really think about it.
They went to all the trouble of designing entirely new live-action film sequences for this game and didn't even bother to finish the story. What if they just repurposed the animation from the anime for those scenes?
That would have made sense. The game doesn't utilize any of the anime scenes from the show. There were hours upon hours of animation that already followed this exact plot. Using it would have translated to a video game way easier.
See, all those moments where we need to make a choice in the game, well, they would have been so much better with an animated cartoon pausing. It would look normal, but with live action actors, they had to keep things moving constantly, making the game feel like a cluster of bad gameplay designs.
And with all the money they would have saved by not making live action and CG animated sequences, they could have focused on translating the story properly and working on better gameplay.
We mentioned how the main character is just a nameless pilot, right? Well, in the anime, the main character is Amuro, who isn't just some random guy that jumped into a Gundam. His dad had designed the thing, making him the only person in the universe who could figure out how to control the Gundam so quickly after his father died.
Yeah, all we know is that the guy in the game could drive a car badly from what we saw, and suddenly he was capable of piloting an advanced mechanical war-fighting robot.
The anime's narrative is complex, deep, and something worth exploring, inspiring countless other shows that have continued to be produced to this day.
Gundam 0079, The War for Earth, fails at almost every possible aspect of being a Gundam game and barely makes it as a game, period.
You might be wondering if this is worth your time as a Gundam fan, and we would say no. You might be wondering if this is worth your time if you're an FMV game fan, and again, we would say no.
According to the developers themselves, as stated on their very own website, they claim that they put in the best effort they could while respecting the franchise.
Respect, huh? Hey, remember that sequence at the start when the main character ran into that building and found the Gundam?
Yeah?
Well, here's the respect these developers put into the game. The security cam footage features some random words that they wrote and we didn't make up.
Interesting. Let's clean this up a bit so we can read it.
Look at this dorky guy running into the door. He looks like Jodie Foster on crack. If you had to measure his IQ, 0.0006843 plus or minus blah blah double blah. Hope nobody is reading this crap. Here are some numbers: 2138820684337Y.
I don't think I'd call that respect. I think I'd say
it's just bad.
In some bizarre alternate universe, this game was a success and drove a live-action Gundam revolution in North America, preventing the long-running anime series from taking hold.
But that never happened, and we've all seen the reasons why.
Great job, Lieutenant Shiden. You three have done the impossible.
I'm on, Capitan. Does this mean I can finally get a vacation?
I mean, clearly effort went into this. The 3D animations, for their time, were striking.
But we've got a sneaking suspicion that the live-action production team may not have had the same expertise or budget.
Whew, that was some intense combat. You took on Shar Aznable and handled him like he was a rookie.
When you consider these scenes needed to be digitized and properly implemented into a worthwhile player experience, things get all that much trickier. Games were still experimenting with how to properly incorporate full motion video.
The both of us, big fans of games like the Command & Conquer series, which also made use of digitized film performances.
But they were not a key focus of gameplay. They were complementary to it. Tone setters, hint helpers, bookends to gameplay.
In Gundam 0079, the full motion video actively pulled attention, clashing with the spur-of-the-moment reactionary mouse clicks that were sometimes illogical or unfairly hidden.
I mean, how can you even begin to think about the next correct move when your tension's ripped away by a smirking Char that looks like he's rocking shades from Shrek 3D?
This white giant is mine. It's a shame this will not even be a challenge.
Clearly, your only challenge is making us believe your getup wasn't slapped together with a couple glue sticks.
Remarkably, the last 3 games we looked at all heavily featured pre-recorded video, with gameplay that many would argue doesn't feel very modern.
But here in the modern time of now, things have changed. We've moved on. 3D interactive game worlds have become more the standard.
The ability to run around and explore giant spaces with very few limitations, it's pretty great.
But what if you took a character known for having very few limitations and created a video game around them that failed so hard it became infamous?
Well, then you'd get Superman 64.
But this is a list about games people didn't play. Everyone's played Superman 64.
But what if another Superman game flew out into the world and bungled its landing so badly that no one dared play through to completion?
Superman, the Man of Steel is an action-adventure title released exclusively to the Xbox in 2002.
The game was developed by Circus Freak Studios, who released only one game before going bankrupt in 2003. Oh, that can't be good.
The game begins with Lois Lane and Clark Kent openly discussing their most deepest secret of all time, that he is, in fact, Superman.
Just a sloppy pile of exposition amongst the many citizens of Metropolis, where they reveal things like,
there's something amusing about being married to a guy who can see through a brick wall and change the course of mighty rivers, not to mention fly.
You know, if the rocket ship that brought me to Earth as a baby hadn't landed in Kansas...
You might want to keep some of that to yourself, Clarky boy.
Hold up, pump the brakes. This is Metropolis? They've got flying cars, futuristic buildings, and even TVs on garbage cans. How lush.
Oh yeah, this is 100% for real what would be considered modern-day Metropolis.
How?
This game takes place directly after the events of a comic book series called Superman Y2K. After a battle with a villain named Brainiac 13, where Superman obviously wins, Metropolis is turned into a futuristic paradise.
Now, does the game explain any of this?
No. It doesn't. This Superman game is based off comic books you need to have read to have any understanding of what's going on here.
Great. That's just like, Batman Dark Tomorrow. Remember reference.
Funny you'd say that, because this Superman game has one big thing in common with Batman Dark Tomorrow.
What's that?
The writer.
Oh, well, in that case...
No, not yet. Gotta give it a chance first.
Fine.
Back in Metropolis, Lois and Clark are having a wonderful day out, disclosing Clark's past, his superpowers, possibly going to go see art, when suddenly...
Giant robot!
Yep, Clark points out that it looks like Brainiac 13 is back, and so, right after defeating him in the comics, he's now got to defeat him again in this game.
Superman waddles into an alley and strips himself of his terrestrial costume as he dons his true identity.
Superman!
Which we already knew because he told everybody on the street that he's actually...
After this sequence, he flies off to battle, and the gameplay finally begins.
It's a bird!
It's a plane!
I think it's a concussion.
This is unfortunate.
The absolute first thing any Superman game needs to do well is flight.
I mean, he flies practically everywhere.
The police took away my license.
So how does it feel controlling an ultra-powerful being who's granted an ability many have only ever dreamed of having?
It's like you're controlling an ice cube on a hot day that was rubbed with duck fat.
Looks like a building is approaching rapidly. Luckily, I'm a master of flight and can easily maneuver around this.
The left thumbstick controls turning left and right, but moving that same thumbstick up and down pushes Superman forwards and backwards. And the right stick controls your vertical and horizontal position, but sometimes doesn't do that depending on what movement is taking place. You need to master both to properly turn Superman while at the same time using the right trigger to fly forward faster. Sound confusing?
It is! It is very confusing!
Don't even think you can change the controls because that won't help you. Every single option available doesn't change the flight or direction controls at all.
Oh, and we know. We tried all of them.
Dun, 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 da, 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 da. This is not working.
It doesn't matter how long you play or what you do. It never gets better, and you always feel like you're learning to fly for the entire game.
Lois, I need my Viagra.
Well, if we're having trouble flying, why don't we run?
Look, Lois, I'm running! Like people!
How is he running insanely fast and irritatingly slow at the same time?
Well, if you think movement in this game is garbage, the controls actually take a nosedive when you lock on enemies.
Oh boy, combat in this game is just... ugh. If you were moving in one direction before you locked on, the controls actively change on the spot, disorienting the player.
If that weren't enough of a problem, Superman gets ultra slow and takes forever to move forward to get close enough for any of his melee attacks to land.
You better hope you're not being attacked from some other baddie, because if you're locked on to one of them, it's impossible to switch to the other.
Now, you see all this, and you're probably thinking to yourself,
why do I need to punch things? I'm Superman! I've got a bunch of superhero powers at my disposal, like this! I blow hard.
Yeah, using superpowers. That's what we thought too.
Except the designers of this game introduce a battle system that literally nerfs Superman's abilities.
The system we're talking about is...
specific attacks hurt specific enemies.
You're playing as Superman. It should feel natural or fun using all your crazy Kryptonian powers.
It should be fun, but it isn't. When you see a certain color, you have to use a specific attack.
Pop quiz! If you had to choose a color to signify a weakness to freeze breath, what would it be? No, you moron! It's green! Well, Superman also uses heat vision to defeat his enemies. Now, what color do you think of when you think of red hot flames? No, you dunce! It's purple! Finally, some enemies are defeated using melee attacks. What color would indicate a melee attack? If you said yellow, you'd be correct. And wrong! Sometimes the enemies that are killed with melee attacks have a red target on them. Who came up with this system?
I did. The heat vision has fried my retinas.
Now, keep all this color coding in mind and memorize it.
Because the game is going to get way less fun.
You need to also blow out fires, carry communication towers, and save crashing flying cars. All of this while still fighting off color-coded enemies in very specific ways.
But the developers didn't stop there.
That's right. They also added health bars for the buildings and time limits for virtually everything.
So Picture this. Find a group of enemies, defeat them using the color system you definitely memorized before they destroy a building. Okay, done? Nah. Now the building may or may not be on fire. Extinguish said fires on the buildings before it either runs out of health completely or you've run out of time.
And as soon as you're done that, you've instantly triggered another sequence where maybe Superman has to carry something somewhere. It could be a radio tower, it could be a hover car, it could be a person, it doesn't matter. The moment you pick up anything, regardless of how much it weighs, it instantly turns your controls into ultra-heavy, unbelievably frustrating inputs. It's like you're driving a tractor trailer brimming with overfed hippos. Oh, the icing on the cake? Superman can't use any of his attacks while carrying something. So while you're carrying that civilian to safety, you better hope no enemy picks a fight with you. And spoiler, they will.
But why would Superman being attacked matter?
Because he's got a health bar. Superman, the Man of Steel, the invincible hero, hurt by lasers and sticks and stuff.
The creators of this game could have easily made this make sense with a throwaway line like,
"Hey, Superman! You need to be careful, because all the guys that are trying to hurt you, they got kryptonite weapons. So watch out."
But they didn't even bother writing that into the plot.
Speaking of plot, remember the cutscene we showed right at the start? What if we told you this was them trying, using pre-rendered graphics and advanced animations?
Well, here we're into our second cutscene, and Jimmy, my boy, what have they done to you?
The model and animation work takes a bad turn.
Superman can't seem to sit still. He's jerking around. His eyes are just kind of darting all over the place. He looks like a rabid Chuck E. Cheese animatronic some drunk dad sucker punched.
And Jimmy's mouth animations? Woof. Clearly this guy just went through some dental surgery.
Novocaine hasn't worn off yet. Hey, Jimmy!
But Jimmy does have a reason to be in this game, to serve more exposition.
Important exposition, though, as he is about to explain what's going on right now and the prior events that led to this game.
But as he's getting into it, this happens.
When Brainiac upgraded Metropolis and nearly...
I remember, Jim.
What? Why did you do that, you idiot?
Superman spent like 2 minutes at the start of the game talking about his origin story, something everyone's heard like 1,000,000 times.
And then, when we're finally about to hear why a giant robot is materializing in the center of the city, Superman decides,
I remember, Jim.
It's not worth our time.
Oh look, it's Lex Luthor. This scene's even worse than the last.
Let's go over a little list of everything that's wrong here.
When Superman lands, he doesn't actually touch the ground.
Crazy stiff and awkward animations.
Lex's hands are deformed.
Superman has a chest butt.
Excuse me.
And look, even simple things like sound effects play before any action happens, like right here.
The cutscenes that should come off as fun end up being overly confusing, like anything that happens to have Bizarro in it.
The famous inverted version of Superman that's basically backwards in every way has cringy dialogue and a cheese-infused performance that misses the whole point of what this character is about.
Bizarro clones am pretty. Me have new cape and nameplate. Bizarro ugly.
You can't tell if he's trying to help or stop Superman because the creators clearly didn't know how the character should act or how he should be written. He says some things backwards and some things not backwards. It's confusing and completely inconsistent.
Oh, other villains pop up too, like Metallo, a hulking metal behemoth who somehow sneaks up on Lois Lane.
Lois Lane? Hey, as if this day wasn't lucky enough already.
Her reaction?
Put me down right now.
This is incredibly dumb.
Metallo's stage consists of the lumbering antagonist marching in a straight line through the streets while Superman does more of the exact same busy work he's done so many times in this game.
When the level ends, you face Metallo on a rooftop, and we got a treat for you. This is the first and only time kryptonite is officially used as a weapon in this game.
But Metallo's special kryptonite attack will catch you so off guard the first time that you'll have virtually no time to try and fight back. Supes will die in the blink of an eye, and you'll have to play the whole level over again.
This is when we discovered yet another thing to hate about Superman, the Man of Steel. There are no checkpoints in this entire game. Levels that you spend chunks of time clunkily worming your way through need to be replayed if an objective isn't carried out properly. If the time runs out or if Superman bites the dust, it's all over. It's pure torture.
So you're forced to work your way through these horrible levels, begging to clear them without dying. Your reward? More of the awkward, horribly doled out, mindless plot.
Mindless plot? Why, all you need to know is that Brainiac 13 is returning to destroy or assimilate Metropolis, ultimately with the help of Lex Luthor. I'm not strong enough to just, punch Brainiac 13 away, so I got my best buddy Steel here to work with me.
We're not friends.
He's so funny. Anyway, he told me to find a super weapon that happens to be on another planet called Warworld. So I fly to it and free a bunch of prisoners who are wearing shiny metal bras, just like Steel.
This is a symbol of hope. You literally have the same symbol on your—
Always the Joker. Anyway, I freed all the prisoners because they didn't seem so evil to me, although they did cause a violent riot, but they also pointed me in the direction of a big weapon. So then I stole the weapon, and a big giant head in space got really angry at me. So I punched his ship really good and broke it. When I brought the weapon back to my friend Steel—
We're not friends!
It turned out he became infected by Brainiac 13. So I punched the bad robots out of him, but then I got bored of punching him, so I went to space and blew up a satellite spaceship thing, and boom! It rained metal and debris all over Earth. I'm helping people. And then I got to fight Cyborg Superman, who happened to be in the Phantom Zone for some reason, and he was all like, "I'm a robot version of you, and I'm so angry because I—" So I punched him. And then my best bud Steel—
No!
And I escaped the Phantom Zone, and finally, we had a weapon to take on Brainiac 13. And that's the story. Easy, right?
I guess. So that brings us to the final boss fight, which is shockingly simple and straight up boring. Brainiac 13 barely moves. You just fight a few basic enemies, blow cool air on Brainiac's chest, and then use your heat vision on his head.
Eventually, Brainiac's character model kinda gave up and glitched out on us, refusing to react to any of our attacks.
Ah, yes, this is truly Superman's deadliest foe. The paperweight.
When you finish the battle, you're treated to another wonderful cutscene in which Superman uses his special weapon on the world's least threatening end boss. This leads to Brainiac's voice actor phoning in his final performance.
This is not right. No. Impossible. Superman cannot have...
Oh, encore!
Oh, bravo! Truly, a performance of the ages!
And that's it. The game ends.
And what a game it was. Superman, the Man of Steel, takes a powerful character that should be endlessly fun to play as and makes him feel and control like a confused and tuckered newborn.
Every single level, whether you're on Earth or in space or in a completely different dimension, it all incorporates the exact same dumb, fiddly gameplay.
But that brings us to the question, is this worse than Superman 64?
Well, at least with Superman 64, they were on a generation of consoles that just started to kind of figure out how 3D games worked. But here, they seem to be even more lost and confused with how games like this should play. If Superman 64 was a product of its time, what was this game's excuse?
Plaster it with speeding bullets, crush it with a powerful locomotive, hurl it off a tall building.
Superman, the Man of Steel.
It's just bad.
Fun fact! You know the part of this episode where our Superman narration quickly blasts through chunks of the story in a rambling tangent?
All you need to know is that
Brainiac 13 is returning to destroy or assimilate Metropolis, ultimately with the help of Lex Luthor. I'm not strong enough to just, punch Brainiac 13 away, so I got my best buddy Steel here to work with me. He told me to find a super weapon that happens to be—
While that's just a matter of info-packed seconds to listen to, this was hours of painful, dull, insultingly monotonous gameplay.
A large part of why it's on our list, and probably why next to nobody bothered playing the game all the way through.
No.
For the few that did, congratulations. Like us, you were tricked into another Superman 64 experience, with a new coat of paint that, even then, didn't really feel like new paint.
Hey, speaking of new paint jobs, look what just rolled into the Bad Games No One Played body shop.
Flatout 3, Chaos and Destruction was developed by Team 6 Game Studios and published by Strategy First exclusively for PC in 2011.
If you're unfamiliar, Flatout was a series of demolition derby racing games that were jam-packed with tons of action, stunts, and vehicular madness.
Now that I think of it, there sure are a lot of racing games with the word out in their title.
I have absolutely no idea what you mean.
Unlike vehicle games of the time that focused on racing your car in boring circles, Flatout attempted to change up the format by introducing driver catapulting events that were not only fun, but freaking hilarious.
Oh shit!
This is fun.
Flinging drivers out of a car at top speed was pure, unadulterated joy, but the physics and destruction didn't stop there. In Flatout, vehicles could be damaged and warped, altering the feel of movement and adding a fun challenge.
It was all unique, it was all cool, and it all worked.
The studio responsible for these unique, cool games was Bugbear Entertainment. They'd made Flatout 1 and 2, as well as a remaster of Flatout 2 for the Xbox 360, PC, and even managed to squeeze a port out on the PlayStation Portable.
Things seem to be going well for this frantic physics-based series, and as one would expect when something's a success, it changed developers.
Yup. In 2009, the Flatout property was purchased from publisher Empire Interactive by New World IP. With this, developer Bugbear was cut out of the loop, and the series' new owners seemed to want to take the franchise in a new direction.
Enter Team 6 Game Studios, developers of such outstanding titles as Glacier 3 The Meltdown, Monster Trucks Mayhem, Speed.
Open your door!
No, not that Speed, this Speed, very different. And of course, the world famous Calvin Tucker's Redneck Farm Animals Racing Tournament, with a piggy driving a tractor.
Oink.
Woo! They clearly knew their way around a racing game.
The first Flatout game they released? Flatout 2010 on Wii, an original game that, aside from the name, has absolutely nothing to do with the games that came before it. Although, it is somehow very familiar.
We probably should mention that in the same year Flatout was released, Team 6 also finished 5 other racing games, all done with a relatively small team. That you can't tell, can ya?
Oink. This company seems to be cranking out the same game over and over again with just enough changed to make it seem new. Take our word for it. These are all low-quality games, each one bland and unappealing, like a frozen pizza left out on the sidewalk to reheat. Is it delivery? No, it's shit.
So why did Flaout's new rights holders part with Bugbear to replace them with the same group that made this? Well, we don't know for sure, but we have one guess.
Money, money, money! Money!
How many monies is it?
Money, 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 money. People knew Flatout, so they'd likely buy the next entry expecting that same quality, unaware that a scam was afoot. All of these games are shovelware, plain and simple, and Flatout for Wii is no different. On any other day, it would be the game that we talk about for this entire episode, but this wasn't the only Flatout game Team 6 developed.
The Wii version of Flatout was passed over by its core PC audience, leaving longtime fans waiting patiently for the next entry. Unfortunately for them, a brand new, fully equipped Flatout PC game would soon arrive, funded by greed and pure evil.
Gentlemen, I've come to make a videographic game utilizing the IP of Flatout that I deviously acquired. To achieve this goal, I shall fund the project with this $10 bill that I have in my pocket. What do you say?
Sure thing, Mr. Satan.
And just like that, a single year after the release of Flatout Wii, we got this.
Flatout 3, Chaos and Destruction.
As of this recording, this game is not only listed as the absolute worst rated racing game on Steam, but it's also one of the worst rated games of all time on the platform.
It's ranked below Fast and Furious Crossroads, Jerry Rice-initis' Dog Football, The Quiet Man, Left Alive, Rogue Warrior? It's even below Daikatana? Daikatana?
Oh, there's no way. That's almost all the games we've covered on this show. And somehow it sits below all of them?
Well, it's time to find out. Let's explode from the starting line and smash through a windshield with reckless abandon in Flatout 3, Chaos and Destruction.
The game starts up directly at the title screen. No intro, no company logos. No one wants to take responsibility for what we're about to play.
You can choose between single player or multiplayer, but don't bother with multiplayer because this game hasn't seen anyone online since, well, probably ever.
But don't worry, you'll have plenty to do in good old single player.
That's right. There are 10 game modes to pick from. A whole big wheel of fun. Some of them are even unique to Flatout 3.
Let's begin with the first mode, Race. What better way to really figure out what this racing game is all about?
When you select a stage to race, you also get to pick a vehicle. But They look like they're all completely destroyed already. Isn't the appeal of these games banging up your car mid-race? Why would they come pre-demolished?
I've got a wild guess. Burnout Paradise, which was released 3 years earlier, famously featured wrecked cars that you could repair in the game world. I'm going to assume they saw that vehicle selection style and cloned it here.
So very original.
You can choose a car, change their skin, and also tune them. But let's hold off on that tuning thing until later.
But we're not done yet. Once you've selected a car, you can choose a driver.
All of which are purely cosmetic. They offer no advantages over one another. Heck, there aren't even cutscenes or story beats attached to these characters to add value to your choice.
So let's go through some of our very personal favorites.
Bob Slayer. Well, that's the look of a guy who's been arrested selling drugs at the playground.
Bob Earl Homer Deluxe, named like a yearly Street Fighter revision.
Waze Sam Lander. Oh, that name sounds like word vomit soup.
Unknown Player. Didn't even really name this character, did they?
34 rupias. Did they mean rupees? The Southern Asian currency?
If it is, we did the math. Current exchange rates applied, 34 rupees is about 45 cents, making this a definitively cheap knockoff of 50 cent.
Oh yeah, and who could forget? An entire sexualized occupation jamboree.
But what's even more fun? Read what some of these characters' backstories are.
Just in case. Stalking the shadows, Justin always attacks from an unexpected angle. This former hitman is often called a cowardly backstabber, but he claims it's professional caution.
A hitman? What are they introducing a hitman for? Nobody gets killed in these games. Zin Benzin. Some people say that Zin lives on gasoline and oil fumes. No one has ever seen him rest or eat. Some even say he might be a cyborg. But no AI can possibly drive that good, right?
Wait, you're seeing this too, right? That's Vin Diesel from the Chronicles of Riddick.
They knew Riddick didn't race cars, right? That's an entirely different family of Vin Diesel movies.
And Zin Benzin? Guys, seriously? You just took out the V from Vin's name and replaced it with a Z.
And Benzin is just German for gasoline. Vin Gasoline.
Ich heb viel Family.
Ufer Bull. As a former Hollywood stunt driver, Ufer always knows how to make a spectacular show. All of his shows end with a big bang.
That looks like Agent 47, but with a modified name of the infamous film director Uwe Boll. I don't even understand how these two things are related.
Zario the Mechanic. Zario is a likable, chubby Italian who likes to tinker his opponent's cars. It is said that many of these cars have the tendency to explode in the middle of a race.
Can you guess who Zario is supposed to be?
This would be fun if he didn't look exactly like adult film star Ron Jeremy.
Yes, we know. Silent Enor, the winner from the previous Flatout game, has returned. Will he be able to win again?
Yeah, okay, this is stupid. There's no story in the previous Flatout games. There never was a canonical winner, and there most certainly wasn't a character called Silent Enor.
In fact, if you played Team 6's previous Flatout on Wii, none of the cars actually had drivers in them.
Nobody's at the wheel, just like the development of this game.
Or maybe someone is? Take a closer look at that name and flip it around, and you'd get Ronnie Nellis.
That's the CEO and lead designer for Team 6 Game Studios. Nobody cares!
Silent Enor may have one worst named character in the game, but then we found this.
Xmas 2011? Living on the North Pole, it didn't take her brains long to freeze. Now she thinks she can fly just like Santa.
What? How is that a backstory?
She thinks she can fly like Santa. The reindeer fly, not the fat guy.
Yeah, no surprise her brains froze over. That clothing is not climate appropriate for the North Pole. Flatout 3 did come out in December of 2011, so she's in a likelihood a reference to the release date of the game.
We haven't gotten into gameplay, and this is already a disastrous eruption of dumb.
The original series didn't have character selection, period. You picked your car and off you went. All of this madness, this is all Team 6. But the gameplay for this once impressive franchise can't be that bad, right?
We've delayed this long enough. Let's finally try out our first race in the suburbs of Detroit.
Oh no, oh gosh, oh boy. This has some problems.
Folks, we've been playing racing games before on this show. You've likely seen them. When we say that no racing game we've ever played has controlled as badly as this, we desperately want you to understand where we're coming from.
One race is all we've taken in, and this game hides none of its faults. Like a busted fire hydrant erupting a torrent of water onto the street or overflowing with Flatout gripes. With just this one race, we can tell you
the car feels like it weighs 40,000 pounds.
You cannot turn properly.
You cannot brake properly.
Dry roads feel slick with baby oil.
The physics of every single thing are totally inaccurate.
The boost messes up your handling.
The AI drivers are missing the I in AI.
Your vehicle can get stuck just about anywhere.
You can drive through obstacles that will clip directly through your car.
The damage system they designed doesn't calculate damage properly.
Unlike other Flatout games, if you crash your car, the driver sometimes disappears instead of flying out.
Most drivers are brain dead, but some get unnaturally fast to surpass you and win races.
To top it all off, despite this being the very first mode of the game, the difficulty is so extreme that we had to replay the opening level ad nauseum to squeeze out a win.
Folks, this is a very broken experience.
Oh no, clearly this was our fault. We simply didn't tune the car right.
Oh yeah, tuning from the car menu. What's it like?
When you attempt to tune any car, you get some strange display information with a copyright date on it, followed by automatic preset modifications.
Okay, don't really know what most of this means, but what does it actually, do?
Let's see. We compared a tuned car against a regular one, and
they handle and drive virtually identical. If there was any change, any difference at all, we could not find it.
Flatout is first and foremost a racing series. The initial racing mode being this broken, that's a travesty. It's the one and only thing they needed to get right. What are the chances that the other modes are any better?
Not good. We said there were 10 game modes, and there technically are, but more than a few of them repeat the exact same levels and gameplay with very minor modifications.
We've seen Race in all its awful glory.
But there's also Speed, which is like Race, only now you're controlling F1 vehicles on large abandoned tracks. They handle just as badly, if not even worse. Despite this mode being labeled Speed, the cars don't seem to drive any faster than in the regular race mode.
Let's talk about another mode, Night Shift, which lets you race.
Oh, at night?
Yeah.
It seems to always be raining here. Always, even in tunnels where it shouldn't be raining. It's still raining.
The roads are shockingly more slippery than they were before, which is almost impossible to imagine due to how bad the car's controlled originally. But here it is in all its buttered up glory.
Then you've got off-road, which again is still just racing. But now you have red plumes of smoke for checkpoints that you need to hit. A lot of the original race modes already took you off-road. Now though, the cars have bigger wheels, making the physics and handling a trial. Your car controls like a greased up water balloon filled with bricks.
Some of these off-road races can last less than a minute. Really making sure you get your money's worth with this, aren't they?
Well, they definitely know how to get their money's worth out of the same gameplay over and over, because on top of this repetition, you'll find another mode called Challenge.
It's a mixture of every game mode played one by one, and most of them repeated races you've already done.
Of Flatout 3's 10 game modes, 5 involve racing to a finish line, making half the entire game seem like an endless maze of mirrors.
They subject you to the same shoddy gameplay and level designs endlessly. With this kind of shoddy repetition, you can't help but notice all the awful details sprinkled everywhere.
Like this building. Now yes, from a distance, it looks fine, but drive up to it and you'll notice the front door is buried in the ground. The whole building is tilted forward.
Yeah, nice job. You laid your own 3D model down incorrectly in your own damn level.
And before anyone watching thinks that this was done on purpose, that this was some stylistic choice to show a building leaning over, the exact same building is duplicated right down the street and it's properly placed. Above ground and everything.
Racing in any form seems to be a bust.
But no worries, because this is a Flatout game. The series had other popular modes.
Right, like Destruction Derby events. Curl your vehicle head on into others in a bid to rack up points and keep your heap running till the end.
In Flatout 3, you've got two versions, Battle Arena and Big Battle. These are near identical and probably separated to pad out the number of game modes.
But still, destruction events were fun in the other Flatout games. It's cars hitting cars. Simple. And if the regular races are anything to go by, the AI should be amazing at this. How is it?
Total chaos!
We already mentioned that during races, the damage calculation system is busted. And it is, but it's back in the demolition modes. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to how much damage you take or inflict. The game assigns random values that go as low as 1%.
And if it wasn't bad enough already, this game is so broken we got knocked out of the playable game world and were left stranded outside the map, forever evolving as we tumbled through infinity.
Oh, this happened more than once.
We know this looks funny, but it stops being humorous when the game gets locked and you need to manually reset the event.
And it's not like you can avoid getting rammed by other cars. It's a destruction derby, folks. You're gonna get hit.
And the cars in this game, they're attracted to you.
No, not like that. We mean like you're a magnet for destruction. The AI drivers are unified in one goal: hit your freaking car every single time.
Not other AI competitors, just you lucky duck.
They're relentless. It stops being fun very quickly.
Some destruction derby arenas add an extra layer of terrible to all this. Here's a stage where a platform is perpetually hoisted up by helicopters. You'd think that when a car tumbles from this platform that they'd be out of the running, right?
Nope! They respawn indefinitely. And guess what? Being the magnetic derpy dope you are, if you fall off, this means tons of your competitors fall off chasing you. This leads to tons and tons of vehicles respawning around, on top, and even inside your vehicle. Look at this.
The platform you're driving on has holes in it, big ones, that your car can fit through.
If you fall off the edge, there's a chance the game will spawn you over top one of these freaking holes continually, again, and again, and again, and a freaking again.
But for every other stage, the ones that aren't floating in the sky, oh boy, do we have a strategy for you.
Want to know what it's like when you've played as many bad games as we have, having acquired untold quantities of tainted knowledge regarding the inner workings of these cursed joyless experiences? Well, let us take you on a journey through
Shane and Adam's nightmare world of broken game logic.
We know all the AI drivers are gonna pile on. We know the handling and physics systems are a mess. We know that the damage in this mode isn't calculated properly.
Broken on top of busted on top of wrong. We took all that into consideration and came to one fantabulous strategic conclusion. You ready? Don't touch anything.
Yeah, that's right, folks. Let all the vehicles pile up. Let them try to hammer you into oblivion. If you don't move, they'll eventually knock you into a corner or hit you hard enough that they'll be bouncing around like pinballs.
By not tapping the accelerator or hitting the brake, the broken damage system thinks that you're the one hitting the other drivers instead of the other way around. You get all the points.
If you're lucky, you'll get flipped onto some idiot's car like this. Then you can ride the smashy idiot wave to Damageville and rack up insane points. You're crushing their car while the cars around you can't hit you directly. Perfection.
What can we say, folks? Play these kinds of games long enough and you become Neo, peering into the dark void of madness and seeing nothing but code.
This method might not work every time, but when it does work, it will break the game's high score records.
So there, Destruction Derby is a total write-off because what's that famous line from War Games?
Strange game. The only winning move is not to play.
But the Flatout series has another mega popular gameplay section, Stunt Mode, a true staple of the series. I'd argue it made Flatout stand out from other destruction-based games like Burnout.
And it's right here in Flatout 3's Stuntman mode.
We start by choosing whatever character we dislike the most, since we're gonna see them get tossed around and horrifically mangled.
Let's pick just in case. He happens to have a face we'd like to punch.
Okay, so this is a target level. Your goal is to land your driver in the center red circle. To do this, you drive in such a way that you can jettison your driver out while avoiding obstacles that knock you off course.
Huh, seems simple and fun. So how'd they screw it up?
What the hell is that?
Is that his trench coat? Looks like the tail's locked tight to some other location.
That's, strange. Probably a random glitch in this stage. Let's try another.
How about another?
Another.
Again!
Oh my god. They didn't calculate the trench coat physics properly. It happens on every stage, every time.
How could you miss that? It's the first character in the roster.
They even messed up Justin's voice. They're using one of the other characters' default hurt sounds with his character model.
Good gravy.
Okay, wow, right. Sure, it looks and sounds janky, 'cause it is, but is it at least fun to play?
What do you think? The physics are just that broken, people. The thing that once separated Flatout from its competitors is completely and totally busted here.
There are all sorts of obstacles, objectives, and layouts presented here for points. Sometimes you need to accumulate damage or get your driver stuck in a hole or destroy a certain number of objects. Sounds simple, but of course, it's not that easy.
Especially when you hit a wall like this. Welcome to a level called Evading Customs. The stupid stage took forever to complete.
The goal is to drive your car at top speed, fly in the air, hit a second island, blow up your car, and use stiff in-air movement to land your driver in shipping containers for points. You need to gain enough points to win the stage. Thing is, landing in most containers doesn't get you an ample score.
The physics are very, very busted, leading to visually awkward jittering effects that are uncomfortable to watch.
I'm a scat man.
It's not just the physics that fail. The literal ground beneath your tires breaks as well. Cruise along and bam! Stops you dead in your tracks.
Not once, not twice, not thrice, not fifth.
You just can't trust anything to work, especially when you're trying to find out how to get past this stupid level.
So how do you beat it? Well, if you're like us, you'll need to accidentally discover that one unmarked container has a higher value than any other, making it the only shipping container you should be aiming for. Great.
And like a mangled corpse flung to some confusing end, Flatout 3 tosses players to a bunch of questionably rendered real-world locales.
Detroit, Utah, Kansas.
But in stunt mode, you go to a very, very special place.
Hell!
Yep.
Why in the world did they pick this place?
Tourism has been down lately, and because I did fund your game, I think it would be fun to have you show off what the underworld is like. Is your team capable of capturing the horrors and despair of my kingdom of sin?
Sure thing, Mr. Satan.
These levels are tinted blood red, featuring such demonic and horrifying tortures as
crashing your car and falling down a really large flight of stairs. That's not really hell-like, is it? It's just stairs.
Pretty much all the levels are uninspired, cheap even, lacking anything fun, much like the rest of the stunt levels found above ground.
Seems like the devs like spooky stuff so much that they even introduced a zombie mode called Splatout.
Imagine, if you will, every level from the entire game repeated, this time with bashable zombies for points.
Oh, I know. Some of you think that this can't help but be fun, but boy, do we got news for you. This game takes the trope of zombies being slow and stupid to a whole new new level.
The zombies just stand there. In each level, you're driving over virtually static targets with a time limit so vast that you'll never lose.
They could have stuffed the levels with an ocean of zombies, making it at least a gory visual treat to plow through.
But nope, just sparse numbers of evenly spaced out zombors in a line that you follow.
But of course, even this mode had to have problems.
Sometimes the zombies will be floating in the sky. Flybees, I call them.
You won't be able to hit them because your vehicle isn't tall enough. I don't even understand how you could screw this up, and it happens all over.
This mode is so devoid of fun, your mind will wander and you'll start to notice other little details, like a broken zombie animation that phases through a floating box, back and forth, again and again.
Those of you who are patient enough to stick with it, there is a reward for completing all of what Flatout 3 has to offer. New vehicles. These can be used in every other game mode.
We used vehicles that we won in separate modes to our advantage. Remember how we had major problems with the races in this game? Simply use a car that was never meant for the race in the first place. Competition obliterated.
It's not, completely easy. You're still dealing with a mountain of inept design problems, but at least now, with a car that goes faster than light, you've got some kind of bizarre chance.
You can use a splat-out car with a giant drill on the front.
Or a bus, for the handling.
Or heck, why not take out the tumbler variant to the Batmobile from the Dark Knight trilogy and race it against a bunch of F1 types in speed mode and completely destroy your competition?
Because in this Bat Guano crazy universe, the super heavy Batmobile is faster than stripped down lean mean racers tuned to ultra fast perfection.
Once you've unlocked this sucker, it's about as close to an instant win as you'll get. The tumbler knocks vehicles off the road with disregard and totally unbalances every race.
I am the Knight!
With all the stupid physics and busted mechanics, it feels like a cartoon world racing game. If you ever wondered what the Fast and Furious movies would look like if Batman was racing in them, this is the game for you.
I don't have friends. I got family.
My parents are dead!
But the best part is when you use vehicles that have no business being in this game at all.
Like what?
A tank.
A tank?
A tank. Oh, and it doesn't just look like a tank. It fires like one.
There is no ammo limit, and the damn thing can actually go faster than most cars in the game. It's completely ridiculous. Unfortunately, because of the game's busted damage system, tank shots don't take out other racers 100% of the time.
Unless you're playing speed mode. See, you can fire shots even before the race has officially started. F1 racers are not prepared for this.
But the best use of the tank is during Destruction Derby.
Lay down the pain and take the win in the absolute cheapest way possible. Nobody has a chance. You'll win every single time.
As if this game didn't have enough modes and crazy vehicles, we also have to mention the Monster Truck mode. Surprise! These vehicles control like garbage and are bouncy as heck. But you don't race them. Instead, they front-load it with stupid and confusing minigames, like lighting tanks of oil on fire for some bizarre reason.
Why are there arrows on every monster truck, including the one we're driving?
Monster trucks are the one vehicle that do not need to be pointed out with a positional arrow. They're monster trucks, they are the arrow.
What's notable about this mode is that it allows you to unlock monster trucks everywhere. Like every other vehicle, they populate into other game modes, meaning your competitors can get monster trucks too. This sounds like fun, but the AI doesn't seem ready for this.
Looks like at some point during the race, it smacked right into this tree here. It never respawns, it never backs up. It just waits.
The game is riddled with bugs and errors, and it crashes a bunch as well. Who would have guessed? It's one janky mess.
Here's a stats screen that gives you a rundown of everything you've done, including time spent playing.
Even with a fresh install, the game reveals numbers like hours of gameplay you haven't come close to, or thousands of races you've won or lost that never happened.
It sure feels like we played 2,142.3333129883 races, but believe us, that number is not correct.
It's safe to say that nothing works correctly here. We were wondering how a game this bad could even happen. The previous Flatout games should have offered a roadmap to a decent game experience. So what's up? How did it go wrong?
Well, I think we discovered the reason Flatout 3 is the way it is, and it all goes back to the Wii. Remember how we said that Flatout on the Wii is a totally different game from the original Flatout? Well, it appears that once they went to make Flatout 3 for PC, they didn't turn to the original PC game's assets. No, they instead made their game based on their own Wii version.
Oh no, they didn't.
My first clue came while I was looking at the main menu. The camera moves through the scenery and you see a gas station called Nico's Gas. In some game modes on the Wii, you can even get a better view of it off in the background.
Nico's Gas. Huh, that sounds familiar. Why do I know that?
Because we've all been looking at it the whole time. They use the same assets here in Flatout 3's main menu, and again, while picking your vehicles.
It can't be!
But it is. Batman's tumbler was originally from Flatout Wii. Silent Enor, despite not driving in any of the races, was the exact same ragdoll model that got flung out of the vehicles in stunt mode. Even the title music on the main menu is identical in Flatout Wii. Listen to it.
But that's all they took, right? There can't possibly be more.
Oh no, there's more. We mentioned that Team 6 had made other games right at the start of this video, so I went back and played all of them. Remember their Wii game Speed? They made a strange hybrid sequel inside of Flatout 3. That's why the F1 racing mode was called Speed. Even their other game, Glacier 3 The Meltdown, used the same checkpoint system as Off-Road, Red Plumes of Smoke. Go deeper into their past, you'll find Monster Trucks Mayhem. Remember the Monster Trucks? Well, they created a full game about them already. And look, here is a level from the game that is jammed right into Flatout 3. It's the same thing. Do you get it? Do you know what this is?
No, don't say it.
We've been playing a secret Wii-centric asset flip ported to Steam on PC this entire time.
Hold up. You're telling me that you took all of your previous games, encapsulated them into one package, scamming not only me, but every other gamer in the entire world, and the only two people to ever notice this were these two idiots.
Yep.
Wow. That's actually pretty evil.
No wonder this thing runs like garbage roasting under the midday sun. This is a crappier version of multiple crappy Wii games.
It's the ultimate bad racing game because it's not just one bad racing game. Nothing is as complex as this. Its existence is birthed by a legacy of bad games formed into a megazord of gangly, deformed software.
Everything that went into creating the beloved Flatout series sullied in a single release.
Flatout 3 Chaos and Destruction is a lesson, an unbelievably surreal masterclass in how to destroy a once prominent and exciting franchise that was on the edge of becoming one of the most exciting racing game series ever.
But with this horrific entry in the series, Flatout was roadkill.
No, actually, wait. It looks like they released a fourth game as well.
Huh? Really? Let's just start it up and have a look.
Figures. It's just bad.
Is this the worst racing game we're gonna feature on this list?
Very yes.
And why is it largely unknown? Well, the series got messed around with so much, it was hard to know where the fans were.
We talked about Flatout being released on multiple platforms, and unfortunately, any positive buzz and success it saw on consoles was subverted twice.
The first time with the Flatout Wii release that was barely related to the original Flatout games.
And the second time with Flatout 3, a game released exclusively on PC, completely avoiding every console fan of the series.
And that's why nobody played it. And for the absolutely minuscule number of ones that did, like us.
Well, you wish you hadn't.
They brazenly attempted to steal many aspects of other more popular racing games while forgetting that they were already utilizing the popular Flatout series.
We know we made fun of the unknown player character, but that in itself was a ripoff of the Stig from Top Gear.
It could have been an homage, but after so many other cheap pulls, it just doesn't feel like one.
Plus, unlike the real Stig, this one makes noise, which for a perpetually silent character seems a bit off.
This is the kind of game that the more you look at it, the more you'll find wrong. Every second brings some glitch, error, or totally stupid mistake to the surface.
Like here, cars can get slightly damaged, but when they do, the model designers decided to make the car tires imperfect circles.
This ends up making the tires look like this at top speed.
Your car doesn't handle differently at all. It's just a bizarre visual that makes the game look like it has animation issues.
There are probably hidden features and modes in this game that decades in the future will be accidentally uncovered by some very brave players.
After we finished this video, we discovered a camera mode with far too many choices.
There's even a cinematic camera mode that awkwardly cuts between random locations, making controlling your car an absolute nightmare.
Did we just randomly respawn in garbage? What even was that?
And the respawn aimed us in the wrong direction? It's so very, very bad.
And hey, just for kicks, the team that made Flatout Wii and Flatout 3 also apparently made a mobile phone version of the game for Android using a lot of the same assets.
Flatout Stuntman.
This doesn't look promising.
It is amazing how far this one company stretched this IP before eventually giving up on Flatout altogether.
As far as Flatout goes, the series saw some success early on, but still didn't carry the name recognition of the earlier superhero games we showed off, which are more surprising as unknown games.
So, let's show you another.
Batman Dark Tomorrow is a game developed by HotGen for the GameCube and Xbox.
The game was pitched as a highly ambitious open-world Batman game where you could traverse Gotham City, use multiple vehicles and tools to fight crime. Not based off of the successful movies or animated shows, this was a game that would pull completely from the long-running comic series.
The developers envisioned Dark Tomorrow as an Arkham City-like experience, a full console generation before even the first Arkham Asylum game hit store shelves.
After a 4-year development cycle, the game was finally released. But did they make the dream of becoming the Caped Crusader a reality?
Well, would it be on this show if it did?
We begin our adventure beating up some crooks who just robbed a store. The enemies are brain dead and seem to lack any real idea of what to do to attack Batman.
If they do land a punch and Batman gets knocked to the ground, the criminals do nothing. They don't even try to kick him or anything. The AI is programmed so badly that it's just pathetic. This is your first taste of combat, and it's not really going all that well.
In fact, there is no training, no real introduction to gameplay mechanics. With combat, that might not be the biggest issue, but when it comes to the next random section of gameplay, folks, we got a big problem.
I'm sure the idea here was to have Batman traversing the rooftops, jumping from building to building, grappling structures with the ease and fluidity of an agile spider monkey.
This is the worst traversal system implemented in a video game ever.
Oh, where do we begin? First off, the game has a fixed camera that clicks to new positions seemingly at freaking random. You never know when it's gonna happen, and when it does, it causes another problem.
Controls. They change directions with each camera movement. If you're moving forward by holding the thumbstick up and the camera angle changes, your controls shift direction too. Forward now could be back or left or right. It's insane.
This one rooftop has nothing on it, but it has 2 different camera angles that do nothing but disorient you.
This is the first rooftop.
The first!
You're gonna need to go across a lot more to clear this stage.
Without proper camera controls, it's hard to gauge distance between buildings, so you might be able to jump successfully once or twice, but other times it won't work. And if you haven't noticed it by now, Batman's basic jump also lacks momentum. But what it doesn't lack is panache.
For longer gaps, you'll need to grapple.
Oh, the grapple.
Look, it just doesn't work.
You'll shoot it out and swing with a little momentum, and if you don't immediately continue forward though, Batman just kind of hangs pathetically.
Alfred. Oracle. Can't swing. What's this button do?
In order to jump up onto buildings, Batman has this stiff, flippy jump maneuver that is incredibly hard to aim and control.
And perhaps to add more awfulness, the game has to load every few rooftops.
It's always unexpected. Just like the camera angles jostling, you'll never know when the game will suddenly stop and cut to a black screen.
Combine all of this together and you've got one heck of a challenge ahead of you. This is a masterstroke of bad mechanics all being crammed together in one sequence.
We're pretty sure the developers were well aware of how bad all this was, because this rooftop nightmare gameplay never returns in the rest of the game.
But don't be mistaken into thinking the game gets any better.
After being informed that rival gangs are terrorizing Gotham, Batman takes to the streets.
We must defend Gotham.
Welcome to awful cramped spaces, even worse camera angles, and even more loading screens.
Check this sequence out. Bats casually walks in a straight line. The camera angle changes, and then some random guy in a window shoots a rocket that instantly kills Batman.
Bat dead.
Typically in a game like this, you've learned a lesson. That lesson being, avoid the man with the rocket launcher in the window.
But when you reload the game, the enemy in the window is gone. We practically begged to be shot again, but nothing.
This is ultra confusing and ultimately extremely pointless.
This whole stage is filled with dead ends, confusing or mindless sequences, and objects that are hard to interact with. These streets are just filled with so many problems.
It will take you several minutes to open a door. The action button is the same as attack, so you'll end up punching the air over and over instead of opening it. This will happen though with every single door in the entire game.
When you do manage to get outside, you get more confusing little events. Oh, see that car there? Batman, go check it out.
Oh, okay. My parents are dead.
Yeah, sometimes cars just explode when Batman gets close to them.
And just like the disappearing rocket launcher guy, it serves no purpose at all but to irritate you.
There are so many obviously unfinished areas in these levels. You might be curious to explore the world with your grappling hook? Never, ever do this.
You might jump outside of the stage into an incomplete area that has no way to get back to where you came from. Like this wonderful little void of nothingness here.
It really feels like the scraps of a failed open world game. Streets with dynamic camera angles have nothing in them, and awkwardly positioned walls funnel you in specific directions.
So you better stay in that direction, cause otherwise you'll live out a fate worse than a game over. You'll be stuck playing this game longer than you'd ever want to.
Back to combat, Batman supposedly has stealth takedown abilities, but they're totally broken.
Enemies always seem to hear you regardless, and if you do happen to get close enough to punch them, it doesn't always work.
Speaking of taking down foes, you're gonna run into way more enemies on this stage, and everything is about to come to a crawl. You see, none of the regular enemies in this game actually have health bars. Instead, what you need to do is restrain them.
When you punch one enemy and knock them down, it's not such a big deal to cuff that one person. But how about six? Six
enemies all chipping at your health
while they don't have a health bar, plus they'll never get permanently knocked out.
Every time you knock down one thug and fight another,
the previously knocked down enemy gets back up.
You'll be fighting everyone in a messy, never-ending loop.
Even if you have a moment to start quickly tying up one of the enemies,
another will smack you in the back of the head and knock you down, breaking the sequence and freeing the bad guy you were just trying to tie up.
Will this ever end?
Maybe you'll get lucky and by some miracle be able to tie everyone up. But if you're like us,
you'll just run away as fast as you can to end the stage.
This is a legit strategy. You don't actually need to rid the streets of dangerous criminals. You just need to get from point A to point B.
This was our go-to move while clearing the game. That is, until we got to our first boss battle, Black Mask.
Now, you might be expecting the gameplay to shift to a more refined method of play. Maybe Black Mask will move in a certain way, or have some repeated sequences of moves that require timing and precision to lay the perfect attack.
Nope!
We begun the fight by throwing batarangs from off-screen at Black Mask. We couldn't see him, but his health bar was sure going down fast.
Once we got bored of doing this, we decided to punch him in the face.
This was a very effective strategy.
Shortly after, Batman takes on another classic villain, Scarface. Now, while some of the cutscenes in Dark Tomorrow look okay by 2003 standards,
this is just weird. Scarface's head is dislodged and it's still talking? I don't think this character was ever sentient. He's supposed to be controlled by the ventriloquist. I'd ask more questions, but the minute Batman pulls a live fish off the concrete, he hurls it into Scarface's mouth. I just give up.
Oh, we also see Robin in this cutscene and oh my gosh.
Okay, hold up. That's Cassandra Cain. She's an actual character from the comics, and yes, she's supposed to look like that. When they released this game, she was just introduced though, so maybe not that many people knew who she was?
In the Arkham Asylum games, they did a great job of introducing the characters and providing a way to find out more about them through documents that you could read. That way, you're never really lost when you play.
But here, everything is all over the place. You have very specific characters showing up with no explanation or any possible way to find out who they are in the game. And even if a character does show up that you happen to know, you don't have any way to find out what this version of them is like. Hence the shock I got seeing an actual freaking puppet talking without any help from the ventriloquist.
Anyway, in the next stage, Batman takes to the sewers, and after a mind-numbing hour of blindly crawling through them, there's not that much to say, except, hey, big rats.
RoboCop warned me about these.
The sewers lead the Dark Knight to Arkham Asylum. You might be excited to hear the game will have a huge chunk that takes place in this iconic location.
Don't be.
There is a whole lot of backtracking that goes on with very little direction, but eventually you will stumble onto your first of many encounters with Batman's Rogues Gallery.
First fight is with Killer Croc, a towering, vicious, animalistic killer known for his strength and agility.
So how did we beat him?
Kicked him in the face.
The battle is seriously unimpressive, but don't worry, there is another one literally right around the corner.
We're not exaggerating when we say that you'll be hitting boss fights just brief minutes apart from one another. It feels like the team behind Dark Tomorrow was running out of time and money fast.
Next up, you'll face Poison Ivy, but before you get to her, you'll need to fight one of Batman's greatest enemies, a tree.
The game doesn't really let you know you need to fight the tree, but the tree attacks you.
This is so sad.
When you finally meet Poison Ivy, she's surrounded by more of these stupid, evil trees and vines. I think the game developers were finally trying to make a boss battle with some kind of strategy to it, but they clearly gave up about halfway.
Batman will flail about, punching and kicking anything while spraying anti-vegetable juice as fast as he can. And if you're very, very ultra lucky, maybe you'll accidentally beat her.
But there's no time to think because you're on to the next battle with Mr. Freeze.
And once you beat him, you fight Zsasz.
It seems our enemies are unprepared for Batman's brilliant battle plan of not moving and spamming 2 buttons.
But hold up, now we get to the main attraction, the clown prince of crime, the Joker. Likely to be an incredible boss battle that will take all of the skills you've learned and combine them together into an impressive piece of gameplay.
Only the Joker runs away and you just fight regular enemies until Joker kinda just
gives up?
Success!
You might expect the game to end here, but we're not lucky enough for that, because the true head villain in this game is none other than Ra's al Ghul, who reveals himself via remote video call from his secret lair.
Are we gonna talk about the video pipe organ?
No, I can't. Having found the coordinates of Raz's lair, Batman flies close to it with his bat plane. But to avoid being caught on radar, he uses his famous bat glider to stealthily travel between the ridges of this mountain of ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first and only vehicle sequence in the whole game, and, well,
I feel like a bird. Oh, clip the wing. I'm sailing away from the north. I didn't do anything that time. Oh. Hello? Anyone? This doesn't seem possible, but it is. I'm really scared and confused right now. Alfred. Hello?
And now we know why this is the only kind of vehicle section in this game.
Now, up until this point, we had a very special and useful feature.
Say what you will about traversal in this game and how everything is structured. At least you know where you've been and possibly where you need to go because of this helpful little mini-map up to the top right.
It has been featured completely in the game, but on this final level, kiss the one good thing about this game goodbye.
So, your radar's out and you're sneaking into an ice fortress in a land bathed in white. What does Batman, the master of stealth, wear?
The same dark costume he always does.
Way to blend in, Bats. Oh, and speaking of blending in, when everything's white, what's hard to see?
Gigantic deadly chasms!
We finally make our way out to some sort of compound, open the door, and... You know, I think this is a fairly accurate metaphor for what it feels like to play this game. Fair.
Remember when we were talking about not having a map being a problem? Well, the camera angles that this game offers you don't show you important things like a door, which the radar would hint at. This game is terrible!
When you get to Ra's al Ghul's castle thing, it's very unclear how to actually get into this space. But don't try to explore for too long because they punish you for doing it. We're pelted with mortar fire, and we deal with tons and tons of goons.
Get to higher ground, Batman! No. Okay, let me just... Alfred.
We were stuck in this area for a long time. Doors you can't open, paths you can't take. You just keep cycling around forever trying to find some solution to this endless directionless maze.
Know what you have to do?
No! What?
Shoot blindly into the sky with your grappling hook in one very specific area and awkwardly climb into that window.
What? How would you ever know to do that?
Once inside Ra's al Ghul's lair, you roam the sparsely decorated halls, and let me tell you, this is just monotonous. You traverse what feels like the same long hallways and rooms over and over again.
With all of this walking, you start to notice the way Batman is animated. And I mean, just look at him. Is this seriously the movement of a highly trained stealthy hero?
He runs like he's scampering for a toilet.
Batman needs to make.
He walks like a pouting child.
Where's Alfred? Is he even in this game?
He sneaks like... Oh, I'm not sure exactly what. I think this is new.
I'm Crabman.
You'll be seeing all of these wonderful animations again and again because, folks, this here is the peak of terrible that this game has to offer. Welcome to
Ra's al Ghul's Endless Hall of Boredom.
This entire level is loaded with immense backtracking due to incredibly long dead ends. Even the programmers seemed fed up with this level. There are doorways that are straight up blacked out, and you crouch into ventilation shafts that have twists and turns that are completely inaccessible.
Batman can't go left. Batman can't go right. Looks like Batman's gonna have to stay here tonight.
The name of the game here, I guess, is wander around and beat up enemies.
But it's not just enemies that are a threat. The camera is constantly working against you. See this sequence here? The camera is pointing at Batman. So he's probably thinking,
oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm gonna walk forward now. Yes, I am. I'm a good Batman.
But when he does...
he falls into a pit hidden directly behind the camera.
We really didn't know how to get past this point, so in vain, we tried to grapple again. And, well...
Alfred, Batgirl, Oracle, this keeps happening to me. Wait, am I actually holding anything right now?
Through sheer will and determination, with any luck, you'll eventually find your way through several important looking rooms, like this one, which has some smoky computer terminal with a big red glowing light. We tried to access it, but nothing happened. Great. A little further on, you get into the first of 3 boss battles that happen one after another.
First, you fight 2 elite soldiers. Clobber these 2 morons and you face the second boss battle, a giant dolt named Ubu. To beat him with any luck, you'll need to use the combo system.
Did you know this game had a combo system? We almost finished the game and never had to use it once. You're not even properly taught how it works. We had to dive into the game manual to figure it out.
This character has so much health and is ultra repetitive. You just keep repeating the same action about, 100 times, and if you did everything right, you'll be able to go to the next and final boss of the whole game, Razzmatazz Al Ghoulie Ghoul.
This is where the game comes together to combine everything that doesn't work into a whole new package.
Mr. Al Ghul and the Dark Knight are now fighting with swords because why not? There is no introduction to the game mechanic at all, so you're just tossed into it to figure it all out while Batman gets poked full of holes.
The changing camera angles and shifting controls make this battle practically impossible to clear.
And if you think you can overcome the infernal camera angles by staying in one place, well, you'll just lose the fight faster, cause Ra's al Ghul totally takes advantage of you staying in one area. And every time Ra's knocks you down, you'll be treated to this lovely soundbite.
Face me, detective.
This is the ultimate battle in the game, and the developers clearly only played it once or twice before giving it a gold star.
But finally, after hours of the most wretched, broken gameplay, through glitches, bugs, and so much wasted potential, you strike a winning blow against this cunning enemy.
Finally, you're treated to a glorious ending.
So shall it be.
No! Wait! What just happened? Did we lose?
Yes.
But why?
Turns out there are multiple endings in Dark Tomorrow. The one you just experienced with us is the bad ending. So how do you get the good one? Remember that one point where we were lost and walking around and found that big red glowing light that didn't do anything?
Well, turns out you were supposed to do something with it.
Yeah, you need to use the universal tool in your utility belt to hack the system and disable Ra's al Ghul's super weapon.
Is there any direction, any hint, any possible way to know that you had to do that?
No, nothing at all.
Even with the good ending, things don't end well at all. Ra's is killed accidentally by that walking imbecile Ubu who you fought earlier.
But Ra's is carried to a green pool of jello, and brief moments before the credits begin to roll, Ra's is shown to be alive.
So what did we learn?
Well, Batman has a lot of people that hate him, and he's doomed to fight them forever. And because he refuses to kill any of them, they'll always find a way back. Batman and his foes will forever make the world worse for everyone.
So what was the point of all of this?
As a player, an onlooker, or the Caped Crusader himself, there is no good ending when it comes to Batman, Dark Tomorrow.
It's just bad.
You know, something that we avoided showing off in the video was one more villain that was kind of prominent in the game.
Ratcatcher.
Ratcatcher.
Batman, what an unpleasant surprise. The next time you plan on paying me a visit, I'd appreciate a call first.
You see him in the sewer with a bunch of, well, rats.
But the fight Batman has with him is largely unremarkable.
It's just a guy who controls rats.
Don't worry. Just like you.
What?
The Suicide Squad, the movie from 2021, introduced Ratcatcher 2, the daughter of Ratcatcher.
Don't worry. Just like you.
What?
They were able to show off her abilities and made what she could do far more interesting.
In this game, however, he's just a guy in a sewer, surrounded by rats.
What?
The future of Batman games was, of course, going to be on a tremendous upswing with the arrival of the Arkham series, but before that, Dark Tomorrow is what we got.
Kinda like the Superman game we covered before it, both games utilize what was at the time current comic book implementations of the characters.
Each one forcing players to seek external sources to fill in the blanks for the narratives.
That's a very easy way to polarize a player base.
Now, let's take a step back. Of the 6 games we've shown off so far, only one, Morphman, was from a new intellectual property.
While some of you might have been surprised at the existence of these games, the next 3 titles we're gonna look at have totally original characters and are totally awful. It all starts with
Steel Harbinger. Developed by Mindscape, the game is a 3D 8-directional sci-fi shooter released for the PlayStation in 1996.
This was a huge year in gaming. We had wonderfully realized three-dimensional worlds thanks to the fresh Nintendo 64. We also saw the launch of classic sci-fi shooters like Duke Nukem 3D and Quake, games that pushed their genres and new tech forward in great ways.
That's right. And then there was Steel Harbinger. They can't all be winners.
The game takes place in war-torn North America in 2069.
Many lives are lost. Stupidly.
Unbeknownst to anyone, an alien species attacks. They rain death and destruction through specialized pods that assimilate any creature nearby.
The aliens seem to be assimilating on a budget. A tight budget.
Much of Steel Harbinger's story is told through cutscenes. They're an interesting mix of live action, CG, and awful.
Here we see the science lab, where the scientists are doing science. You can tell they're doing science because they have bubbly science liquid in science glass.
Turns out the lab has managed to contain an unsprouted alien pod.
That's right. Get nice and close.
The inactive pod suddenly comes to life, attacking the main scientist's daughter. But before she can be assimilated, he
uses the axe of science!
Ah yes, the ever-convenient science axe. Kill it with slicey physics.
After this harrowing event, the daughter is transformed into a half-alien, half-human hybrid Muppet. Her hair is made of the scrubbies from a car wash.
Her obese eyebrows make her look like she's in a constant state of surprise.
If I had to make someone look like an alien, I don't think I would have drawn all over their face with a Sharpie, but here we are.
Bad makeup and costumes don't stop here, though. Outside the lab, every soldier looks like they're decked out in paintball gear.
To no one's surprise, they're extremely ineffective at fending off the aliens.
Jimmy, let's see your war face! Oh, Jimmy.
The humanity, death, destruction, bad CG, and vomit.
And that, folks, is what happens when you eat a pizza pocket fresh from the microwave.
The lab is destroyed.
But now the Steel Harbinger is free.
A harbinger of what?
Bad RoboCop impressions, clearly.
Immediately after this scene, we're thrown right into the gameplay, and oh boy.
There is a lot to take in here, folks, so bear with us as we try to explain everything that is wrong.
As we stated, this is a multi-directional third-person shooter.
But it's like no other shooter that we have ever played.
Firstly, though the game uses polygonal 3D assets, we can only see from one perspective. We can move the camera back and pull the camera in, but can't, and I stress this, can't turn the camera at all. Why is this a problem?
Because unless you're walking straight forward, you can't see where you are going in every other direction.
Also, you can't see anything that's coming at you from any other direction.
This, combined with poor controls, makes it a chore to traverse the stages, and that's before we even get into how bad it is to simply shoot at things.
You've got very poor control on the direction of where you're firing, and even if you happen to be looking at an enemy head-on, your bullets sometimes spread out and miss. Sure, you've got a lot of weapons to pick from that are slightly different, a touch, but no one feels more powerful than any other. Besides one.
The Canadian Disco Ball of Death, eh?
Made by Canadians on the moon during wartime. No joke, this is canon. It's the most powerful weapon in the game, the only interesting weapon in the game, and you'll only get like 4 shots in your entire playthrough.
Besides the magic rainbow ball, you'll waste pounds of ammunition trying desperately to fend off incoming attackers. All the other weapons just feel hollow and weak.
Now, a steady stream of ever-present enemies is constantly going to be spawning and tracking you down.
Some might be easier to kill than others, but they all hurt you badly. You lose health so fast, you don't even have time to react.
Remember how we said the camera was a problem? Well, because you can only see in one direction, you'll be pelted with bullets, projectiles, and other harmful things long before you even see an enemy on your screen.
Among all this chaos, you'll need to avoid shooting humans. You're told to save them, but more often than not, you'll accidentally eliminate them.
The innocent bystanders you'll lay to waste is incalculable. You won't mean to do it, but the game will always let you know when it happens.
Human kill, human kill, human kill, human kill, human kill, human kill,
Human killed.
Do you get docked points for this unwilling massacre?
Nope, you don't even get anything for saving people. But believe it or not, there is a perk to killing humans.
You can eat their bodies.
Yeah.
You see, that's one of the few ways to get your health back. You actually, and we're being serious here, eat the remains of humans and aliens alike.
That's clearly the hero the world needs. The woman sluggishly roaming the battlefield, chewing on your neighbor's shin.
It doesn't even need to be flesh. It could be little metal bits and pieces. The Harbinger eats, and the sloppy, wet smacking sounds of her chowing down, no, they never get old. Never.
So, when you think alien enemies, you're probably envisioning little gray men and stuff, right? Well, you're not really getting that here.
What you do get is a bizarre roster of baddies.
Robotic bullet dogs.
Fire-breathing alligators.
Little glowing babies.
Canadian Moon Patrol death robots.
Gigantic missile-spitting evil heads.
And cows.
Cows?
Yes, they lay landmines.
These enemies don't seem to fit at all. Eventually, the game developers just appeared to stop caring about any kind of structure or sanity in any of the levels.
When you get to one of the later areas, you get to fight off gigantic sentient pump jacks.
They look like this.
Now, I know what you're all thinking. Can you eat the pump jack?
Yes. By all that's holy and good in the world, you can actually eat the pieces of a freshly destroyed pump jack.
So everything you're seeing here, the world and how you view and traverse it, seems like a total mess.
But you do have things you need to accomplish to complete each stage.
For example, you gotta find a switch to activate a satellite defense network which will stop alien pods from dropping in an area. You do this on each and every level.
Maybe you'll find the switch, but you might not be able to turn it on, because you likely don't have the key card. So you head back out on the worst scavenger hunt ever looking for it. Then you'll run into a locked gate. Surprise, surprise, now your hunt for the first key card has to be put on hold while you find the switch that will unlock this gate. Hopefully you find that switch, but that switch is also locked. So now you have to find the key for that switch, which happens to be a dismembered human hand. Shouldn't be too hard to find in a world where body parts are tossed around like sprinkles on a birthday cake. Oh, it's not even one hand you'll need to find, it's several for multiple gates. It's a never-ending nightmare of a fetch quest.
Finding these items can take hours because the graphics are so poor and muddy and everything just tends to blend in. Oh, and it doesn't help that there is absolutely no indication on the map of the locations of these items or even a vague direction of where they could possibly be.
Look, let's say you collect everything. Don't you think the challenge of finding all of these stupid items would be enough to get to the next stage?
Nope. Once you turn on the satellite, you'll need to head to a teleporter to go to the next level. But here's the kicker, folks. The teleporter charges you money to let you go to the next stage.
So now you need to go back out to the level to find actual freaking credit cards that give you enough teleport credits to use a teleporter to finally get to the next stage.
And then there's the drudgery that is saving your game.
To do this, you'll need to use the teleporter to go to one special spot in the whole wide world that has a save point. You'll need to transport multiple times, loading stage on stage, which takes way too long to do.
To break up the sheer monotony of all of this awful gameplay, tossed into the mix are a bunch of choice live action and CG cutscenes.
Grab some popcorn, folks. It's time to watch some cinematic art.
Here's a news broadcast.
It appears that we're getting more and more stories in about these pod sightings in Houston, Kansas City, and Denver.
It looks also, Jeff, like we're getting sightings in Europe.
Well, I guess there goes my summer vacation, Jane. We at Station K-Bot want to remind you that at this point, these sightings are unconfirmed. We have no solid information as yet. It's important to stay calm. I want to repeat that these sightings are unconfirmed. Jane?
Oh my. No!
Are you serious? How did you not hear her screaming to death?
Let's keep going.
In the footage you are about to see, farmer Wilma Johnson is being attacked by a cow. Fortunately, her husband, Zeb, was there to capture the tragedy on video.
Zeb! Help me, Zeb! Put the camera down, you vermin! Help me!
Is this supposed to be funny?
And here is how they end the broadcast.
Despite our dwindling staff, we at K-Bot intend to follow and report this story to you as long as it is physically possible.
Oh, but he's not dead, folks. There's one sequence more.
This is Jeff Darling reporting to you from the Twin Lakes District. I am standing next to what appears to be a pod. Eyewitnesses report it streaking to the ground at about 5 a.m. this morning. Wait a minute, I think something's happening.
It appears we're having some technical difficulties.
I just want to stop this for a second. This newswoman is holding her temple. That's not how an earpiece works.
Acting!
Also, scattered throughout the game are terrible commercials that make no sense at all, like this gem of a product.
Are you tired of your head getting sunburned? Would you like to look years younger? Try headworms. Scientists at the Nematode Institute have discovered a revolutionary treatment to reverse the balding process. These genetically engineered worms will burrow into your head with very little pain. And in less than 24 hours, you can have a full head of worms and look 20 years younger.
Clearly, they're going for comedy here. But then we witness other video clips of people being just randomly killed by lasers with absolutely no context whatsoever. The tone is all over the map here, people.
Obviously, they had actors for all their full motion video sequences, but we're getting a sneaking suspicion that the cast was only available for an afternoon or something.
When you successfully run the crap gauntlet that is this game and defeat the final boss, you're gifted a tremendous screw you in the form of the worst cutscene in the game.
They didn't even make use of their live-action actress. Now you've got a CG character that's rendered in stale, colorless beige.
The background of the Earth looks like it's painted on a board that's a few inches away.
We don't even really know what is happening here.
Does the Steel Harbinger return to Earth? Does she stay on that flying planet thing? Does humanity ever rebuild?
We don't know.
And we don't care.
It's just bad.
There is no doubt in our minds that this game deserves to be on this list because it is still one of the all-time worst games we've ever played.
You need to get to the abandoned Canadian moon base.
I mean, you all saw the episode, right? No need to repeat ourselves.
But one thing you didn't get to see is there's a truck sequence.
Sometimes when we're preparing episodes of our show, we get so overwhelmed by all the bad that some things get brushed onto the cutting room floor. This sequence is one of those things.
This full-on motorized vehicle section is thankfully the only one in the game.
Like with the rest of the gameplay, you can't modify the camera here. So you're stuck driving around locations you can't properly traverse because you can't see far enough in the direction you're going.
But of course, this being Steel Harbinger, they had to kick you while you were down.
Gas. The dang thing runs on gasoline.
Duke Nukem Forever pulled this same garbage. But here it is, years earlier, forcing you to run around finding gas to keep this crappy sequence puttering forward.
Oh, and gasoline is hard to find. Great. How could they make this worse?
I'll tell you how. When you've slurped up all the fuel and the truck's on empty, you cannot beat the stage. See, at the end here, there's a jump you need to make. A jump you can only do with the truck.
Run out of gas? Truck no go. Truck no go? Jump no make.
A pretty massive failure of proper game design.
Surprising this wasn't fixed. But what shocked us even more was that the developers of Steel Harbinger went on to create the classic Lego Island.
Talk about learning from past mistakes. See, some awful, obscure efforts can be the bedrock for better work to come.
Then again, sometimes you get a product that completely hurls future entries in the opposite direction. Something like
CID The Dummy was released in 2009 for the PlayStation 2, PlayStation Portable, PC, and most notable of all, Nintendo Wii. Guess which version we played? The game itself is an action platformer developed by 12.
12? 12 what? 12 people? 12 ducks? 12 monkeys?
I have a sneaking suspicion that 12 may be the total number of people that bought the game.
Judging by the cover, the game is all about a crash test dummy likely named Sid.
Wait, is this game a spin-off of the crash test dummies from the 90s?
Oh, you mean the characters that started off as a car safety public service announcement that spawned a cultural phenomenon, including action figures, TV specials, initials end a video game?
Yeah?
No! According to the manual, CID is a crash impact dummy. Totally different than a crash test dummy.
Wait, so you're telling me the name of this game is actually Crash Impact Dummy, The Dummy?
Yup, kind of a problem, right? Well, here's another. Listen to the music that greets you on the Wii startup page.
What did they do? Did they rip off Fatboy Slim's weapon of choice? The game hasn't even started and I'm already filled with dread.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Well, let's get this over with. What is CID about?
According to the manual, the story is all about two scientists, a good one and a bad one who were once colleagues but are now bitter rivals. The good one, Dr. B.M. Workin, is the creator of sentient dummies used to test things, and apparently also stole a technology from the bad one named Detroit.
Is that really their names? BM Workin and Detroit?
That's what's written here, man.
Oh, for the love of...
To get back at Workin for stealing his special tech, Detroit uses his army of robots to abduct Workin's daughter. Now CID, our hero, is sent out to save her.
Wait. The story is about two scientists who designed tech that created enhanced machine helpers?
Yes, and then one of them turned bad and began amassing an army of evil sentient automatons?
And the other created a hero robot to fight the bad guy's army of once helpful robots.
That's good plot!
Yeah, never heard that before.
All of this completely original plot is told through an opening series of cutscenes that need to be seen to be believed.
Amazing. This animation looks like a student project from the early 90s.
When was this released again?
2009.
Anyway, this animated sequence shows off Detroit sending out a message to amass a team of skilled robots
To what?
Actually, I don't think he ever says. He's already kidnapped the good doctor's daughter, and I think that's his endgame. He's kind of already succeeded, and as far as we know, he has no idea who or what CID is, so this team is for... nothing, I guess.
Overall, this cutscene was 5 minutes long for no reason at all. No joke, it was meaningless.
Right, now we're just left with a bunch of questions. What's with Workin volunteering CID for this dangerous mission without even asking him? And when did Detroit abduct the daughter in the first place? Also, what's with his chin?
And instead of making a game intro that's coherent, the developers decided to waste our time with this.
You heap of junk! I'll be waiting for you. The things I have to put up with.
Oh, that's good.
And don't think we forgot about the voice acting.
It's our absolute privilege and honor to introduce to you some of the worst voice acting we have ever heard in a video game.
Every day I hear him complaining. Well, now we'll see what he's made of.
We want so desperately to let you know who any of these voice actors are, but in the very credits of this game, not a single person is named.
Holy transistors! I never thought he would do this.
Wait, I know who that is.
Oh, you do?
Of course, it's Julia Child.
Julia Child presents the Chicken Sisters.
Detroit,
Miss Broiler,
must have
Miss Fryer,
recycled it.
Miss
Detroit,
Roaster,
those
Miss
all
Hazelnut,
passengers that lead to his plastic cell.
Good gravy.
And don't for a second think that all this amazing voice acting is limited to cutscenes.
This game suffers from what we like to call Bubsy-itis.
Bubsy-itis, dear viewers, is a sentence or line of dialogue that is repeated ad nauseum.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yes, quite. Our boy CID has a similar tendency to repeat his lines.
Not such a dummy now, am I? Not such a dummy now, am I? Not such a dummy now, am I?
So far, we have animations from a Dire Straits music video, voice acting that could peel the paint off walls, and a story that's headed nowhere. But I hear you asking,
what is the gameplay like?
The tutorial is our first glimpse of the in-game graphics and... Ooh, that's rough.
It looks like a PlayStation 1 game.
What year did this come out again?
2009.
Not such a dummy now, am I?
Good, right. Okay, whatever. Let's get into the action. We're moving on and... Oh, okay. Yeah, because this is the Wii version of the game the developers shoehorned in motion controls.
It's probably fine.
Oh yeah? You flail to punch.
Not such a dummy now, am I?
Sid's attack animation reminds me of how I used to fight on the playground. I cried a lot back then.
You know what makes me cry? When you accidentally trigger Sid's attack, he'll get locked into his animation. Sid will continue punching and moving forward until he walks into obstacles or falls off a ledge. And by the way, triggering an attack happens all the time when you just barely move your hands.
Well, isn't there some other way of attacking?
Yes, Sid has a bazooka.
Oh, good.
Motion controls.
Oh, bad.
You don't know the half of it. You have to hold down the A button and carefully move the controller towards your shoulder like you're pulling out an invisible rocket launcher or like you're using a back scratcher. You do this to equip and unequip the bazooka every time.
Well, does that at least work?
25% of the time, maybe.
So we got a bunch of motion-controlled punches, awkward and unresponsive bazooka management, but Sid also has the ability to use stealth.
It's bad. It's bad. It's really, 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 really bad. It's an awful game.
That was fun.
Glad you enjoyed it, because those sneaking movements are never used for the rest of the game.
And speaking of the way you move, typically in a 2.5D game like this, you have fixed planes of movement, focusing gameplay and making it easy to move around and attack enemies.
Seems like they might have been inspired by something.
Oh, really? What makes you say that?
No reason.
But Crash Bandicoot, this ain't! Would you like to know how they messed it up?
Well, they took the 2.5D concept and were like, oh, why not make a fixed plane style game and, like, let you have 360-degree movement, but, like, everywhere?
Doesn't sound like a problem. Anytime you move anywhere, every jump you make, every attack you attempt, you'll never be sure that it will land. It's almost impossible to gauge distance and space.
The same issue with positioning also affects your bazooka. Your character can be aiming in any direction instead of a fixed one, so if you happen to be looking just slightly, and I mean slightly off from your target, you will not hit it.
But Shane, what's with the aiming cursor? Can't you just use the handy-dandy Wii remote to aim at targets on the screen?
Oh, you would think that, wouldn't you? But no. See, what you're actually doing here is aiming at the screen to let the game know you want to shoot. See, you can aim anywhere on the screen, and besides some very specific circumstances, Sid will never actually aim where you're physically pointing the Wii remote.
Again, all of the shooting in this game is engaged by a stupid back scratch motion that works less than a quarter of the time.
If the game ever becomes too much and nothing seems to work and you're really frustrated, just take both of your hands and shake them as hard as you can. And you know what happens if you do that right?
Panic mode!
The game will instantly destroy anything and everything in your path.
And you'll be panicking a lot from each and every level's countless glitches, bugs, and poor designs.
And now, a brief selection of glitches you will find in CID The Dummy.
Hey, look, a switch! What does a hefty metal switch sound like when you move it?
Fax machine. Yep. Oh, that sounds good. Next.
Check this out. Reflections in glass. Except they're tiny and not at all how a reflection should actually work.
Here we notice shadows being improperly projected on the roof.
Here's a glitch where you can walk on water.
Here's a glitch where you can walk on lava.
The developers don't seem to be very good with fluids.
I think you're right, because when we get to a stage with water, all hope is lost. This is the worst water level in any video game we have ever played.
You control Sid with the joystick to swim. That part is normal. And you probably guessed that's how it would work, right?
But do you know how you get Sid to swim higher or lower?
Physically raise and lower your hand with a Wii remote to hopefully trigger the height adjustment.
That doesn't sound like it would be accurate at all.
It's not! But at least while you're underwater, you're constantly surrounded by sea mines!
But what about hard water?
What? I don't...
Ice, you dingus! There's a snow level that takes all the bad controls and makes it 10 times worse by introducing...
No.
Yes.
Slippiness?
Yes, sir. Slippery ice combined with an uncontrollable character. Plus that one fun issue where if you happen to move your hand just a little bit, Sid does the whole fun lock into a flailing attack thing where he will walk off of edges!
Hey, I got an idea. How about we take everything that is awful with the ice level and just give it one more solid push into the impossibly bad.
How?
Let's have a boss battle where a giant ice monster is chasing you and can pick you up and kill you if he catches you. And while you're struggling with the the ice slipperiness, the movement, and the timing, let's also force you to use that back scratch movement thing to pull out your bazooka to fire at things that are in your way while you're walking and jumping, doing all of this at the same damn time!
This game, it was never tested, was it?
Probably not. I don't think a single design idea was thoroughly thought out. Take this level, for example. It's a graveyard for crash dummies.
Why? Are these zombie dummies to test what zombies go through for safety?
Sure, why not? Maybe. And here's a hole for ghosts.
A ghost hole?
Wait.
Could that mean...
Ooh! It's the ghost of the money we wasted on this game! Hey, fellas! What game is this?
Oh, it's CID The Dummy on the Nintendo Wii.
Not such a dummy now, am I?
That! You two are on your own! Ghost out! It's impossible to track just how much is wrong with this game. The basic core design of the world and what's going on in every sequence works against you.
There's one part of the game where Cid is driving a car.
By the way, the music being used here, just have a listen.
Yeah, that's just a shoddy ripoff of the battle music from Final Fantasy VII.
Back to the car. Cid is driving it. Not to safety, by the way, but directly into a barrier that smashes Cid out of the window violently and through several full brick walls.
Cid is a crash impact dummy. This is what he's made for. He's pretty much invincible.
So, imagine the shock and horror we both had when we discovered that Cid has fall damage.
And not just fall damage, full on instant game over on impact.
He can survive getting thrown through 5 walls, but will die on impact when he hits the floor kinda hard. Impact. It's in his freaking name.
The whole game is a confusing mess. We had multiple deaths that seemed unfair or came out of nowhere entirely.
This is a flying sequence that has Cid riding another robot across some water. This whole time you need to keep the robot flying by holding up on the thumbstick while also avoiding obstacles. If you don't keep holding up, he'll fall into the water and die.
So we did that. We held up.
And we beat the level.
But when the score screen came up to show us how well we did, when we beat the level, we heard this.
That's the sound of falling into the water, but that doesn't make sense. And then suddenly, without reason, the level restarted.
Do you know what happened, folks?
We stopped holding the thumbstick up to keep the robot flying at the score screen because, well, the level was over, right? We had beaten it.
Turns out we weren't supposed to do that. The level didn't stop even at the score screen. If you let go, he will die behind the scenes.
Not such a dummy.
If you manage to break through the hours of levels and wade through the filth of this whole experience, you'll eventually get to a castle because, hey, why not? Where else is a big bad villain gonna be? And you defeat a robot that looks like he's pulled straight out of Sonic Adventure.
Detroit is defeated and Cid saves the good professor's daughter.
Wait, the daughter is a crash test dummy?
Oh, right, yeah. Apparently she's not really his daughter, but instead is a crash impact dummy infused with the essence of his real daughter who died.
What is actually going on anymore? I don't...
Most important thing here is that Cid berates the woman he just saved.
I almost decided to leave her there. She's way too demanding for my liking. Perhaps he could have made a nice microwave out of your spare parts. Or a hi-fi, since you're so noisy.
That's really harsh.
Even harsher when you realize that these two have never actually spoken to each other before this exact moment.
He's complaining about how mouthy she is.
She doesn't have a mouth!
So Cid is just a really bad person, and by all accounts, at the end of the game, it reveals just how shallow and mean-spirited he truly is.
Not such a dummy now, am I?
No. You are the dummy, Cid. You totally are.
CID The Dummy, made by 12, played by less.
It's just bad.
CID got released on multiple platforms, and the Wii release really tried to stuff motion controls where they weren't necessary.
So while we don't think any version of CID The Dummy is good, we specifically think the Wii outing takes the cake for top of the pile bad.
Both of us have played games that use motion controls well. That implementation is by no means an impossible feat.
Yeah, like Indiana Jones. But CID The Dummy feels like it was released on Wii to cash in on the console's popularity. Little thought was put into whether the control scheme elevated the core gameplay.
It did not.
Start fast run from here. try running faster.
The fun with CID doesn't end here. We're not even gonna get into its sequel. That's a whole other video, folks. One worth watching.
Knowing that CID the Dummy had so many versions and even got a sequel, that's impressive.
But for the next game, we're looking at a title that only saw one solitary platform release.
No sequels, no re-releases, nothing.
What it does have? Worst gameplay you've likely never touched.
Phix the Adventure is a video game developed by Affect. It saw a North American release exclusive to the original PlayStation in 2003.
2003? Whoa! Wasn't the PlayStation 1 a bit long in tooth? I mean, the PlayStation 2 had already been out for what? Over 2 years at that point?
You're right. And though the game saw a 2000 release in Japan, its late North American debut made Phix the Adventure one of the last 3D platformers to grace the PS1.
A 3D platformer? So Phix not only had a late check-in with the console, but to an entire genre brimming with finely crafted games?
We're talking Crash Bandicoot,
Spyro the Dragon,
Ape Escape,
Jumping Flash,
Croc?
Sure. Why not? Players were already steeped in tons of collectathon experiences. With so many great platformers already released to the system, we'll assume that the game's publisher saw something special in Phix the Adventure, something that begged to be shared with a wider audience.
And we wish we could confirm that, or that we could say anything else about the game's creation, but actually, as of this recording, we can find next to nothing about this title's development or release.
Ooh, mysterious. All the more reason to get right into it. What do we got?
Well, looking at the cover, I can guess this critter is probably Phix. What I can't begin to imagine is what kind of creature he is supposed to be. Is it a cat? A fox? Some back alley science experiment with arcade sticks gouged in its skull?
Don't worry. I think it's safe to say that if our pal Phix here has traditional eyeballs, there's not much going on in the old gray matter department anyway.
They call me Phix. I'm so very broken.
Yikes! The back of the case describes the game as a magnetically charged adventure, an action-adventure game for the whole family.
Magnet fun for family? That doesn't get your pulse tingling. I don't know what does.
Sounds like we're amped to positively charge the attract mode and venture north with Phix the Adventure.
Puns are fun.
The game opens with a dramatic CG cutscene in which we're given a conflicting game title. Cool. For those wondering, Phix in the Magnetic World was the English title on the Japanese release.
We see a large purple ball inside some weird hovering Mount Olympus-like structure.
Bakyu! Lightning strikes, nudging the orb off its pedestal. It swoops down through the clouds at Mach speed.
Cut to Phix, our hero, who's doing what we'd all rather be doing right now, lying dead under a tree.
Oh, wait, no. He's just sleeping.
You know what's not sleeping? A metric ton of purple pain tearing through the atmosphere.
Phix wakes up.
Twice?
And bam, he accidentally inhales the purple meteor that was, only moments ago, violently rocketing down from above.
Wait, wasn't the orb the size of a bowling ball a second ago?
Shh, don't get hung up on the details. If they were going for accuracy, that orb's descent would have ended differently.
Right, well, Phix seems uninjured and fine with these bizarre events, but the orb he swallowed is having an effect on the world around him. A bunch of soda cans zap to life and make a beeline for him.
Look, it's Phix! Absolutely smothered in garbage.
Suddenly, our stinky tetanus-filled pal gets a holographic message from beyond.
Phix, I am a cleric from Magnetical World!
A slimy, green, sphincter-lipped cleric.
You just swallowed something called Magnetostone! It is the most important object in our world.
That purple orb? The most important object in the world? It was on a flat surface in an open structure floating on an island in the sky. Could have cared for it better. A passing duck's fart could have knocked it loose.
Greeny Pooter Lips goes on to say that Phix is in big trouble, but not to worry, he can help.
Would you come over to the temple? Then I can remove it from your body.
Right, our hero, the magnetized wad of soiled bubblegum, is raring to go.
And so are we. Onto the title screen where we press start to discover that we've got a few options to choose from. Story mode, stage select, and training mode.
With this title being described as an action-adventure game for the whole family, we can probably skip the training and dip right into story mode and learn as we play.
Story mode.
Stage 1.
Training mode. Stage 1.
Okay, so what's going on in this game? What's with all the strange movement?
Why does Phix walk like he's body packing illicits through security?
No. Why are we being pushed and pulled around by colored shield things?
According to this, those are magnetic fields. Phix can interact with them by switching magnetic polarities with the R1 or triangle button.
Okay, so a north polarity is red or N, a south polarity is blue or S.
That's right. Phix can become attracted towards or repelled from them. See, we can even switch polarities while in magnetic fields to boost our jump.
A game that is constantly pushing and pulling you around sounds real fun.
To prevent that from happening, you can also neutralize your charge so that you're neither attracted or repelled.
Sweet!
But only for a short time. As long as you have juice in your magnetic charge meter. If you're out of energy, you're always sporting a north or south polarity by default.
Okay, I think I get it. As long as you're aware of your surroundings, you just switch between your default polarities to get through levels?
Yes.
Gotcha.
There's more. Enemies in regular levels also have polarities. Like those magnetic fields, some enemies push you away or pull you in depending on Phix's polarity. To take out enemies, Phix can shoot particles of polarity, his main offensive move.
Great, got it. Fire particles all the time at everything.
No, fire particles only at enemies with an opposite polarity. If the enemy has the same polarity as you, your polarity particles do absolutely nothing.
This seems overly complex and insanely irritating to play at any given moment.
Yep. Oh, one more thing.
There's more?
When you get Phix to full stride and then try to stop, he'll drift screech forward just a little bit, like he's sliding. This is a seemingly insignificant thing that affects every single movement and attack in the entire game, throwing off the controls of everything you do.
This is supposed to be fun for the whole family?
That's right.
Does the whole family happen to have a doctorate in slippy magnet physics?
Well, you better hope you learned everything you needed to from that first training level, because it doesn't seem like we're able to unlock Stage 2 of training.
Whatever, who cares? Everyone understands how magnets work. Let's try and take on the story mode again.
Second time around, and it still doesn't feel good.
Like here, we take what we've learned and use the polarity to bounce ourselves onto this little island to collect gems. Grab enough gems, you get an extra life.
The magnetic field we use to bounce over here is blue, so we switch to its opposite polarity, red, to pull ourselves back to the other side.
What? Why didn't that work? We use the opposite polarity. We know how magnets magnet.
We may have learned how the game works, but things still don't feel right. Switching polarities feels unintuitive and cumbersome, especially while balancing that same system for enemy attacks. We're pushed and pulled a lot. It leads to confusing and downright blood-boiling moments.
This thing won't let go! And I don't want to switch the polarities because I know I'll be flung into the water somewhere.
I don't know. Neutralize your polarity.
Thanks.
This constant push-pull magnetism makes you take plenty of needless damage as you fumble with the controls.
And of course, we died a lot.
Even when you are prepared for magnetic fields and know exactly what you want to do, there's no guarantee for how your movement will actually play out.
Here, we have a couple trees with gems on them. You have to use the same polarity to bounce up to the top, but you can't position and land your character with any semblance of accuracy. Look at this mess.
The first level's not all that big, but it took a heck of a long time to make the most of Phix's weird and accurate mechanics and get to the portal at the end of the level.
Oh joy, I get the feeling this is gonna get way worse. Bring on Stage 2.
Wait a sec. You see that? 0 out of 4? 1% complete. Did we miss something?
No way, we went all over the map. Maybe there just wasn't much to collect?
Possibly. Anyway, level 2 is similar to the first, but take a closer look and hey! Cool! Phix can clip right into the mountainside. Gives new meaning to the term rough terrain.
Fortunately, in this level, there's less water and fewer tight corridors than the first.
Unfortunately, this makes some of the game's other issues far more apparent.
Like this terrible camera view. The 3/4 top-down position barely glimpses what's in front or even behind Phix. Sometimes it drifts on its own, but don't worry, you can hold down L1 to slowly recenter it, only to discover it gets stuck on level geometry.
Think you can use the in-game map to find your way, don't bother. It's mostly useless.
Heck, the least it could do is point out enemies, most of which spawn perpetually and hunt you down. Buckets of fun when you're trying to use the game's traversal system to grab items.
And heaven forbid you get in range of large obstacles like trees or boulders. They leave enormous blind spots. Mix this with those respawning foes, the terrible camera, and you got the perfect recipe for a bad time.
This game is incredible. Phix the Adventure seems to have ignored virtually all lessons learned from every previous 3D platforming game ever made. Games that showcase the playfield for better action. Titles that allowed the player to select multiple camera styles.
And experiences with great feeling character abilities that felt intuitive to use near instantly.
At this point, Phix's magnetic moves and attacks somehow feel worse with every passing level.
Despite this, we did make it through the second stage. And this time, yeah, we made sure we picked up just about everything. So
0 out of 4? 5%? What did we miss? We combed the stage. Something's not right.
Well, on to the third level. It has a locked side perspective. Here, finally, the camera is pushed back far enough to properly see the world around our character.
Or so we thought. Sure, we can see incoming enemies, but we're beginning to notice that the game has way bigger issues to contend with.
Wait. What? What's even happening here? Have we ever seen clipping like this before?
Looks like Phix's magnetism is warping the fabric of reality.
We're seeing objects and characters clipping all over the place. Look at this. It's weird seeing this little guy poke through geometry. Think you know where he's positioned in game space? Yeah, well, the game disagrees.
My eyes are screaming! And what's worse, this locked camera in the level is destroying me! Phix still has the same 3D movement as before, but now it's hard to judge the level spatially. Some sections seem like they may be accessible to jump to. They're not.
And while we're talking about jumping, it often feels like Phix magically tumbles through platform edges right before he leaps. I swear, it feels like we have more running room, but into the death pit.
The game is teeming with multiple graphical oddities and world imperfections that make adventuring hurt. But hey, we're done stage 3. And after so many stages and so much gameplay, do you think the game's magnetic polarity system has finally become easy to control and understand?
No!
Hey, look! Now we're at 6%. Why number? No idea. On to stage 4.
Oh boy! This game has boss battles! What vile creature will we face after stumbling around levels themed around green forests and floating islands? An ogre? Some type of tree beast?
Cali Monstro, a giant squid that lives deep in the woods.
I don't think a giant squid would be in fresh water.
Well, what kind of fish is he eating out of the fall?
We start the battle and run in sheer horror, understandably.
Wait, the trunk of that tree, it says hit.
We hit.
Hold up. Surely a massive apple didn't just lacerate Phix's skull. Not after the game literally told us to hit the f***ing tree.
Did we do something wrong? Hold on, I think there's a tree on the other side too. Yeah, okay, same prompt. Hit the tree!
What do you want from us, game?
Fine, never mind the prompts. Attack Kali Monstro head on.
It hardly hurts him. His health bar is barely chipping away.
Ah, screw it! Back to the tree. Was that a coin? It's a tree. Fruit, I get. But a coin? Unless, good gosh, money really does grow on trees.
Forget the coin, it worked! So why were we freaking Newtoned a minute ago? Don't tell me the boss needs to be specifically positioned to take damage. The boss needs to be specifically positioned to take damage.
Why? Why bother telling the player to hit the tree without hinting at when to do so? Did the programmers think the players would have fun dying and replaying until they decipher the untelegraphed environmental damage system?
We sure didn't. When you finally knock some sense into Kali Monstro and deplete his health bar, the squid gets chatty.
What am I doing? Did you bring me back to normal? I believe the other kings also have the same bad situation. Please save them, Phix.
pink abomination a few words.
So, there are kings that need saving. That's the first we've heard. Good to know.
After this squiddly confrontation, put a bow on it, World 1 of Phix the Adventure is wrapped.
Now you got a picture of the basic template for a world. 3 regular levels, 1 boss fight. But wait, our percentage didn't go up? We've still only completed 6% of the game!
Hey, a game this bad could have a broken scoring system. So let's forget arbitrary percentage numbers as we visit our next world, Fairy Ruins, which consists of a series of ancient tombs. Plenty to see in these run-of-the-mill desert sections like
a sand tornado that seems like it can lift you to higher ground. It doesn't.
A descending sand border that lets you walk past chunks of gameplay.
More MC Escher-style character clipping that numbs the brain.
And a column structure that is nigh impossible to climb. No, seriously, how does this work?
Oh, and if Phix doesn't magnet accordingly, he gets stuck in vibration limbo here.
I guess this is Phix's life now.
Oh, and we should mention, this was all in the first stage. Things don't get better. There's not a whole lot of purposely built fun or satisfying challenge here. The game tries to shake things up with symbol matching and polarity-based puzzles, but they're simple, brief vacations from, regular gameplay.
Eventually, we start poking around the 3rd Fairy Ruins stage, and...
Wait. What the heck is that?
Looks to be a single bouncy little pixel. Is that another visual glitch?
Okay, yeah, we just snagged it. Weird.
And after more headache-inducing platforming and awkward polarity-based combat,
we found another tiny pixel.
And then another?
And then another?
No. No, these are not what I think they are. There is no way.
Whoa, what? What's going on?
Hold on, let's just finish this level. 16%. 16%. Oh, 16%. You madmen. 16%.
What? No, those tiny pixels? Those barely existent, springly little...
Collectibles.
But...
Collectibles.
How?
Collectibles.
Oh no. Oh, no.
Don't think this is so bad? Think we're overinflating how horrible a collectible the size of a freaking speck of dust is?
We were forced to go back and review all our footage, hoping to spot more. Guess what? In the very first level, we walked by the same one. Not once, not twice, but 11 times. That's how hard it is to notice these things.
Fun fact, while carefully going over our recording of World 1 Stage 2, we saw that we actually did find a collectible after all. We literally walked into one, and we still had no clue we nabbed it.
Every single one of you watching saw these collectibles the whole time and likely had no idea.
Why would anyone make collectibles that small? The game case, front, back, and manual never mention these. Ever! Only the tiniest, most ambiguous of hints exists of any sort of special secret to the game at all. This line in the manual's training description.
If you clear one condition during the game, it will what? What condition?
At least now we can assume that collecting these things will do something, somewhere.
So now, not only do we have to contend with a game that controls like a ping pong ball in a wind tunnel, we also have to look for tiny white specklets. Let's go ahead and add this to the list of crap other platformers did better years ago.
They make collectibles easy to see and challenging to collect.
Not easy to collect and impossible to see.
On the bright side, we're on to the World 2 boss now, and boss levels don't seem to have collectibles anywhere in sight.
Time to duke it out with Gorgonia.
That right there, game for the whole family.
Phix, the magnetized bug rodent, is dropped into an arena with varying magnetic polarities. In front of him, a barely clothed Medusa wannabe. She summons bolts of lightning, shakes out unkillable homing snakes, hurls waves of energy, and slaps anything in her vicinity.
How do you think this went?
Not good! Our brains could not process this boss fight.
To hurt Gorgonia, just like the last boss battle, you need to use the environment to attack. See those moving torches? When successfully destroyed, they spew flames up into Gorgonia's face.
Sound easy? It's not. We have to do all this while being magnetically tossed around and targeted by all other attacks.
If those elements weren't bad enough, I think it's time we disclose 2 fun notes about combat in Phix the Adventure.
1. Phix is part particles of polarity attack is barely useful. It doesn't travel far, and it's hard to aim.
2. The hitboxes on all objects and enemies are tiny and require absolute precision.
So say you have, I don't know, an encounter with a mostly naked snake woman who's constantly throwing the kitchen sink at you, and you're required to hit moving torches 6 times each while magnets pull you around and freaking unkillable snakes chase you. Yeah, well, it gets challenging.
But eventually, after torching our way through this ludicrous boss fight, big ol' Serpent Head wants to have a chat.
Thank you for saving me. Please don't get me wrong. Normally, I am a cute and sweet girl. I believe that the countries ahead are also in big trouble. Phix, please save them.
Wait, do the kings need to be rescued? The countries? Both?
I thought Phix was just going on a simple journey to the Temple of the Anus Cleric.
Maybe it's all those! On to the next world, which reads like an adult film star alias.
Neo Volcano.
Of course there's a lava world. It's a platformer. There's always gotta be one. These next levels are jam-packed with magma, heat geysers, and whatever the hell this thing is. Oh, and let's not forget, more super hidden tiny dots.
As we continue, they're proving to be a real pain to find.
Speaking of pain, any contact with the many rivers of lava in this world is instant death, which is kind of expected. But what isn't expected is that when Phix is hopping for safety on the few rock chunks dotting these death rivers, you lose a key element you need for proper platforming in any 3D platforming title.
Phix's shadow. He usually sports a shadow through most gameplay, but bafflingly, when you're jumping across insta-death areas, no shadow.
Other platformers released way before Phix use shadows to help you see where you're about to land when moving and jumping around in a 3D space.
But not here. Not when it's needed. And trust us, you'll miss it desperately when it's gone. That unforgiving surface edge issue we've had throughout this game? Yeah, that means you need to hop dead center on all small surfaces to have any hope of landing correctly.
Good luck! Phix's shadow disappears so much, you'll be burning away your lives.
And to make it harder, how about layering on more complicated magnet crap as well? Doesn't this look fun?
You'll be shoved and tugged by fields and assaulted by enemies, all while frantically swapping polarities. Inevitably, you'll choke down huge gulps of liquid incineration.
Sometimes you don't even have a half second to switch polarities because the camera angle refuses to show you what's about to push you into oblivion.
The end cap to these 3 levels of deadly dips and utter confusion?
The World 3 boss stage, King of Neo Volcano. Mr. Powder.
Mr. Powder isn't challenging. The battle takes place in a circular arena where you have to avoid fire-based attacks while hitting 4 water spouts. Tag them 6 times, and Mr. Powder gets a life-walloping shower. It's a straightforward boss fight, but that's not why it's so bad.
Loss of Magnia Stone caused us such turmoil. But anyway, please accept my apology. The cleric told me about you. Please bring the Magnia Stone to the temple as soon as possible. Wait, the cleric told you about Phix? Why the hell did you attack him? You knew he wasn't an enemy. You knew he's trying to return an important magical MacGuffin for your benefit, yet you still tried to kill him? You're a moron!
After we dusted Mr. Powder, we traveled to World 4, which is called Techno City Louderburg.
Louderburg just rolls off the tongue. Is there something going on with the names of these worlds?
Yeah, actually. Every world in this game is a nod to the study of magnetism, from important concepts to prominent contributing figures. Techno City Louderburg is named after Paul C. Louderburg, the Nobel Prize-awarded chemist who helped develop MRI technology.
Phix the Adventurer embraces a man who saved countless lives, siphons our will to live.
World 4 is filled with tons of mechanical contraptions, the first level of which is designed so poorly it should be rusting in a dumpster behind a middle school science fair.
In this stage, you have to press 4 large buttons in order to open a door to an exit. The level itself? Simple layout, a large circle. So how do they mess this up?
Elevators! To reach the elevators, you not only have to deal with the usual obstacles and enemies, but new ones too. Here, we'll introduce you.
Oh, didn't catch him? Let's have one more look. Stop. There he is. This little itchy trigger-fingered scientist has joined the fight. He's got incredible aim, even at great distances.
But that's not all. The level's also decked out with several enormous spinning energy blades. Loads of fun, especially when magnetic fields feed you right into them.
And let's say you slip past all these hindrances and make your way to an elevator. Well, you can't just hop on like a regular old chump. You gotta use polarity powers. Hold on, let's try that again. Hold on. One more time. Ha! Nailed it! How did Phix slipped through a non-existent gap between the platform and the wall? What kind of wacko reality is this?
Eventually, we managed to rotate through the room, ride all 4 elevators, and hit every button. But nothing seems to be happening? Why is nothing happening?
Turns out we needed to do all this in a specific order. There are Roman numerals at the bottom of each elevator, so we get to do it all over again. This time, sequentially. Hooray! I never want to see this piece of crap level ever again.
Huh. Looks like we missed a collectible. World 4's other regular levels are a bit more traditional, but they still have a few notable quirks.
Like leaky steam pipes that make you wait 4 seconds every few steps.
And seemingly impossible magnetized jumps.
And flaming danger pits that kill you even if you don't make contact with the fire.
And vertical moving platforms that you slip right on through.
And enemies that spawn out of range that immediately put a bullet in your tummy.
And this part.
And this part again.
And this part again.
And this part again.
And this part again.
And again.
And this part.
And again.
And this part.
And again.
This part.
And
This
again.
part. This part.
And again.
This part. This
And
part.
again.
This
And
part.
Oh, we did it.
Huh.
We're free! Level 4's end boss is Roland Rocco, an Autobots reject that fires missiles and, surprise, surprise, rolls around.
Rocco's easier to chip damage off of than any other boss we've faced so far, but if you want, you can use your surroundings to slice off larger chunks of his health. Just attack 2 weird robotic pillars in the corners and repeat until his health bar melts away.
It feels like the boss fights in Phix are getting progressively easier to get through, or maybe less thought was put into them being challenging. It's probably that one.
Yeah.
Zap, beep, grrr. Testing. 1, 2. Well, what am I doing? The 5th and final world of the game is Savart Castle, and there's no better way to describe this place than as a greatest hits of Phix's previous busted gameplay problems.
Oh, we got plenty of brain-ringing visual oddities here. You know, the kind you love to see when you're trying to navigate 3D space. Watch long enough and it'll hurt your eyesight worse than a magic eye photo.
There's also plenty of polarity-focused jumps, adjusted for maximum frustration. Here, if you're not hampered by enemies, or just stumbling through the ground, successfully juggling through your polarities is a trial all on its own.
In another section, they mix magnetic platforming with rooftops so dark, you can barely make out that they're all completely riddled with death holes.
We can barely see what we're standing on. And see this? We're being bombarded with off-screen projectiles. Making any kind of progress here is hit or miss. If you happen to have terrible luck and activate the wrong polarity at the wrong time, bam! Phix is hurled into the abyss.
Eventually, we made our way into the castle, the last regular level of the game.
Thankfully, no rooftops here, just loads of super fast enemies, fire carousels, and... Oh, come on, man! This room is giving me a headache. Why are the spikes moving? What possible benefit do they have? They're a pit full of spikes. Falling into the pit will allow gravity to do what a pit of spikes is supposed to do.
Right, so let's just avoid them carefully.
What was that?
Okay, let me just pull up some other gameplay. Hair. Yeah, they throw their hair.
Is hair even remotely capable or heavy enough to contribute to any physical damage at all? It's hair.
Hair-raising antics or not, you'll notice the same rooms popping up frequently. Why? Well, because it's a maze, of course. A maze!
Prepare to get lost, looping around trying to remember where you came from and where you're going. Oh, and don't forget to look everywhere for those teensy-weensy collectibles, because trust us, you don't want to revisit this place again.
Oh, stage 4, last boss. What do we have?
Looks like we're fighting Senor Shogun. I think they meant Senor Shogun, but spelled Senor wrong.
This battle actually looks great. It's raining, arrows crash down, lightning bolts flicker, a giant samurai marches while swinging a giant weapon. Very intimidating.
And then you've got Phix, the waddling pink turd that looks like he drinks from a sippy cup. There are huge cannons at each corner of the battlefield here, and they're all prompting us to hit, which we would love to do if Phix's attacks ever decided to actually connect.
Not a lot of fun missing a cannon you're obviously hitting. I mean, our attack is literally flipping right through the thing.
Gotta hit these cannons ever so precisely to activate them. 6 hits and a shot blasts out onto our foe, slicing away his health.
Without very much effort, which is surprising for a final boss, we finish him off.
You must be Mr. Phix. I apologize for my bad manner.
Oh, no.
How can I make it up to you?
Oh man, had me there for a sec.
The cleric is waiting for you. Please hurry, Mr. Phix.
Oh, good. Looks like he was also aware of Phix and his mission. Is every single entity in this game just arbitrarily trying to kill Phix because he's trying to help them?
Maybe we'll understand more with this final cutscene. Phix makes it to the temple of the Brown Eye Maw. Here, we're finally graced with Phix's first full sentence in the entire game.
Can you take it out? Well said.
Yeah, that was... Bravo. The cleric shakes his moneymaker, and like magic, a Magnia Stone is released.
But one more favor is asked of Phix. They want to launch him out of a catapult.
Oh, sure. Let's toss the trash rat right into the sun. Shane approves.
Phix places the Magnia Stone back on its pedestal, ending chaos in the world of Magnetica. With his mission finally over, our hero looks out over the horizon and asks one final lingering question. How am I going to get down from here? Good. Clean wrap up. Phix either dies of starvation in the clouds or he's hosed off a sidewalk somewhere. The end.
Yes. Except no.
What? Oh, come on!
Aha! Have you already forgotten the collectibles?
Silly me. Funny how easy it is to forget something you can barely see.
Why do you think we started grabbing them? The instructions specifically told us...
Ambiguously.
The instructions ambiguously told us if we clear one condition during the game, it will.
It will... What? Unlock a sound test? A cutscene theater? Something we won't forget in an hour?
Nobody knows. There was no information about this online anywhere. It's as if nobody had done it before. Like somehow this incredibly unknown game had insanely hard to see collectibles that were never mentioned or seen by anyone. So we're doing it. We're gonna find out what happens. We're gonna answer the question once and for all.
We managed to cultivate well over half the little white freckles farting around the game on our first playthrough. We're playing levels, looking for these things. Oh man, it was slow going, but we found him. Each and every one.
And it revealed a training mode plus. Remember how there was only one training level and the rest were locked? Well, now there's a second level and a third and a fourth.
Training? A little late for that, don't you think? Phix is already spotting the thickest canopy to absorb his impact.
The game is completed. There is nothing left to train us on. We already did every possible thing you could do in the game. What do these stages even look like?
Well, Extra Stage 1 looks really different. Sparse and Lego bricky.
Still has that classic Phix platforming. The terrible kind.
Wait, why does it seem dialed up for maximum frustration?
We're not learning anything. We're not getting helpful prompts. This isn't a training mode plus at all. Do you know what this really is? It's some sort of gameplay challenge mode.
How could they? Oh no, look! It's the same in the second bonus stage. And the third? The broken platforming, the awkward, horribly inaccurate magnet abilities. These levels are made to test players' Phix gaming prowess?
But how can you beat a challenge mode with gameplay so inherently busted?
Well, folks, scooch in close, and we'll tell you how. By playing and losing.
And replaying and re-losing until your dried out thumbs and eyeballs leak.
By pressing the continue button so many times, your PlayStation will start sweating.
And if you're smart, you'll quit and save yourself the time trying to control an uncontrollable game. But if you're us,
you'll come to accept the fact that this game probably didn't teach you how to play it correctly, or heck, maybe there's no right way to play it at all.
Desperately attempting to prevent yourself from falling off edges that don't have proper boundaries with a character who slips around and gets pushed and pulled so fast that you won't be able to build a logical, sensical gameplay strategy.
There's only one way to beat this: brute force. We died 317 times, finishing 3 extra stages in Phix. There was no pride, no sense of accomplishment at the finish line, no reward, no extra unlocks. They didn't expect anyone to get this far. There's no way.
And you know what? Thinking back on this game's soul-shattering mechanics, they wouldn't sting so bad if another character platformer wasn't released in the exact same year with very similar gameplay ideas.
That's right, folks! This is Super Magnetic Neo. It came to the Dreamcast the exact same year as Phix's Japanese release. It's another magnetism-based game.
It makes better use of polarity switching powers, has better platforming, and features, get this, collectibles you can see! Is Super Magnetic Neo a perfect game? Nah, it can be frustrating in its own right, but does it run laps around this pink nightmare? Better believe it.
Phix the Adventure is a game fraught with issues. Terrible controls, frustrating exploration, glitchy levels, annoying enemies, flea-like collectibles, and absolutely repulsive magnet mechanics. It's a platformer that doesn't want you to have a good time. But more than that,
it's just bad. Adam found this game randomly while shopping at a gaming convention.
Yeah, and I had no idea what we were in for.
But one thing we'd like to clear up.
Was that a coin?
That's not a coin, it's a wash basin.
Believe it or not, this is a long-standing anime trope that neither of us were even remotely familiar with. While Western animation propelled slapstick gags like an anvil falling on a character's head,
a wash basin represents the same idea in anime.
And now you know.
See, that's kind of the fun of this list. Sure, these games are bad, very, very bad. But exploring them for the first time is an educational adventure. You discover and learn so many things.
Some pretty funny, some horrible.
But when we say we've discovered things for the very first time, we're not kidding.
Many of these games were overlooked or forgotten by everyone, usually for good reason. Likely because while they're interesting, they're not actually fun to play.
That's why they made our list.
There's Morphman's bizarre dialogue and unintuitive glyph buttons.
Spider-Man's multiple choice puzzle mayhem.
An iconic Japanese franchise's terrible American misstep.
Superman having a game so terrible that Superman 64 would blush.
A racing franchise forever ruined by one terrible entry.
An alien invasion that was more frustrating to experience than an actual alien invasion.
A crash dummy in a game that totally crashed.
And Phix, a game that, well, needed to be fixed.
But we also looked at a Batman game.
And that right there, folks, that's special. Because the next game on our list defies reason.
There is no possible way that there are 2 Batman games that nobody played through, right?
Welcome to number 1. I am the Knight.
Batman and Robin is an action-adventure title developed by Probe Entertainment and released to the PlayStation in 1998.
The game is based on the 1997 Batman and Robin film, the final chapter in a popular run of Batman flicks started in 1989.
These 4 films saw a rotating cast of actors, writers, and directors that resulted in huge creative shifts. From Tim Burton's dark and mature take on the classic comic book series to Joel Schumacher's neon-infested cartoon fever dream.
The Batman and Robin movie is notorious for several reasons.
It was the lowest-grossing live-action Warner Brothers Batman film.
It made the studio cancel a planned sequel.
It won Worst Picture.
It had bat nipples.
And yet somehow, and I can't believe I'm saying this, somehow this game is worse.
Let's awkwardly glide into Batman and Robin on the PS1.
Upon starting the game, we're treated to an intro cinematic.
We get a swooping scene of Gotham City with Mr. Freeze driving his Freeze-mobile out from the bowels of the streets. He destroys city property and causes several cars to explode, likely injuring loads of people in the process. Freeze exits his car, stares up at the bat signal, and laughs.
Where's Batman during all of this, you might be thinking? Well, surely Bruce Wayne is miles away, only now glimpsing the bat signal in the sky, and is quickly pulling on his bat pants to assist people on the street and take on Mr. Freeze.
No, actually, I'm pretty sure at the beginning of the cutscene we saw Batman just standing on a nearby rooftop.
He's just watching people die?
Yup.
Wow! 10 seconds in and Batman is colder than Mr. Freeze.
But suddenly, the scene is over. The game begins in the Batcave with our hero, Batman, standing in front of the Bat computer.
A dialogue box pops up noting that Mr. Freeze is looking for power, whatever that is, and that it's up to Batman to decipher the clues to find the exact time and place that Freeze will be committing his next crime.
We're told to press do on the PlayStation 1 controller to start up the Bat computer.
Okay.
And in a few seconds, we'll find ourselves using one of the most high-tech crime-thwarting databases ever in the history of cinema and comics.
It's a Mac.
What?
It's a late 90s Apple Macintosh. The Bat computer is a Bat Mac.
And the Bat computer has an icon called Bat Computer.
You know, so you can access the Bat computer while on the Bat computer.
So you, as Batman, check the computer, look at some clues, and by combining and analyzing these random objects, the Bat computer comes to the conclusion that, obviously, Mr. Freeze is going to steal the Sudan diamond from the Gotham Museum.
Where did these clues come from? Why does Mr. Freeze want a diamond? Why didn't Batman just follow Mr. Freeze after watching him maim Gotham citizens at the start?
Great questions. We have no answers. We jump into the Batmobile and drive off. Guided through the city streets, we're told by pop-ups exactly where to go. Helpful.
And upon arrival at the museum,
we press do to enter.
Oh, okay. And once we're in, we find that we're kind of early.
Hello? Crime? This is kind of awkward. Little echoey. It's Halo.
Don't worry though, the game expected you to be here early, so it gives you an option to fast forward time to when the crime is committed.
Once the alarms go off, Batman rushes into the museum and takes on hordes of Freeze's henchmen, shattering them into pieces because they're ice people, I suppose. After many a low-level lackey fight, Mr. Freeze himself makes an appearance to steal the diamond.
We rush up to face him, and...
What just happened? Did we lose?
We did! There are no lives or continues in this game. When you die, you're treated to this grim cinematic and you restart all the way at the main menu.
Okay, clearly we must have missed a tutorial or combat training or something. Let's head back to the Batcave and explore it a bit more to see what we can do and learn.
Welcome to the Batcave, where you can
practice your Batarang skills with moving targets.
Take on virtual baddies using advanced hologram technology.
Switch characters between Batman, Robin, and Batgirl.
Use a magic healing chamber.
Use a magic energy replenishment chamber.
Use the famous Bat computer.
Access your many vehicles.
Use a glowing, blinking staircase to enter Wayne Manor.
Explore Bruce Wayne's homestead that is filled with combat training holograms and more target practice sections.
And most important of all, in the House of Wayne, you get to use your rocket boots.
That awkwardly propel you stiffly up into the air with very little control.
Speaking of control, all three of the characters you can play as in this game don't exactly handle the same way. In fact, some of them just outright don't function properly, like Batgirl.
You'd think that it's a simple cosmetic swap and that all the characters in this game that you can play as are treated equally. But in a section like this, where Batman easily jumps over this ledge here and smashes through this window.
Yeah, for Batgirl, she doesn't seem to be able to quite make the jump. Anyway, we spent tons of time in the Batcave and around Wayne Manor. Here's what we learned about movement and combat.
The magnifying glass at the top left represents exploration and platforming. When you have that selected, you can interact with objects in the world, jump, or use items like your Batarang. However, you can switch that magnifying glass to a fist, which represents combat. When that's selected, it changes all of your buttons to combat buttons like punching or kicking. But in this mode, you lose the ability to jump or use items like your batarang, so you need to strategically switch between both during every single battle.
Okay, that's not the greatest
If
thing.
you push one of the attack buttons with the magnifying glass activated, it will trigger an instant heal option that you cannot activate when the fist is selected. And because every enemy in this game drains your health very easily, you'll have no choice but to switch constantly on the fly.
Oh, wow, that sounds really...
There's also a second set of symbols to the right of the magnifying glass and the fist that can be switched from 1 triangle to 3 to represent the speed of your general movements. Combined, this gives you a total of 4 possible modes of movement just for Batman to functionally be Batman. This is what you gotta learn.
Okay, take that all in and understand that basic movement in this game is centered around tank controls. That means stilted movements are added onto the already finicky action control setup that will have you pressing the wrong buttons. In a game like this with no lives and no continues, that means you're going to be playing whole chunks of game over again.
Speaking of playing whole sections over again, let's try fighting Mr. Freeze just one more time.
I mean, we're ready, we trained, the controls are awful, but we know how they work.
Yeah!
Yeah!
The controls are tough, the enemies hit hard, and the combat feels broken. But that's not the only problem here. The game features a non-player controlled camera that's always jumping around, making fighting that much harder.
Eventually, we got past Freeze, but how did we do it?
We spammed the kick button. Back kick, back kick, back kick, back kick, back kick.
That works?
Not every time.
We wanted to get into the next mission, but as soon as you complete the museum stage, you're on your own. The game no longer gives you any hints. In fact, we need to collect our own clues to find the next possible crime location. We found 3. Now we have to head back to the Bat Computer and put these clues together.
Did you say put clues together? That sounds like it's time for everyone's favorite segment, Clues Blues!
Hey kids, Batman's kinda stuck here. Can you help me find out what Mr. Freeze's clues mean? Okay, we've got alarm schematics, a walkie-talkie with no power source, and a picture of Mr. Freeze. Could this mean that Mr. Freeze is alarmed that he doesn't have batteries for his walkie-talkie?
No.
Yeah, probably not. What do you think? No. That's probably not right.
It became apparent real quick that the clues we had didn't actually add up to anything. I guess we have to look for more?
Mr. Freeze was defeated, but now we need to stay in the museum and find clues before we leave so that we can get to the next mission.
Where could they be? Well, here's where the game gets a little bit dirty.
Every level you'll play may have clues hidden behind or inside objects that you might not know about.
I love this. Batman is in a museum surrounded with priceless artifacts, and he has no choice but to destroy everything he sees to be sure he doesn't miss a single clue.
And if you're not frustrated with the most unfair scavenger hunt ever put into a digital world, you'll also find that some clues require specific abilities to get, like on top of really tall objects that require you to use your iconic rocket boots.
Rocket boots that, by the way, have limited use and can run out while in a mission. So if you trigger them incorrectly and fail at using them, yeah, that could result in some clues never being grabbed.
I'm leaving in my bad boots. I don't think I can reach that clue.
This clue system is a part of every single mission you play, and it leads to utter confusion. Clues that seemingly serve no purpose will stay with you forever, mudding your attempts to find other mission locations. And unless you are very, very lucky, there's always the chance you've missed clues, which the game doesn't tell you.
Oh, and if for some reason you do figure out that you've missed something and try to go back to a mission location you've already left, the clues are gone. They disappear the moment you leave a location.
So all of this creates a pretty bad time. But the developers were like, hey, let's make it worse. Let's leave clues randomly on the sides of city streets. You might see them, you might not, and maybe they're useful, but maybe they're not.
Maybe you want to check out the clues that you've collected to see if you should still be scrounging around Gotham. But guess what? You can't!
You'll need to return to the Batcave or find a Bat computer somewhere in the streets of Gotham in order to look at the clues you have.
Good luck.
Anyway, after our fight with Freeze, we were lucky enough to find the right clues to lead us to our next mission location, a jewelry store.
Right, so we go to our map of Gotham City and whoa! This map is big.
It was at this point that we discovered that this game is actually a fully realized 3D open world experience. This is years before other developers would master this concept.
It can take full-on real-world minutes to travel from one point to another in Gotham. It's seriously impressive, something that the developers likely spent a really long time on creating.
Yeah, real shame it sucks though.
Batman drives his famous Batmobile.
A vehicle that is obviously far too large for the city streets.
Excuse me, pardon me. Oops, no, okay, nope, stop, okay.
You constantly run into oncoming traffic or obstacles, which is only made worse by having a super short viewing distance.
The PlayStation likely wasn't capable of displaying much further than what you're seeing right here.
Yes, the world is big. Yes, it's highly detailed. Yes, this is impressive.
But no, good gameplay, this isn't.
Enemies are tossed at you incredibly fast with virtually no reaction time. Even when you're getting Batman out of the car and onto the street, the villains keep pouring over you.
Batman and Robin, Batman and Robin. Stupid people keep crashing into my legs. Batman needs his boy wonder.
All right, Batman, I've arrived.
Robin? Robin? Hello? I wish he was here. He can help me figure out why all these cars keep crashing into this wall.
Back to the Batmobile, it has very few defenses, and in many cases, when you're surrounded by enemies, you'll likely kill innocent people.
Oh yeah, did we forget to mention? Batman straight up murders people in this game.
The Batmobile fires bullets and blows up vehicles. You can also use that same weapon to destroy anyone you see in the city streets.
Funny enough, that shattering thing we talked about earlier, where Batman punches people to pieces, yeah, the same thing happens out here with everyone. Goon, citizen, it doesn't matter. Everybody breaks like they're made of ice. It looks really strange.
Overall, car combat is wildly unresponsive and punishing. Just the act of driving the car is insanely hard. You'll hit everything.
Enemies peel back your health like wrapping paper, putting your chances of survival at near zero.
Oh, and don't think you can outrun your enemies. They're all way faster than you are, and they always catch up.
And yet, you must drive, because this is an open world game. To get from one mission to the next, you'll have no choice but to drive to that location. Fast traveling to a crime is not an option.
Let's pull up that Gotham map again. When you select a place you need to go, it gets pointed out at the bottom right radar you see while you're driving.
Problem is, the mini-map is a mess. Lines that represent streets are sandwiched together without a gap, causing massive confusion when you're trying to navigate the insanely complicated maze that is Gotham City streets.
You'll never be able to know when you need to turn anywhere.
It's a completely non-functional map system in an open world game. Great!
Now, perhaps by this point, after hearing all the flaws of this game and barely getting past the very first mission, you'd assume that the game couldn't be any harder.
Well, here's one more layer of complexity that will keep you in a constant state of panic.
This whole game? It's timed.
Timed.
Everything is timed.
If you let the game sit idle, Mr. Freeze will commit all of his crimes and destroy Gotham, leaving you with a game over and once again visiting that awful end cutscene.
You saw that museum? You thought we could take our time carefully fighting every enemy? You can't. Wait long enough and Mr. Freeze will get away.
Thought we could spend a long time hunting for clues? You can't. If you take too long looking for clues, the next crime will have already started.
You may have noticed a save option on the bad computer earlier on. Well, it's true, you can save your progress, but you need to be near a bad computer to do that. So, you'll waste in-game time driving to a computer, which, by the way, some are just out in the wild.
You know, the most high-tech crime-thwarting database ever in the history of cinema and comics? Yeah, it's just sitting there like a freaking ATM with no password protection or anything. Someone could just go up to it, try to get gas money, and instantly learn all of Batman's secrets.
What? Oh no! My bat picks!
So, you can save at a bat ATM, but they're sparsely placed and often take plenty of time to get to.
Let's not forget that if you finished a chunk of gameplay and haven't found these needle-in-a-haystack save spots, all that progress will be lost.
Load game, drive to mission, beat mission, drive to bat ATM, can't find ATM and die. Reload right from the start of that loop. That sounds like fun, right? Right?
You do have the ability to fast travel to one location in this game, though.
And that's to the Batcave, the furthest point from anything in Gotham. And they give you a 5-minute penalty for having the audacity to want to quick travel to save. All right, everybody, you get it now. This is a huge game with a wall of difficulty that is unlike almost any other game we have played.
There is no way anyone was prepared for what this experience was actually like.
Wait, where were we supposed to be going again?
To the jewelry store. How is no one paying attention?
Right. Yeah, okay. There are several jewelry stores in Gotham, and your clues point to all of them, but you have to find out which is the correct one to go to. Once you get to that one, you again have to wait for the alarms to go off before you can start thwarting crime.
Each of these jewelry stores are filled with annoying enemies, tight hallways, and tons of terrible level design. But you must traverse them all to find diamonds that the criminals are trying to steal.
They don't even look like stores after a while. They just seem to eventually devolve into complicated mazes.
Every door in these stores needs to be broken apart instead of just being opened, so Batman will punch them to pieces, I guess.
Moving forward, you've got false floors that break apart when Batman walks in them, having him fall into hidden pits and rooms.
Sometimes there are hallways that are just filled with them.
Now Batman needs to hop like a bunny to get through.
Also, the holes are invisible until you fall through them. Sometimes. Not always, but sometimes.
Wait, this is a public store, right? Do customers just randomly fall through floors when they shop here?
I smell a lawsuit.
There are hallways that just end and have massive drops into terrible platforming sequences where you need to awkwardly position Batman to jump in just the right way.
Now, in this hidden room beneath the floor, there's a button. See that texture on the wall there? Button! You could walk right past it without knowing what it was!
These buttons need to be pressed in multiple instances to open areas where diamonds could be.
Interacting with level elements just like this is really important in this game, but don't think you can just walk up to anything and interact easily.
See this vent here? Well, you can go through vents in this game to find other rooms.
Okay, Batman, go into that vent.
Okay, that shouldn't be hard. Yeah, I did it! Wait, who's that?
Well, at the end of each jewelry store section, you have a mini boss fight with Frosty, Mr. Freeze's right-hand man. We spent so long trying to get into that vent that Frosty successfully got away with the diamond you were supposed to protect!
Guano.
When you do successfully take out Frosty, you then have to go to another jewelry store in time to take him out again, and then to another jewelry store in time to take him out again, and then to another jewelry store to
Wait, I've got a plan.
What's the plan?
Here, watch. I go to the jewelry store early, see? I avoid the laser grid with my wicked bat moves. I go up an elevator, jump from one balcony to another, find a special hidden switch to unlock the vault, glide down to the vault, and save the diamond.
You just robbed the jewelry store.
No, I just helped the jewelry store.
You stole their diamond.
I saved their diamond.
What? But wait, you can't do that unless you wait for the alarm to go off. The doors won't even unlock in this game.
No, not at this jewelry store. They were pre-unlocked.
Do the owners of the jewelry store at least know you took it?
They will tomorrow.
Put the diamond back!
The game lets me do it!
Well, folks, he's right. It might have been an accident, but by going to this one jewelry store early, you can totally pre-steal diamonds.
Does that make the level easier?
No, because Mr. Freeze will still show up and you'll still have to beat him.
And then we're on to the next sequence of the game.
Or we would be, but we hit a police barricade. They don't let Batman through.
I thought we were friends.
So now we have to plan another route through the city blindly.
That's another 10 minutes where we had to reload the game to make up for lost time. The clock's always ticking here, people.
So now we find ourselves at the Botanical Gardens.
Let's take a little break here to point out how the art team replicated the visuals and locations of the film.
The Batcave is a near mirror replica. The museum was also faithfully rendered to match just how it looked in the movie, lighting and all.
Same here at the Botanical Gardens. It's actually very impressive.
But even though this level is near identical to the movie version, they added one stupid thing that, unless you were really closely paying attention to, can end your game right on the spot.
Blue lights.
These stupid lights randomly turn on. If Batman happens to be near them, his health will silently drain away.
Batman is fighting a whole crew of bad guys that keep spawning all over, including another Frosty boss fight. All this while the blue lights slowly hurt Batman. There's no visual indication that this is happening. No sound to notify you that you're being hurt. You need to look at your health bar to know anything was up.
Defeat all of these obstacles and Mr. Freeze appears and runs into the mouth of whatever that thing is there.
You pop out on the other side next to a bridge and a giant metal hand. The bridge is slippery and very broken.
Hello? I don't think this is physically possible. Wait.
When you eventually make your way to the palm of the metal hand, you engage in battle with Mr. Freeze.
Lose this fight, and Mr. Freeze will use his special spinning balls thing to cast Gotham into a perpetual state of winter, killing everyone. We're not sure why Mr. Freeze is trying to do this.
We've got no explanation of what is happening. This doesn't even follow the movie's plot at all.
But of course, Batman, our brave hero, does what Batman does best.
Bat kick, bat kick, bat kick, bat kick, bat kick.
And Gotham's famous Caped Crusader saves the day, defeating the cold-hearted Mr. Freeze and sending him to jail.
Well, that was a tough one. But hey, we finally finished the entire game.
Oh? Oh no! We completely forgot about Poison Ivy and Bane, the other villains from the movie who also appear in this game!
Folks, we've just experienced the first day. There's more.
Welcome to day 2.
What's the difference?
Not much, only this time you start off with no clues at all, so you'll need to randomly hunt through the streets to hopefully find some. This is a slog, as is most of day 2. So you know what? Let's just speed things up and talk about the highlights of day 2.
Highlights!
We fight Poison Ivy and Bane for the first time. She poisons you, it inverts your controls, causes your character to stay still, and sometimes you can't attack.
You fight a horde of janitors.
We visit Axis Chemical, a location from the '89 Batman movie, where Batman jumps into random toxic chemical vats.
This feels tingly.
We fight Mr. Freeze and Axis Chemical when he's supposed to be in prison. This is an error in the game. How do we know this? When we beat the level, it says we beat Bane. That's not Bane.
Batman taints Gotham's water supply at the Gotham water plant by swimming in the drinking water. Side note, Batman can't swim.
We visit Arkham Asylum. It got weird.
Highlights over. Now we're at the lowlights, Poison Ivy's lab, which in the Batman and Robin movie wasn't located in Gotham, so the game developers just flew the whole building smack dab in the middle of the city.
Here, Batman fights zombies, ghost zombies, and giant tarantulas, all things that never appear in the movie.
Ivy doesn't have henchmen in the film, so they just made up stuff they thought would fit. Because, of course, I think of Poison Ivy, I think of zombies.
You first enter the stage into a greenhouse surrounded by doors you can't open.
So you kill one of the giant arachnids and it drops Batman's vine cutter. What is a random creature doing with this secret sophisticated piece of technology that only Batman should have access to?
Who knows? Better question, do you see vines in here?
No.
Correct! There are no vines in this room. Do you know what you need to do?
No.
Take your vine cutter and aim it at one of the green doors. Shoot a green laser at the green door to turn it not green, and bam, it opens with a punch.
How would you know to do that?
You wouldn't. It took us over an hour of gameplay to randomly try every item in our inventory on everything in the room just to discover that this is what you needed to do.
At the center of this simply awful location, Batman gets lost in a hedge maze that has no map or identifying features.
What it does have is specific walls that Batman can walk through that happen to look like a solid non-passable wall. This totally breaks the form and function of a maze, so you'll need to try to run into every single maze wall you see just to find your way out.
And be careful, because one false step could lead you falling into a pit that causes fall damage. But it also holds a secret lab that you need to go to, so you gotta fall.
Once in this secret lab, we find ourselves in the birthplace of Bane, pulled right from the movie. And as the game has taught us up to this point, we smash and poke everything we can, looking for clues and items.
Once we found everything we needed, we left the stage where
we lost.
Okay, let's go back to the secret lab and look around some more. Maybe we missed a clue or didn't hit a lever or something.
Sure, back to the lab, search, smash, smash. We'll leave the level and...
lost again!
Okay, back to the secret lab. Let's try and just touch things before we smash things.
Oh, look! A key item has appeared from a shelf that if you punched and destroyed, would have also destroyed the item without letting you know.
Any indication at all that the item was there or that we shouldn't be punching things for the first time ever in the game?
Nope.
That's okay. We got the thing. Let's just lead the level and...
How? How have we still not beaten this level?
Okay, back to the maze. Let's get real good and lost and... oh look, another secret lab.
Great. How did you find this one?
I found a tree in the middle of the maze that had a knot that once pushed revealed some doors that now might be open. I ran to one of the doors and found myself in a room. Now remember how we decided not to break things because the game just seconds before taught us not to break everything? Well, now you need to break certain things that can only be broken with a batarang, which reveals a secret room. Once in that secret room, you need to punch a brick wall that has absolutely no hints that it needs to be punched, which opens a completely separate secret lab from the first secret lab you found that has another key item you need to beat the level.
This whole stage is a madness-inducing roller coaster where you collect anti-venom items to beat Poison Ivy later, but I guess they're not really necessary because we already beat Poison Ivy in another battle early on.
For the keen-eyed of you out there, you probably noticed that our health wasn't depleting through the last batch of levels we played.
So, folks, we're gonna let you in on a little secret that we stumbled on that few people know about.
We found a random building that housed a secret room that had a bunch of computers all over. These computers, once clicked, revealed creepy faces.
These are the faces of the developers of this game. You can see these exact same images shown off in the credits as well. Some players of this game have found this room and dubbed it the Developer Room.
You can tell it's the developer room because a whole bunch of developers are still here, writhing in pain on the floor after having spent years making this game.
So, you turn on the monitors, punch these developers, and eventually you'll find a key on a desk.
What does the key do?
We didn't know, because the game doesn't tell you anything.
But if you go back to Wayne Manor from the outside, typically this is a place you can see but not enter, and you use this key, this happens.
Welcome to the secret Batcave, where you can
use the cell recharge room, but this time it turns into a disco room where Batman dances.
No, Bat dance.
And use the health recharge room that now turns into a slower disco room where Batman also dances.
Dubba 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 Macarena. Dubba 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 Macarena. Dubba 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 dubba.
You can also touch this computer to activate Bat Galaga, a space Batman shoot 'em up that starts up with this single sound recording that we did not make.
I want my medication.
I don't know. It's just there. He says it a lot, and I think it's the only time Batman says anything in the game.
I want my medication.
Use another computer terminal and you activate a Bat RC car where you control a tiny Batmobile and drive around a really strange destruction derby-like race.
I am the knight.
This is a really strange thing to see in the game, but what's even stranger is that Batman can exit the car and become full size again and return back to the car and become small.
Batman big.
Batman small.
Batman big.
Batman small.
Batman big.
Batman small. Dubba 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 Macarena. Dubba 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 dubba.
Back to the secret Batcave. This one, unlike the original, is broken. Batman can jump into the air and, well, I guess he can finally practice his swimming.
Looking good! But what matters most is that under the stairs right over here is a special place. If you walk here, a gas sprays Batman, turning him invincible.
That's right. This is built directly into the game if you know how to find it.
It's not a cheat code, but it is very hard to get to.
And you know what? Maybe it might not even be worth getting because this game is somehow still incredibly difficult.
Invincibility doesn't make you totally invincible. You can still die in a number of ways. Remember, everything is timed, and when the clock stops, it's game over.
You'll still have to hunt for those same stupid clues, piling up useless information that eventually leads to a lack of understanding where to go next. Then the clock runs out of time, and well, you know what happens.
So folks, here is our patented tried and true way to find out where you need to go next without clues.
Find a Bat computer, save at the Bat computer, exit the Bat computer, let time advance until an alarm goes off, wait a few minutes for the alarm to ping your map, re-enter the Bat computer and the location of the alarm will be blinking. Now, reload the game from that earlier point and head on to the location before the alarm has a chance to go off.
This is a cheap method, but boy does it work when nothing else in this game does.
This method helped us finally make our way to the Turkish baths where we fight Ivy for the very last time. She's eaten by her own flower, which I guess she can't control anymore. That was in the movie, but it still doesn't make any sense. Who cares? The game is finally
Day 3?
No!
In Day 3, all of Gotham has been frozen over by Mr. Freeze. Even the hapless residents on the sidewalks are covered in layers of ice and are unresponsive.
It's okay, citizen. I'm Batman. I can help. Oh no!
Batman is led to an ice rink, which Freeze's men are using as a hideout.
Which you can't enter.
So you wait for an alarm to go off at the ice rink.
Okay, sure. So, instead of going through the doors of the ice rink, we need to solve a mind-bending puzzle where you
walk on the ice to form a giant letter F.
Gasp! Incredible! How did Mr. Freeze know my grade average in middle school?
So, you draw the letter and then Batman just sorta sinks into the ice?
What's even happening here? Is he gonna drown?
No, he appears in an ice world underneath the rink that is one giant maze. In fact, it's similar to Ivy's maze level that is filled with trick doors, walls, and puzzle platforming.
Here, you need to use your bat laser to laser ice walls so that they're slightly melted enough to punch them to reveal whole new secret areas.
We don't know how any of this even works. Nothing has been stolen here. We're not even the actual building for the ice rink. We can't explain any of this.
And the game gets real lazy after this point, recycling levels from earlier on, like the museum and one of the jewelry stores. Now they're frozen and have ice everywhere, so they're extra slippery and hard to walk around in. Great idea, cool, wonderful.
You can really tell that any passion or love for making this game was totally gone by this point.
This is where we introduce the 3 computer stores, because now Mr. Freeze needs computer chips to do something. We don't know, he needs them.
Each store uses the exact same level layout and design. The only difference is that each store enters from a different door somewhere else on the map. They didn't think we'd notice, but we did.
The best part is that to hide what they did, they placed countless walls that you need to break down that have no visual identifiers that they need to be broken down.
Get ready to punch everything, and usually find nothing.
There's one part in the level that was so bad it managed to merge several terrible elements at once. A hidden room that you access by punching a wall that reveals another room you access by punching a wall that reveals a hidden vent that you need to know exactly where to stand that leads you through a tiny passage that has a specific wall you need to hit to reveal another hidden room.
This isn't a game, it's a torture device.
When you save the computer chips, or whatever the heck you were supposed to be doing, we finally go to Mr. Freeze's lair, snowy cones, just like in the movie.
Only instead of it being a simple room, it's a full-on massive factory with another huge complicated maze requiring bat lasers and punches and just so much more awful.
There's a room with a bunch of boxes you never seen in the game before that need to be destroyed with a unique missile weapon. Once blown up, they trigger a door to open somewhere else in the map. How do you know to destroy the boxes? How do you know to use that one missile weapon you might have run out of already? It's one of the great mysteries of the game.
And after fumbling around for what seems like forever, you fall from the maze into a fridge with Mr. Freeze.
We have a very awkward boss fight of a flight of stairs that was about as complicated as it looked.
Once he's defeated, we find ourselves alone in a freezer.
Now this part is special. There's a hidden room here, one the game does not in any way inform you of.
But if you watch the movie, you would know that there was a hidden button behind a frozen dinner that revealed Mr. Freeze's inanimate wife in a tube.
She's a flat layer and not a 3D model, which makes her look super realistic.
So we've gone through virtually all of Gotham, taking on countless enemies and saving countless diamonds and foiling plans.
It's time to finish it. We're going to Gotham Observatory, the climactic end scene from the movie, and the final stage of this wretched video game.
This stage is long, winding, and needs to be completed in one go because just like we said all the way at the beginning, no lives, no continues.
We arrive and are immediately met face-to-face with Freeze, who you fight off. And that's the first boss battle.
You make your way to a sprawling section of cliffs with countless bad guys who have freeze cannon weapons that can hit you from a great distance and push you back.
Why is that a concern?
Why does this keep happening to me?
Each time that happens, you need to reload all the way to the start, before you first defeated Mr. Freeze.
Now, if you happen to pass Freeze and get through the cliffs, you'll fight people through the observatory until you get to a room housing a telescope that Mr. Freeze has turned into a giant ice ray. Why does he need a giant ice ray now to freeze Gotham when he had a weapon earlier that could already do it? Who knows? But now we're here.
You'll encounter Bane, who seems to be stronger than ever before. You'll also need to attack other enemies who spawn randomly around you throughout this fight.
We got very close to beating this, but when we finally took out Bane, we were hit by a freeze cannon blast randomly that pushed us into the 3D model of the telescope, locking us into place with no escape. You know what that means?
We had to restart the game and the entire level all over again.
So, we did. We beat Mr. Freeze, got through the cliffs, fought through the observatory, beat Bane and countless goons, and suddenly, Mr. Freeze spawned again because he would, leaving us to one final battle, taking on that giant cold dolt once and for all.
After all of this, we finally beat the stage, unfreezing Gotham and saving countless people. Except this guy.
After the final uninspiring cutscene, it immediately clips back to the main menu as if you had done nothing at all. And if you manage to actually accomplish what we did right here, it feels like you had completed the impossible.
Batman and Robin may well be one of the most impressive and visually striking disasters we've ever played. It single-handedly demonstrates advanced game design mechanics that are complex, interesting, and perhaps borderline revolutionary.
But the whole game falls apart with not a single aspect working as the developers likely intended. Or heck, maybe they did intend this. We don't know. It's the video game equivalent of having an ice cream headache for 3 days straight. It's unacceptable, unrewarding, and downright vicious at what it requires you to accomplish to beat this game.
Oh boy, could this be worse than Batman Dark Tomorrow, the game that we both called the worst Batman game ever?
Could it be worse? Easily. But know that these two games are not just linked by Batman alone. Probe Entertainment, the company that made this game, had a founder. He left to go make another company called HotGen, and they were one of the developers that helped make Batman Dark Tomorrow.
So, it's linked to another terrible game as well as a movie considered by many to be one of the worst films ever made. But if you ask both of us, Batman and Robin on the PS1 is something that stands completely on its own as an icon, a bastion of pure tedium. The movie might be dumb, silly fun, but the game?
It's just bad.
The two of us are surprised that a Batman game like this would be met with little notoriety over the years, but here we are.
We both personally played Batman and Robin when it was new, and nobody, besides ourselves, we guess, talked about it.
That opening stage is near impossible to beat unless you know exactly what you're doing, and it only gets harder and harder the further you progress.
So, sure, some people may have sampled Batman and Robin.
I think I'll sample him.
Not like that. Some people may have dabbled with Batman and Robin, but trust us, they did not play through it. A lot of its contents remained a mystery for years.
Oh, I found a subway in Gotham. It's a fully constructed underground station that doesn't seem to serve any function or purpose. But I could totally go there and explore the entire place for no reason at all. It's not like at any point during my adventures taking down Mr. Freeze or the Lady Made of Plants that there was ever a reason to come down here. Hello? It's got train tracks for subway trains. Hello? And since there is a real clock clicking down no matter what I do in the city, if I come down to this place, I might miss out on a real crime up above.
We explored so much of this game that we discovered things we didn't even know how to talk about.
Like the graveyard section, which is not connected to any of the rest of the game. You actually never have to go there, but you can.
In it, you'll find graves that Batman can break open, which are hiding special items that you can collect, like batarangs.
Oh, Alfred, you're funny. Defacing a bunch of graves just to hide my batarangs for a joke. Where did the bodies go? Nobody knows. Such a kidder.
Most notably here, zombies show up after a while.
We think they're supposed to be the colorful neon street gang you see in the movie, but we're not really sure.
They're simply called Golem.
They even get stuck in the graves and throw firebombs at you.
As strange as having a random enemy type show up in an area you never really have to go to, they do very much exist.
The gravesite is very intricately designed, with pre-positioned camera angles showing off highly detailed models like this coffin. They put time into this.
And the map is riddled with this kind of stuff, like a gas station with gas pumps that can be destroyed.
Even some items appear that are functional but seem to have no purpose, like a camera that you can find.
You can take pictures of things like billboards and get a high-quality version of it in your inventory to take a closer look at.
What's the purpose of this? Why do we need to see Gotham City electricity advertisements? Why take the time to design unnecessary aspects of a game?
Well, the answer to all of this is the game was probably released before it should have been. Clearly, they had ideas and concepts to make this game larger in scope than the final product we got.
Unfortunately, by the time Batman and Robin released to the PlayStation, any hype that could have been built up from the film and subsequent advertising was long gone.
This game came out well after the movie's release. It simply wasn't relevant anymore, and the movie, being as negatively received as it was, certainly didn't help the situation.
Batman and Robin is a total failure on every gameplay level imaginable.
All this despite the fact that Batman's cape seems to have free-flowing physics that appear to be something you'd see on the next generation of consoles. I mean, look at that! It's nuts!
Yes, the sheer amount of detail and time that went into all this, incredible. If you bump the resolution up and cleared up some of the harsher edges, this game would look like it doesn't even belong on the PlayStation 1.
Even the textures look amazing. Wow!
But regardless of what could have been, the end product is a little creative, a smidge brilliant, and absolutely unimaginably awful to get through. The game baffles us to this day. There's nothing else quite like it.
And that's why it's our top pick for Just Bad Games Nobody Played.
An ultra-popular intellectual property
attached to an infamous fourth entry in a movie series
stuffed with more content and effort than anyone ever realized,
which went completely unknown by just about every person that played it.
And as for this list, it's not final. Heck, we'll probably make another in the future.
We're constantly discovering games that play worse and worse as we continue this strange journey. Some were shocking, weird, and surprising in different ways.
But all of them, including every last one of the games we've covered today, well, we guarantee they share the distinctive dishonor of being just bad games.
Just
an eagle!